Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
After taking S.H.I.E.L.D to the show, S.H.I.E.L.D headed home with Mary Jane in tow. The night had gone well, and the house felt lively again. The next morning, after chatting with the two girls for a while, he headed out. He had already made plans for the day. The idea was simple: invite a few friends over, enjoy the sun, and play some water volleyball by the pool. Gwen and Betty were tied up with work, but Liz and Hannah were free and excited to come. Mary Jane decided to take S.H.I.E.L.D swimsuit shopping. Western girls loved the poolside sun, and while S.H.I.E.L.D wasn't used to it, a little sunshine and swimming wouldn't hurt. Besides, she needed the clothes for it. "Let's drop by Gwen first," S.H.I.E.L.D muttered to himself as he got into the car. "And say hi to little Spider-Man while I'm at it." He drove over to Oscorp, where Peter and Ned were still running their food stand. Business was usually good, although the lunch rush had already passed by the time S.H.I.E.L.D arrived. "Hey man." "One egg burger," S.H.I.E.L.D said casually. Ned spotted him first. "Sue." Peter turned, and his expression went from surprise to faintly annoyed. "We're supposed to be partners," Peter complained. "Kind of unfair you go off on adventures without me." S.H.I.E.L.D just smiled. "You and Ned are doing fine together. Besides, I've been busy lately. Big stuff happened. I'll fill you in later." Peter looked instantly curious, but S.H.I.E.L.D left it at that. When the burger was ready, he sat nearby to wait for Gwen. The moment she arrived, Gwen immediately complained. "So you come back, and the first thing you do is tempt me into skipping work? I missed you." She didn't argue with that, just showed it instead. He laughed. "I invited Mary Jane, Hannah, and Liz over to the pool. You free today?" Her eyes brightened. "Maybe. I might be able to leave early. Do I really have to go back afterward? If you're not worried about my dad seeing you surrounded by women." S.H.I.E.L.D could already imagine Captain George's reaction. One bullet probably wouldn't be enough. "I'll come," Gwen said. "You entertain them first. The rest of the time belongs to me." "Done." They kissed goodbye, and she went back to work. Later, S.H.I.E.L.D returned to the truck. He, Peter, and Ned eventually went back to Peter's house to chat. Peter eagerly told him everything that had happened lately. He'd saved a lot of people, and, thanks to the Daily Bugle, Spider-Man was becoming more and more well-known. Even with the paper trashing him constantly, Peter still had fans. He couldn't hide how happy that made him. "And hey," Peter added, animated, "there's this guy at Oscorp, Mac's huge fan. Always buys breakfast from me. I saved him once. Nice guy. Didn't show up today, though. Yesterday was his birthday." Ned nodded. "Yeah, he wasn't around." S.H.I.E.L.D froze. "Mac's Electro." He immediately called Gwen. "Sue? We just said goodbye 5 minutes ago," she laughed. "I know. Quick question. Does Oscorp keep genetically modified eels?" "Power department." "Yes. Why? Did anything unusual happen last night?" "I don't know. That's not my floor." That was enough. S.H.I.E.L.D had a bad feeling. "Peter," he said after hanging up, "Max had an accident. Oscorp's covering it. He isn't dead. He's changed. Electricity. If he appears, I want you to handle it." Peter fell silent. Max wasn't just some random stranger to him. He was a fan. A friend. "I'll help him," Peter said at last. "I trust you," S.H.I.E.L.D replied. "If you can't handle it, call me." Afterward, Peter wanted to hear about S.H.I.E.L.D's adventures. When he heard about Loki, Thor, and Odin appearing for real, and S.H.I.E.L.D actually defeating Thor and Loki, his jaw practically hit the floor. Then S.H.I.E.L.D's tone shifted. "Peter, I'm proud of you. You've saved a lot of people. But remember 2 things. First, you're helping people because it's right, not for attention. Don't lose yourself." "I won't. I'm not doing it for that." "Second," S.H.I.E.L.D continued, "you're Spider-Man. Not a god. You can't save everyone. Don't try to be someone you're not. Peter hesitated. I just want to help as many people as I can. That's not wrong, is it? Sui smiled instead of answering directly. You've been doing great. Really. Keep it up. I've got to run. And remember, if Max shows up, call me. He left it at that. Peter watched him go, confused by the sudden mood change, but he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something important he'd missed. Night had already fallen when the pain brought Max back to consciousness. It burned through every inch of his body. His skin felt tight and raw, like fire still clung to him. Voices echoed nearby. Once we burn the body, our job's done. Yeah, poor guy. He's completely charred. You can't even tell who he was. Max's eyes twitched open. Shapes swam into view. Two men. A dim room. Cold metal beneath him. Dead body. They were talking about him. Hands slipped beneath his arms to lift him. Instinct kicked in. Max reached out and grabbed one of them. The man froze. Then he screamed, yanking himself free and stumbling backward. What the hell? He grabbed me. He grabbed me, I swear. That's impossible. He's been dead a whole day. The lights flickered. Then again. Electricity buzzed through the air like it had a mind of its own. The men panicked. This was the kind of scene you only saw in horror movies. Max sat up. That was all it took. Both men bolted from the morgue, screaming as they ran. Max looked down. His body wasn't the same. Black, brittle layers of burnt flesh cracked and began to fall away. Beneath them, his skin glowed faintly, almost translucent, and lightning threaded through it like veins of light. Last night came crashing back. The fall. The tank. The eels. Pain. Shock. Darkness. And then, current. Endless current. He staggered off the table, weak beyond belief. He could barely stand. Every breath scraped his lungs. He found an old hoodie nearby and pulled it on before slipping out into the city. On the street, something pulsed in his mind. Electricity. He could feel it. In the streetlights. In the cars. In the wires in the walls. He reached out and touched a lamppost. Energy poured into him. Lights dimmed. Then went out. He inhaled sharply. Power. The hunger returned, stronger than before. Max began to drain everything he could touch. One street went dark, then another. Buildings flickered out. Entire blocks vanished into shadow. He couldn't stop. He didn't want to. Peter Parker had been busy all day saving people and searching for Max ever since Sue warned him what Max might become. Peter had been on alert. Electricity. It wasn't hard to guess the connection. But there'd been no sign of him. Until now. A stretch of city lights blinked out one after another like dominoes tipping over. That's not normal, Peter muttered. He swung toward the darkness. By the time he reached Times Square, the crowds were still thick. Tourists filled the plaza beneath blazing billboards. But in one corner, the power grid was failing. A dark spot spreading outward. And in the middle of it knelt Max. Hands deep in an exposed grate. Feeding. People stopped and stared. Hey, what are you doing? Get out of there, that's dangerous. Max ignored them. The current rushed through him like air to starving lungs. Someone tried to pull him back. Max lifted his head. His skin glowed faintly. His eyes burned blue-white. The man stumbled back in fear. Monster. A nearby officer rushed over. Step away. Hands where I can see them. Max snarled and electricity arced across his skin. He lashed out. A bolt snapped toward the officer. But a web caught him first, yanking him clear. Peter landed between them. Max? Max froze. Spider-Man. Peter took in the situation instantly. Max was unstable, dangerous, and utterly terrified. Hey, talk to me. Why are you attacking people? I didn't mean to, Max said quickly. I'm starving. Electricity is food. He tried to stop me. Peter saw it too. Energy crawled over Max's skin like living light. Anyone who touched him would die. Okay, listen. Calm down. You're not in control right now. Let's leave the crowd and figure this out somewhere safe. Max nodded weakly. He wanted help. He wanted someone to see him. But the crowd was already turning. Dangerous freak. He's a monster. Spider-Man, take him down. The words sliced through him. Same powers. Same city. But Peter was a hero. And Max? A threat. The anger started to burn. And for the first time, the electricity burned with it. The jealousy in Max's heart has already begun to burn. Spider-Man, am I the danger? Peter Parker realized that Max's state seemed to be out of order and immediately stabilized the other party's mood. Hey, calm down, Max, you're not dangerous. It's just the energy in you. You can't control it, and it hurts other people. I can control this power well, and I can be a hero like you. Max was a little impatient, eager to prove himself. While speaking, Max was emotional, and the electric energy on his body began to burst out. Not only that, Max also took 2 steps forward. Peter Parker noticed the wetness on the ground, and if Max kept going, there was a good chance that innocent people would be hurt. Calm down, Max. You need to stop. You could hurt innocent people if you went ahead. Max looked down and saw the surrounding situation. As an electrical engineer, he had a good understanding of electrical energy. If the electric energy on the body spreads out, it will definitely cause a large-scale electric shock. Max still stopped, but he also had other thoughts. I can control this force, it's just hungry. I just need to eat enough to control it. Max could feel the restlessness of power, especially the electric energy flowing through the cables not far away at all times. For Max, this has huge amounts of appeal. Max couldn't care less and returned to the cable, ready to continue devouring electricity. Naturally, Peter Parker couldn't let it go. Max would be able to absorb a lot of energy, which would be a loss. Besides, that is, Peter Parker wasn't sure Max could control the power. The electrical energy leaked from the current Max is enough to cause a lot of casualties. If Max continues to devour the electric energy, and the energy released at that time is comparable to lightning, it will be terrifying. Stop it, Max. Max was stopped, and his anger flared up again. Do not. Peter was also helpless, so he had to stop it quickly. While blocking, let the nearby spectators retreat. Everyone, retreat quickly. Leave here. It's just that there are too many people watching. Peter's words didn't do much at all. Most of the people were watching the show, took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures and videos, and had no intention of leaving at all. Beat him, Spider-Man. He's a monster. Stop him quickly. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Peter can only pin his hopes on Max. Only by solving the source of Max can the crisis be completely resolved. Seeing that Max refused to listen to dissuasion, he grabbed the cable again and prepared to swallow energy. Immediately, Peter shot the cobweb and grabbed Max's arm. Max heard the voices of the audience and realized that Peter had been holding him back, and the anger couldn't be controlled anymore. Stretching out his hand, a bolt of lightning shot towards Peter. Peter's spider telepathy reacted crazily, and his body dodged involuntarily. However, the lightning speed of electro-optical man is also very fast. Peter dodges the thickest bolt of lightning, but the web shooters on his wrists attract a small burst of lightning energy. The batteries in the web shooters on your wrist instantly overloaded and exploded, and the electrical energy was quickly transferred to Peter. Peter was electrocuted and felt tingling all over his body, and his muscles were stiff. He fell hard to the ground and suffered minor injuries. Fortunately, Peter's physical fitness is far beyond ordinary people, otherwise, he would have died on the spot. Seeing this, the audience fell silent immediately. No one expected that Spider-Man would be defeated just like that. It took Peter about 10 seconds to finally recover. But seeing that Max has already started to absorb electricity, it is not good to go on like this. The audience became excited when they saw Peter standing up. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. I knew that Spider-Man wouldn't fail. Kill that monster. Monster, go to hell. An extreme spectator had already thrown out the soda can in his hand and threw it at Max. Peter had just recovered. When he saw the can, he just wanted to curse. At this time, you still provoke others. Isn't that courting death? If Max is really angered and Max's electrical energy is vented, the result will be disastrous. Just about to shoot Cobweb, only to find that my controller has been scrapped. There was no way. Peter could only risk himself. The whole person rushed towards Max, hoping to control Max and prevent him from getting angry. Max is absorbing electric energy and is in a state of excitement. But someone smashed it with a can and immediately turned around to look at the group of people behind him. It is these people who regard Spider-Man as a hero, and they do not harm anyone, but they are called monsters. On the surrounding screens, there are Spider-Man figures everywhere. Himself, but he didn't deserve to show up at all. The more Max thought about it, the more angry he was, and he stretched out his hand, ready to discharge directly. Luckily, Peter arrived just in time, grabbed Max's arm, and kept his arm from lifting. Max, stop it. The electrical energy in Max's body was not emitted, but Peter was shocked again because he grabbed Max's arm. Electric shock again, or continuous damage. Powerful electrical energy surged into Peter's body, and even with super strong physical fitness, Peter was a little unbearable. Max looked at Spider-Man kneeling on the ground, feeling a little smug in his heart. The electric current was withdrawn, and Peter was spared. Originally thought that Spider-Man was omnipotent and very powerful. Now, Spider-Man fell in front of him, which greatly satisfied Max's vanity. However, Max did not get cheers. What was waiting was the panic and anger of the onlookers. Monster, go to hell. Spider-Man failed. How is this possible? Who else can defeat this monster? Oh, I bought it. Stand up, Spider-Man. Max was very puzzled, and his doubts turned into anger. Anger at these onlookers, anger at Spider-Man. I didn't hurt anyone, I'm not a monster. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to Max's defense, and everyone only wanted to make Max disappear. The anger in Max's heart couldn't be added. Belittled before. Now it is still regarded as a monster. Max put his eyes on Spider-Man, thinking that Spider-Man destroyed his image. It's all because of you, Spider-Man. You said I was dangerous, that's why they regarded me as a monster. Max mentioned Spider-Man, tell them, I'm not a monster. Peter was extremely weak, yes, Max, you're not a monster. You were my intelligence officer and my partner. However, Peter's answer did not satisfy Max. No, Spider-Man, I'm stronger than you. Spider-Man is the past, and I am the future. Max has already begun to fantasize about becoming a superhero, a scene admired by all. But just as he thought of the beginning, he was interrupted. Enough, monster, let go of Spider-Man. Otherwise, I'm going to shoot. The onlookers were extremely panicked and angry. George had rushed to the scene with people to evacuate the crowd and prepare to deal with the incident. On the top of the building not far away, S.H.I.E.L.D and Gwen are watching. Sue, we can't continue watching or someone will get hurt. It's almost time. It's time to make a move. S.H.I.E.L.D was watching all the time, ready to make a move. However, the development of the plot was a bit beyond S.H.I.E.L.D's expectation. The little Spider-Man Peter was actually knocked down by the Electric Man Max, and he was still an Electric Man who was dissatisfied with energy. Could it be that the electrical property resistance is too poor? Ordinary creatures, except for those creatures that can discharge themselves, the anti-electric properties of other creatures are indeed not high. S.H.I.E.L.D was also shocked by the power of the Thunderbolt, and it really didn't feel good. Seeing that Electromax was about to go crazy, S.H.I.E.L.D also decided to play. His father-in-law is still there, and Gwen won't be able to sit still if he watches the show again. George picked up the microphone in the car and began to persuade the Electric Man. This gentleman, put down the hostage in your hand, and then raise your hand. Electric Max shouted in George's direction, I am stronger than Spider-Man, and I am the hero who should be admired. George had rich experience, and he could tell at a glance that Electron's thinking was a bit extreme. Such a situation must be handled properly. Yeah, we've all seen it, you're stronger than Spider-Man. But now, you have affected the normal order of life and hurt the people in your hands. You want to be a hero, don't you? Then do what a hero should do instead of hurting other people. George used words to stabilize Max and at the same time asked people to drive away the nearby onlookers as soon as possible. However, among so many people, it is inevitable that there will be some with abnormal brains. No matter what, I don't want to leave. I just want to watch a play. George was also very helpless, deeply afraid that the electric man would suddenly get angry. Even Spider-Man can't beat them. Ordinary people like them may be even more dangerous. George was afraid, but he had to face it. This was their duty. I also wondered in my heart why the other two Spider-Men haven't appeared yet. Could it be that she went on a secret date? Spider-Man is about to die and won't come out to help? Are friends so unimportant? George retracted his thoughts and turned his attention to Electro. The persuasion just now had an effect, but not much. He stopped me from being a hero. Are you going to stop me too? Before George could answer, S.H.I.E.L.D had already arrived. Enough, Max. Keep going and you will have nowhere to go. You just want more people's attention and recognition. These are not a hero's pursuit. Max was stopped one after another, coupled with the great sense of accomplishment brought by defeating Spider-Man. The emotions in his heart were out of control. Facing S.H.I.E.L.D, he was not afraid at all. At this moment, he even chose to take the initiative. I am stronger, and I am the superhero that everyone should recognize. You, like Spider-Man, will be defeated by me. Throw away Spider-Man directly, and then start to discharge at S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing Peter being thrown aside, Gwen hurriedly rescued Peter with the cobweb. As for Electron, it was handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D. Gwen also heard about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s battle against Thor, and knew that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strength had improved again. Although Electron's ability is very powerful, Gwen also believes in S.H.I.E.L.D. Max released electric current pulses, like bolts of lightning, hitting S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D was bathed in electric light, and this electric energy couldn't affect S.H.I.E.L.D at all. The quality of energy is still much worse than Thunder God power. It's just pure electric energy. Moreover, the quantity is not enough. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resistance only felt slightly paralyzed. The most important thing is that after obtaining the Infinite Devour, this bit of energy is easily swallowed by S.H.I.E.L.D and transformed into his own energy. Max also felt it. His electric energy shock hit S.H.I.E.L.D, and there was no reaction at all. Even it was easily absorbed by S.H.I.E.L.D and then disappeared. How can that be? It's not gone, but absorbed and transformed into other forms of energy. Max felt a little frightened and wanted to take back the energy, but found that he couldn't do it at all. As a result, Max was quick to gain wisdom. Since it cannot be recovered, increase the output. 1 cruelty, 1 gritted one's teeth. Hold the cable directly and charge yourself while discharging towards S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D sighed slightly, too weak. If it is the electricity of the whole city, it might even affect S.H.I.E.L.D. But this power is only enough for the 2 or 3 blocks nearby. That's it? S.H.I.E.L.D has already faced the impact of electric energy and walked in front of Max. Under Max's panic, he easily grabbed Max. Tell Max to drop the cable in his hand to avoid damage. After confirming that the cable was fine, S.H.I.E.L.D directly swallowed the electrical energy in Max's body. In just 1 second, S.H.I.E.L.D swallowed most of the electrical energy in Max's body. Losing power, Max returned to a weakened state. Max felt his body getting weaker and weaker, and he was terrified. After experiencing the mutation, Max felt powerful and enjoyed the attention of everyone. Although only a villain, Max enjoys it. He doesn't want to lose. No, I have energy. However, Max was powerless to stop it. The negligible energy is not enough to plug the gap between the teeth. S.H.I.E.L.D found that he could even devour Max himself. That's just a part of ability. S.H.I.E.L.D is not Hannibal. She doesn't have any special preferences. Besides, this bit of bioenergy is not as good as S.H.I.E.L.D who basks in the sun for a few seconds. Successfully solved Max, and then waited for someone to come and take him away. It's done. The electrical energy in his body has been controlled by me. As long as he is not allowed to continue absorbing electrical energy, he will not be able to harm others. But, Sergeant George, I can't turn him over to you. You know, he can absorb electricity, and electricity is everywhere. Once he absorbs electricity, it will be extremely harmful. George also expressed his understanding that they really have no good way to deal with it. If this makes Max recover, they will be very dangerous then. I really hope they can deal with these people and not let them run out again. Hearing George's complaint, S.H.I.E.L.D also smiled wryly. Anyway, in the comics, these supervillains will come out to make trouble from time to time. get caught, and locked up. For some reason, he ran out and continued to make trouble. Anyway, it goes round and round, endlessly. Sure enough, not long after, people from S.H.I.E.L.D appeared and took Electron away. Prompted by S.H.I.E.L.D, they also prepared an insulated carriage in advance and took Max away. I leave it to you, and I will leave first. S.H.I.E.L.D comes and goes in a hurry. In a blink of an eye, it disappeared in place. George wanted to say a few more words, intending to make Spider-Man calm down a bit, but S.H.I.E.L.D had already disappeared. Or all three disappeared together. George had no choice but to stay and deal with the follow-up matters. Fortunately, no one was hurt, except Spider-Man. S.H.I.E.L.D has already checked Peter's status. He is not feeling well. He probably needs a good night's rest. Gwen looked at Peter. How's he doing? Just rest for one night. Let's send him back first. It took S.H.I.E.L.D a while to send Peter back and healed him briefly. New day, new time management for S.H.I.E.L.D. After reading the reports about last night, they were all about the same as before. Electro was dealt with without causing too much damage. The only difference is that little Spider-Man Peter failed and got some buzz. Not only that, little Spider-Man Peter was also compared with S.H.I.E.L.D. In everyone's opinion, there is a big gap between the strength of the two. Regarding these, S.H.I.E.L.D didn't care. I contacted Tony Stark early in the morning, and I was going to see how Tony, the Tool Man, was doing. Justin Hammer and Ivan Vank were directly arrested, and there was no chance of rioting. Ever since, Tony has no role to play. However, this also fits exactly with Tony's ideas. Recently, I have been busy researching nanotechnology, as well as the strategy of Maya Hansen. Under Tony's methods, the persuasion really succeeded. Killian is not a fool. After Tony contacted Maya Hansen, Killian was worried about Maya Hansen's rebellion. So, prepare for it early. The experimental research on extremists has been transferred, even perfectly hidden. S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't find any evidence, so they couldn't catch Killian. One thing's for sure, Killian isn't giving up on extremists that easily. Being let go by Tony back then has long been Killian's inner demon. Probably waiting for the extremist research to be completed, and then revenge on Tony Stark. S.H.I.E.L.D drove to the laboratory alone. Before S.H.I.E.L.D saw Tony, he saw Heroine first. Good morning, Helen. Good morning. I haven't seen you for a month. You are still so radiant. It seems that your research is progressing very well. Helen Zhao complained. Actually, the research has encountered a little trouble. Tony Stark has been very irritable recently, and I want to drive him out of the laboratory. I absolutely support you in doing this. The two were talking and laughing, and they were about to arrive at the laboratory. Before entering, Tony Stark's voice was heard. Damn, how could this happen? S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Tony Stark playfully. Hey, Tony, it looks like you're in trouble. Tony Stark put down his work and began to talk about the troubles he encountered. S.H.I.E.L.D's current intelligence is already at the top level. But in the field of nanotechnology, S.H.I.E.L.D is still inferior to the two people in front of him. It can be understood, but it is not enough to say that there are any constructive ideas. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D hasn't studied it in depth. If S.H.I.E.L.D studies seriously, he can reach the level of two people. It does look troublesome, but I believe you can solve it. You can try a few more models. I'm doing it. Tony also took a break, picked up the snacks on the table. Do you want some? No need. S.H.I.E.L.D refused Tony's snack, took Tony aside and started talking. Maya Hansen, how is the research on fairy beans? The research has just begun. She is studying the efficacy of the fairy bean while studying how to cultivate it. The growth process of plants takes a lot of time. I don't think she may be able to succeed until my research on nano armor is successful. With Tony Stark's boldness, the laboratory must be top-notch. But plants need time to grow, and there is no way around that. I got a new plant from another world. It is said that this plant can prolong life. Tony Stark froze for a moment, knowing what this meant. Something that prolongs life definitely sparks madness. People live in the world. It is inevitable that there will be greed. For money and power, for beauty. However, all people are going to die. But if there is an item that can prolong life, even if it can only prolong life for 2 or 3 years, it will definitely attract countless people to covet it. Those rich people will definitely do a lot of crazy things in order to prolong their lives. Do you know what this thing means? Sui naturally knew what this thing meant. Not just profits, but also an impact on order. I definitely know. Everyone dies. It's the fairest thing. If immortality can appear, it will definitely attract competition from nobles. They will endlessly squeeze ordinary people and maintain their noble status. It will also have huge amounts of impact on the existing order. It's just that it's hard to say whether the research will be successful, and it may be dangerous. Even if it is really successful, the research results are in our hands. We can limit the yield, limit the life-extending effect. Only then did Tony Stark heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was indeed under control. However, it will inevitably be tempting. You know, his steel battle armor can make people's hearts flutter, and things that prolong life are gods, which can cause restlessness worldwide. Are you sure you want to study now? You have to be prepared. In the original world, someone studied this plant, and as a result, a young snake grew into a giant python in a short period of time. Tony Stark can also feel the danger of this plant, and the difficulty of research is probably even more exaggerated than that of fairy beans. After all, to do research, you must conduct experiments. In addition to simulated experiments, experimenting with animals is a normal part. My laboratory is still unable to study this plant. If it is only planted and cultivated, it should be possible. Then let's cultivate and plant it first. After all, we will need a lot of materials to do experiments in the future. Tony had some hesitation in his heart. Are you sure you want to study this thing? Tony, are you scared? In my impression, you are not a person who will be afraid of science. What's more, the research is in our hands, and we can control everything. The impact of studying this thing is indeed a bit crazy. However, Sui was right. The research is all in hand, and there is no worry about it being leaked. You're right, we can control everything. Sui added, it's not possible. We can conduct research in outer space and ensure safety. Outer space? I can develop spacecraft, but it will take a long time to build such a space laboratory in outer space. I'm just talking, don't worry. Now, let me give this plant to Maya Hansen. Tony also agreed. Let's go, the plant laboratory is in the next laboratory building. Before Sui said goodbye to Heroine Zhao, she followed Tony to the new laboratory. The two experimental buildings are in the same park, which is sparsely populated, but the defense is very strict. Not only stealth drones, but also the Iron Legion. Looks like it was newly developed to defend the lab. Sui also saw the red-haired Maya Hansen, who was currently cultivating fairy beans. Carefully observe the growth of fairy beans in different environments and record them as data. In the future, based on these data, adjustments will be made to select the optimal cultivation method. It was also because Sui had a lot of money and had exchanged a large number of celestial beans that he could do this. Otherwise, if they are planted one by one, the research progress will be much slower. It can only be said that doing research does burn money. Sui and Tony entered the plant research room and saw Maya Hansen busy as soon as they entered. Wearing a white coat, Maya Hansen watched carefully in front of the high-tech planting box. He was still using a tablet in his hand, recording something. Tony Stark proudly introduced, the high-tech planting box can precisely control the light, temperature, humidity, and nutrition in the planting box. By planting in groups, you can observe what conditions are most suitable for plant growth. Then it can be grown in large numbers in the lab. The fairy bean is a plant that is extremely precious. There is no need to consider external factors at all, such as whether it can survive in extreme environments. As long as it can grow healthily in the laboratory under careful care, the task will be completed. Sui took a closer look and found that seedlings had already grown. I can't help but sigh in my heart. Maya Hansen's speed is indeed a bit fast. Maya Hansen was extremely focused until she finished observing one of the planting boxes, recorded the data, and was about to observe the next planting box when she noticed Tony and Sui appearing in the laboratory. Maya Hansen looked very happy and greeted Tony warmly. Seeing the closeness of the two, Sui knew without a second thought that the two probably rekindled their old relationship. This is also a good thing for Tony. After all, Pepper was cut off by himself. Now that they are paired with Maya Hansen, they can be regarded as being taken care of. In this way, Pepper can also focus on the company's affairs. When Maya Hansen saw Sui, she took the initiative to say hello. Hi, you must be the Sue that Tony often mentions, right? Yes, nice to meet you, Maya Hansen. Me too. The two met with a polite handshake, and Maya Hansen continued to ask, I heard from Tony that you brought these magical seeds. Sui didn't hide anything. I discovered it by accident. Maybe it's an ancient creature. Maybe it's an alien plant. After this period of research, Maya Hansen has a preliminary understanding of fairy beans. There is a magical substance in the fairy beans which can quickly heal injuries. Extracted, it can definitely be made into medicine to benefit the world. However, the content is extremely low. Maya Hansen is also preparing for artificial synthesis, but the difficulty is not low. So, it can only be done on both sides. While trying to artificially synthesize the substance, cultivate the fairy beans. This plant is extremely magical. Possesses a magical substance that heals injuries quickly. It's just that artificial synthesis of this kind of substance may be extremely complicated. The best way now is to carry out artificial synthesis experiments while planting. Sui knew that she had found the right person. Not long after the laboratory was established, Maya Hansen made so many discoveries and started planting. It can be seen that it is indeed variability. I believe in your ability. We still have a lot of time to study it slowly. Once successful, it will definitely save many people. Maya Hansen also has lofty ideals, and this fairy bean seems to be more reliable than extremists. At least, it won't make people blow themselves up. Definitely. Tony asked casually, how is the price of S.H.I.E.L.D now? It has just sprouted and planted, and I am observing. Sui believed in Maya Hansen's ability very much and took out another bottle from his pocket. This bottle contains the seeds of the blood orchid. I have another plant, and I want to ask you to help plant it. Maya Hansen took the bottle and observed it. Sui explained, this is the seed of blood orchid. I hope you can take advantage of the environment here to plant and harvest more seeds. Maya Hansen was a little surprised. A kind of flower? This flower is also of research value, but at present, we hope to grow more seeds and collect the sap produced during flowering, rather than conduct research. Tony Stark still believes in Maya Hansen. This flower also has magical effects, but now our focus is on this bean. Maya Hansen chose to believe in Tony, and after the two got back together, their relationship went further. She could perceive that the two were hiding something, but she didn't think much about it. The fairy bean is also her primary goal. If it can be successfully planted, it can definitely improve the world. No problem. This blood orchid should grow in a tropical rainforest environment, and you can try to imitate the environment there as much as possible. I know. Sui gave the blood orchid seeds to Maya Hansen and chose to believe her. Anyway, no one here knows the effect of the blood orchid. Moreover, it is impossible for anyone to take the seeds out. When it was officially over, Sui, Tony, Maya Hansen, and Helen Zhao went to have a cup of coffee together. Tony chatted, I heard that something happened in Times Square last night. A person has mutated and gained the ability to absorb and release electrical energy. Tony couldn't help complaining, mutation, is it so common these days? Sue added, you can try it. It is said that the mutation was caused by the crazy attack of the mutated electric eel. Tony just gave up on the idea. I am a playboy and I still have a good life. The idle egg hurts to take the risk of being attacked by electric eels in order to mutate. Besides, I have a steel armor. As long as the nano armor is developed, I have it in the world. My armor doesn't seem to have the ability to deal with electrical energy. I have to find a way to upgrade it to enhance the electrical resistance. If I can absorb the opponent's electrical energy and convert it into my own energy, it is also a good choice. Sui was stunned for a moment. Poor Thor. Tony clearly wanted to target Electro. But I don't want to let Thor become a power bank. Do you think there is something wrong with my thinking? No, great idea. Zhao Hailuan stared at Sui, thinking about a question all the time, that is Su Yi's real identity. After getting along and communicating during this period of time, Helen Zhao vaguely felt that Su Yi's identity was not simple. Su Yi is a shareholder of Stark Industries and a friend of Tony Stark. After some observations, Helen Zhao made a bold guess. S.H.I.E.L.D, like Tony Stark, is a superhero. The difference is that Tony is very high-key, while S.H.I.E.L.D is very low-key, just like the strongest black spider. After a few people finished their coffee, the chat ended. Hailuan Zhao stopped S.H.I.E.L.D. Sue, can we have a chat alone? Definitely can. The two chatted alone, and Zhao Helen suddenly moved closer. Last night, you were the one who defeated the bad guy, right? Zhao Hailuan is extremely sure of her guess. High IQ is not blown out. It's me. Zhao Helen was a little excited, but also a little nervous. It's really you. I heard that you and Ghost Spider-Man seem to be a couple, is it true? S.H.I.E.L.D is caught in a dilemma. Should he show his cards, or hide the past? Zhao Hailuan caught S.H.I.E.L.D by surprise and asked a sudden question, which caught S.H.I.E.L.D by surprise. However, S.H.I.E.L.D has also experienced strong winds and waves. S.H.I.E.L.D chose to admit it boldly. Rollover, doesn't it exist? You guessed it right. We are a couple and she is one of my confidant. Tony's former assistant, now the president of Stark Corporation, is also my confidant. There are several more. They all know about it and don't bother each other. Hailuan Zhao originally thought that there was only one S.H.I.E.L.D, but unexpectedly, S.H.I.E.L.D is even more powerful than Tony Stark. However, Zhao Helen didn't find it strange either. In this city, everyone is relatively open. Zhao Hailuan has never been in a relationship because the requirements are relatively high. From all aspects, S.H.I.E.L.D is a high-quality human male, meeting Zhao Hailuan's requirements. In terms of appearance, handsome Oriental guy, in line with Zhao Hailuan's aesthetics. In terms of wealth, although he is not as good as Tony Stark, he definitely has the freedom of wealth. There is also dual quotient, IQ and EQ are both online. When Zhao Hailuan was still in hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D had already changed from passive to active. Gently hugging Zhao Hailuan, now that you know the answer, I don't want to hide anything anymore. Would you like to be my confidant? The distance between the two is very close, which is an experience Zhao Helen has never had before. Immediately, I felt a little nervous all over my body, my muscles tensed. Zhao Hailuan is still in hesitation. S.H.I.E.L.D's excellence makes Zhao Hailuan unwilling to miss it. However, the relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D is too complicated. S.H.I.E.L.D continued to promise, I like you, and I want to spend my whole life with you. It doesn't matter if you don't plan to meet them, I won't let these things affect your normal work and life. Just like Pepper, she has her own work and life, and I will accompany her when she is resting. Although Zhao Hailuan is very smart, she has a high degree of education. After all, he has never been in a relationship before, and at this moment, he was also moved by S.H.I.E.L.D's sincere and considerate. When he looked up at S.H.I.E.L.D again, his eyes were already a little hotter. Don't wait for Hailuan Zhao to answer, S.H.I.E.L.D already knows the answer. Take the initiative and get your first kiss. The research is not going well today. I think I should relax a little bit and then start to continue my research. Helen Zhao has already made it clear, so S.H.I.E.L.D naturally doesn't have to wait. For S.H.I.E.L.D, there is no need to find a place at all. As long as you avoid attention, you can get home with a teleport. After Tony Stark sent Maya Hansen back to the plant laboratory, he returned to the nano research room, preparing to continue researching the nano armor. There is a new model, and I am going to discuss it with Zhao Hailuan. However, it was discovered that Zhao Hailuan was not in the laboratory. By the way, she said she has something to talk to Sue for a while. Then wait a little longer. Tony was bored and busy alone in the laboratory, and an hour passed without knowing it. It wasn't until Tony realized that an hour had passed that he realized that Helen Zhao probably wouldn't be back today. Damn it. I shouldn't have let him in the lab. It seems that I am the only one who continues to be busy. S.H.I.E.L.D and Zhao Hailuan studied the coupling model, but there is no final conclusion. Whether this coupling model can be applied to nanotechnology is still hard to say. We can only wait for the next time. When we have new inspiration, we will continue to explore. Do you want to stay and have dinner together? There is only one other friend at home besides me. Friend? That must be a female friend. Helen Zhao immediately refused. No, I think we are fine now. I won't affect you or others, and you won't delay my work. This is your decision, and I support you. S.H.I.E.L.D also thinks that this is definitely the best way. At least for now, it is a relatively good result. In this way, each of them has an independent life from each other, and there are fewer opportunities to meet each other, and it is indeed not easy to cause problems. It would be nice if they all live together and can get along well. If palace fighting starts, there will be no peace. After seeing off Heroine, S.H.I.E.L.D felt much relieved. In the time management plan, there is another goal. According to the original plan, there was nothing wrong with Heroine today, but she was planning to go to the hospital to see Christine. As a doctor, Christine is relatively busy. S.H.I.E.L.D can't wait for Christine to take the initiative, so she can only spare some time for herself. Let's invite Christine as planned. S.H.I.E.L.D came to the hospital as planned, waiting for Christine to get off work. Most doctors commute to and from get off work according to their schedules, with occasional delays. S.H.I.E.L.D waited patiently for Christine. Christine was a little surprised to see S.H.I.E.L.D, who had disappeared for a long time, appear. Wait for a while, I still have a few patients. No problem. Although Christine is not as talented as Strange, she is also a serious and excellent doctor. In and out of the ward, carefully round the ward. S.H.I.E.L.D also followed behind, watching Christine busy. S.H.I.E.L.D was idle and bored, but he perceived that there seemed to be an abnormal energy fluctuation in the hospital. After acquiring the Infinite Devourer ability, S.H.I.E.L.D is also extremely sensitive to the perception of energy. This energy is different from ordinary electrical energy and biological energy, and is a strange energy. S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Christine and found that Christine was still busy. So, he walked alone in the direction of energy fluctuations. Moving on, S.H.I.E.L.D was in the area and saw a separate ward. S.H.I.E.L.D could feel that the energy fluctuations came from this ward. Without any hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D entered the ward and saw the scene inside. A girl was lying on a hospital bed, unconscious, relying on medical equipment to maintain her life. The girl looked very young, but because of illness, she looked very thin. The energy in the body does not seem to be stable, so it fell into a coma. If you can stabilize the energy in your body, maybe you can wake up. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't know the identity of the other party, but judging from his appearance, it was obviously not a mutant. It is estimated that some kind of accident happened and the ability was obtained. S.H.I.E.L.D saw the medical records that could prove her identity, Jessica Campbell, 18 years old. Because of a car accident, he was injured by radioactive chemicals and fell into a coma. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't realize it at first and only remembered after being stunned for 2 seconds. Jessica Jones. It's actually her. At this moment, Jessica was suffering from illness and fell into a coma. Her expression was still a little painful. The body is weak, and the bones can be seen in the thin ones, and there is no beauty at all. If there is a tiger charm, it can balance the power in her body and wake her up. The horse charm will purify the abnormal power in the body. Her power seems to have merged into one, but you can try it. Looking at Jessica, who is in a coma and still in great pain, S.H.I.E.L.D decided to save Jessica. After S.H.I.E.L.D made a decision, go to Natasha Romanoff to get the horse charm. I tried it with the horse charm, and sure enough, it didn't purify the energy in Jessica's body. In this way, after Jessica is cured, she can retain her ability. Under the guidance of S.H.I.E.L.D, the horse charm showed its power. A gentle energy enveloped Jessica and healed Jessica's pain. Jessica was irradiated and corroded by chemical agents, creating chaotic energy. This energy erodes and changes Jessica's body. Let Jessica suffer all the time. Even unconsciously, Jessica could feel the pain. However, under the effect of the horse charm, the pain gradually faded away, and Jessica gradually recovered her senses. I just feel very comfortable, as if I am sunbathing. Jessica hadn't felt this feeling for a long time. In this warm feeling, Jessica regained consciousness from the confusion. Individual characters, moment after scene, fragments of memory flooded into my mind. Jessica is like an audience, watching all this quietly, just like watching a movie. From childhood to adulthood, family school, until the moment of the accident. Jessica recalled that time when Jessica and her younger brother had a fight. As a result, the father was distracted and had a car accident. Seeing the accident happen, Jessica tried to stop it. But I found that I couldn't speak, couldn't move, I could only watch all this, but there was nothing I could do. Jessica's emotions gradually became agitated, and she also showed some reactions. S.H.I.E.L.D is helping Jessica with treatment, and also noticed that Jessica's mental fluctuations are more obvious. Are you going to wake up? S.H.I.E.L.D was not very sure and could only feel that Jessica's mood seemed unstable. Still, it's certainly a good thing. For a vegetative person who has fallen into a coma, it is possible to wake up only with an emotional response. Jessica has not been fully cured yet. S.H.I.E.L.D chose to continue, not at all worried that Jessica might discover her identity. After a while, S.H.I.E.L.D found that Jessica had calmed down a bit, but she hadn't woken up yet. Jessica was inevitably a little depressed. But thinking that he might still be alive, would his parents and younger brother also be alive? Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 possibility, Jessica decided to live. Jessica regains consciousness with nothing but memories. It was as if I was on a sea island, where there was sunshine, but there was no wind, no waves, and no sound. Not only that, but he was still unable to speak or move. This feeling of loneliness filled Jessica's heart. I don't know how long it has passed. It seems to have passed a long time. Jessica was surprised to find that she seemed to be hallucinating. There seemed to be a little sound in her ear, which made Jessica inexplicably happy. Where there is voice, there is hope. The voice was naturally S.H.I.E.L.D talking to himself. Although the voice was not loud, it reached Jessica's ears. The effect of the horse charm is not bad. The energy in the body has basically stabilized. It's just that the body still looks very thin. After she wakes up, she will slowly make up for it. S.H.I.E.L.D stood by and continued to sigh. You are lucky you were actually bumped into by me. I've healed your injury now. Whether you can wake up or not depends on your own wishes. Although life is full of hardships, there is always hope. Good luck, Jessica. S.H.I.E.L.D planned to wait and see for a few more days. If Jessica still didn't wake up by then, she could only ask for foreign aid. Using teleportation, the horse charm was returned to Natasha Romanoff, and S.H.I.E.L.D returned to the ward. As soon as S.H.I.E.L.D came back, she heard Christine's footsteps outside the door. S.H.I.E.L.D pretended nothing happened and was about to leave when Christine just pushed the door open and walked in. When Christine found out that S.H.I.E.L.D was here, she was a little surprised. Sue, you can't just rush in, this is the ward. S.H.I.E.L.D already thought of an excuse. I was just planning to go to the bathroom. When I passed by, I heard something unusual. So, I went in and looked and found nothing. Christine chose to believe S.H.I.E.L.D. At least, S.H.I.E.L.D was standing far away, not approaching nor flustered, as if she was doing something bad. Don't worry, I haven't moved any machines. This is related to a life, and I will not mess around. Christine started her own work, first looking at the data on each instrument. From the data point of view, Jessica's condition is much better. For this reason, Christine was a little strange and took out the medical record. After comparing the data, Christine felt even weirder. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Christine was puzzled. From the data point of view, her physical condition is already very good, close to normal. However, the previous data in the medical record. Christine observed repeatedly and confirmed that the instrument was not malfunctioning. However, the change in body data made it hard for Christine to figure it out. Not just stats, Kristen took a closer look and checked out Jessica's physical condition. She seems to be doing much better physically, which is not normal. Logically speaking, such a situation is impossible. Christine couldn't explain it for the time being, let alone doubt S.H.I.E.L.D. Sue, after you came in, did you find anything? S.H.I.E.L.D pretended to think, and then gave the answer. I found that she seems to have had an emotional reaction. Christine observed again. This is a good thing. The emotional reaction means that her consciousness is gradually waking up, and there is a higher probability that she will wake up. S.H.I.E.L.D took the opportunity to ask, is she also your patient? Christine shook her head. No, actually, Dr. Casey is in charge of her. It's just that, as you can see, she has been in a coma for several months. Dr. Casey has something to do tonight. I'll just check on her for her. S.H.I.E.L.D sighed. It's been several months, no wonder, it looks very thin. Christine finally checked again. the equipment was normal, and the drip was still available. Only then will the data and other information be recorded in the medical record. The inspection is over, let's go. The two left the ward and closed the door. Christine said slightly apologetically, "Sorry, I still have 4 patients of Dr. Casey. You may have to wait a little longer." "It's okay, anyway. I have plenty of time, and they need you most now." Suyi's understanding made Christine very happy. "Thank you for understanding." "You're welcome." Christine went to examine the patient, and Suyi took the opportunity to go to the bathroom. Unbeknownst to Suyi, Jessica regained consciousness and heard some conversations. From hearing the noise at the beginning to later, I slowly heard the content clearly. Jessica made some guesses based on the voice she heard. "It's that mysterious man named Sue. He should have cured me." In the hospital, after Suyi and Christine left, Jessica couldn't hear too many voices. After an unknown amount of time passed, she lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Until the morning, when the doctor came to check, Jessica was startled and woke up. Jessica, who had just woken up, was also stunned. Unexpectedly, she actually woke up, the kind of sobriety that could control her body. It's like having a very long dream. Now that the dream is over, it's time to wake up. Jessica was emotional and immediately thought of her relatives. He opened his mouth to speak, but felt uncomfortable. Dr. Casey was also a little surprised to see Jessica wake up. After all, Jessica has been in a coma for several months. According to theory and experience, it is unlikely that she will wake up again. This kind of thing, the doctor can't say for sure. Seeing that Jessica was extremely excited, Dr. Casey hurriedly stopped her. "God bless, Jessica. It's a miracle that you woke up. You look a little agitated. Calm down first. Let me check for you." Jessica also calmed down and then began to regain the feeling of speaking. It was also because of Suyi's healing with the horse charm that Jessica cut short the process. Otherwise, the recovery process will take some time. Jessica struggled to communicate with the doctor. "Me, my parents, my brother." Dr. Casey knew what Jessica meant, but Jessica had just woken up, and Dr. Casey did not dare to stimulate Jessica too much. "You need to rest now. You will know these things after you recover." Jessica had already guessed the unexpected result when she heard Dr. Casey's answer. He survived and was the only survivor in the family. Is lucky, but also unfortunate. Because of the noise between himself and his younger brother, his father was distracted, which led to a car accident. Jessica fell into deep self-blame, unable to accept this fact. Dr. Casey could see the change in Jessica. "I can only try to persuade Jessica. Jessica, it must be your parents' blessing that you can wake up. You should cheer up, heal yourself, and live a good life." Jessica no longer had the initial excitement, but was disheartened. "Don't understand why God let himself survive? I don't understand. Why did that person save himself? If such a long sleep, perhaps also a kind of relief." After Dr. Casey's examination, he was extremely excited. Judging from the data of the instrument and preliminary examination, Jessica's body is relatively healthy. It doesn't even look like a vegetative who has been in a coma for several months. "Your condition is very good. Next, we need further inspection." Dr. Casey is going to arrange several checkups to learn more about Jessica's physical condition. While Jessica was doing the checkup, Dr. Casey met Christine. Curiously asked about Jessica's condition, "Christine, I just saw Jessica's medical record. How did her condition suddenly improve last night?" Christine was also a little surprised and communicated with Casey. "I don't know either. I just found that her condition has improved a lot." "Did something happen to Jessica?" "She woke up in the morning." Christine was very surprised. It's a good thing to wake up. Dr. Casey was also very happy. "You are right. This must be a miracle." However, Jessica's mental state is not very good. After all, she is the only one left in the family. Treat your body first. If you really have a psychological problem, we can help you find a psychiatrist. 2. Jessica finally woke up. After some tests, Dr. Casey found that Jessica was in surprisingly good health. Even according to this situation, he can be discharged from the hospital after another week of observation in the hospital. The physical condition is very good, but the psychological problem is a little serious. Jessica was a little depressed when she learned that her family members had died in a car accident. After a day of adaptation, Jessica can communicate normally. Not only that, but Jessica found that her body was full of strength and she was able to move freely. Even, Jessica tried to lift her hospital bed. As a result, Jessica lifted the hospital bed with only one hand. With a little force, the hospital bed can be overturned like a table. Jessica just felt a little surprised by such a change and didn't show any joy. My body has changed. Did it come from that accident, or did the person who rescued me give me this strength? Jessica wanted to know the answer, so she found her first target, Christine. In the corridor, Jessica was on N4, waiting for Christine. After finally waiting for Christine, Jessica stopped Christine. Dr. Christine. Jessica, why are you in the corridor by yourself? You just woke up today, you should rest more. Jessica didn't take it seriously. I heard that you were the one who checked my condition last night. I want to know if something strange happened. Christine thought of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed a little strange, but she didn't seem to do anything. I think should not be. Jessica still didn't give up. I heard Dr. Christine's voice last night, and besides that, there was a man's voice. You called him Sue. Can I see him? Christine did not refuse, yes. However, he should wake up with you and have nothing to do with it. Jessica shook her head. It's just that before I woke up, I had a very strange feeling. After regaining consciousness, I heard the conversation between you and him. I'm not sure if it's related to him. I just want to know. Christine agreed. I'll contact him right away. Christine immediately contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. and told S.H.I.E.L.D. about Jessica. S.H.I.E.L.D. really didn't expect that Jessica would wake up so soon. I was still thinking about it, but I couldn't do it, so I went to the Ancient One magician for help. Although it is a bit overkill, it will never go wrong. Jessica wants to see me, okay? I'll be right there. S.H.I.E.L.D. was also free at first. Since that's the case, let's go to the hospital again. Talk to Jessica, and by the way, make a date with Kristen. S.H.I.E.L.D. drove all the way to the hospital and found Christine. It's not time for Christine to get off work, so she's still a little busy. I am coming. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D. coming, Jessica took the time to exchange a few words with S.H.I.E.L.D. Jessica is waiting for you in the ward. S.H.I.E.L.D. asked curiously, why does she want to see me? When she regained consciousness, we happened to be there, maybe just a little curious. The point is, I hope you can help enlighten her. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a little puzzled. Enlightenment. Christine patiently explained, she lost her family in a car accident, and she is the only survivor. She just woke up, and she suffered such huge amounts of blows, and she was very depressed. You have also had such an experience, so I want you to take this opportunity to persuade her. It was only then that S.H.I.E.L.D. realized that Christine still had such thoughts when she agreed. I will try my best. When S.H.I.E.L.D. came to the ward, he gently opened the door. Saw Jessica, standing by the window at the moment, staring out the window. It was in the evening at this moment, and there was still a little afterglow falling on Jessica's body. And beside her, there is only a bracket for hanging drips. Jessica seemed to be preoccupied silently, not noticing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arrival at all. Boom boom boom. S.H.I.E.L.D. had no choice but to knock on the door lightly and make some noise to remind Jessica. After hearing the voice, Jessica came back to her senses. Turning his head, he saw S.H.I.E.L.D. appearing at the door. With a glance, Jessica gave a preliminary judgment, a young and handsome Oriental. It's just that Jessica's heart is ashamed now and she is not in the mood to learn more. MJU4NDA2NTC3ODM1NDQYNDMWH smiley face. Hello, Jessica. My friend of Dr. Christine, S.H.I.E.L.D. You can call me Mr. Sue, or Sue. Jessica was also a little indifferent, saying hello politely. Hello, Mr. Sue. I heard you want to see me. What's the matter? Jessica didn't intend to hide anything and directly expressed her guess. Last night, you should have been here too. You cured me, right? Jessica is so direct. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not surprised at all. You're recovering slowly. When you come to your senses, it's only a matter of time before you fully recover. I just helped you recover a month or so earlier. Instead of thanking S.H.I.E.L.D. for what she did, Jessica continued to question, Why did you save me? And my power has also become stronger than ordinary people, and you did it? You know what? My family members died in that accident. Why did you wake me up and make me face this? I did not allow you to heal me. I could have been with my family. Jessica's emotions gradually became agitated and finally fell into a breakdown. She didn't want to blame S.H.I.E.L.D, but she just wanted to vent her emotions. After a few words, Jessica was already crying. No wonder, after all, she is also a girl under the age of 20. After experiencing such a big change, it is difficult to accept it for a while. Moreover, she was also responsible for this accident, which made it difficult for Jessica to bear. Just like Peter Parker, because of Uncle Ben's death, he has been blaming himself. Jessica's situation is probably similar. S.H.I.E.L.D was not angry, but just came to Jessica, took out a tissue, and handed it to Jessica. If resenting me relieves your guilt and pain, I don't mind. Jessica froze for a moment. She didn't expect S.H.I.E.L.D to answer like that. Facing S.H.I.E.L.D's kindness, Jessica chose to refuse and did not accept the tissue S.H.I.E.L.D handed over. S.H.I.E.L.D is not in a hurry. Psychological problems are not so easy to solve. If you are lucky, you may be completely relieved because of one sentence. If the situation is not good, you may be haunted by this problem for the rest of your life. You cannot be treated with injections or medicine. Jessica, let's sit down and talk for a while, and I'll tell you a story. Jessica didn't say no, definitely, and didn't say yes. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't care about this, looked at the situation in the room, found a chair, and sat down. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't intend to impress Jessica with her own story, but thought of a movie, This Killer Is Not So Cold. The purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D's choice of this story is not to tell about the love between the uncle and the cute girl, but to tell about life. Let Jessica understand the true meaning of life and complete self-salvation from the story. S.H.I.E.L.D's storytelling ability is not bad, at least it fascinates Jessica. Jessica didn't listen very carefully at first, but there were only 2 people in the ward. S.H.I.E.L.D is telling a story. She thinks it's hard not to hear it. Unless, interrupt S.H.I.E.L.D. Jessica sat on the edge of the hospital bed, listening to the story, gradually fascinated. What attracted her was not the love between the two, but the heroine's life. Especially that classic line of dialogue made Jessica understand S.H.I.E.L.D's purpose in telling this story. Is life always this painful? Always. At the end of the story, the hero Leon rescued the heroine Matilda, and the heroine took Leon's money to the orphanage and got a new life. In the story, the hero and heroine completed the redemption. The heroine can be regarded as walking out of the pain and continuing to face life. Jessica remained silent, and S.H.I.E.L.D could tell that Jessica must have been touched. Strike while the iron is hot, S.H.I.E.L.D decided to use herself as the case. Actually, I am similar to you and have had a similar experience. I used to live in the East, and it was also a car accident, and my parents left. In desperation, I came here to live with my unfamiliar grandfather. Not long after, my grandfather also passed away. Even though I'm alone, life has to go on, doesn't it? I will miss my family, but I will also try to live a better life. For myself and for my family. I think my parents must hope that I can be happy and live a good life. Your family would be sad if they knew you were in such pain. So, the best commemoration for them is to live well. This sentence made Jessica break through the defense precisely. Recalling the previous life, with parents by my side. If I am in a bad mood, my mother will always comfort me. Now, the mother is gone. But if mother knew, she would definitely be worried about herself and wanted to comfort herself. Jessica was sad again, only this time, it was different. Jessica is already starting to move out of the pure grief phase and ready for a new life. When I looked at S.H.I.E.L.D, I was surprised that S.H.I.E.L.D could be so positive and optimistic. Because just from the outside, it is impossible to tell that S.H.I.E.L.D has experienced such pain. In contrast, Jessica realized that she was a little too immersed in pain. Seeing Jessica listening to the story in silence, S.H.I.E.L.D started crying again. I thought my story was messed up. So he continued to persuade, you lost your family, but you still have friends. You are still young and have a future. Although there is pain in front of me, and there may be a lot of pain in the future, there will always be happiness. It's like Matilda met Leon. That is happiness in a painful life. You will also meet happiness. Sui tried to hand out the tissue again. This time, Jessica did not refuse. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that her own story had some effect. Could it be that I still have the potential to be a psychiatrist? Jessica barely stopped crying. Thank you. You're welcome. You should take care of your illness, and when you recover, it will be helpful to remember your family and meet your friends. Jessica nodded silently. Good suggestion. The psychological counseling is successful, and the task is done. Jessica suddenly remembered her own strength and asked, "Did you make my strength?" "No, your power comes from that accident. Although I also have ability, it doesn't include giving power to others." Sui briefly showed her own energy. You should hide your own strength now, receive treatment, and get information from the outside world. Sui chatted with Jessica for a while, helping Jessica to untie her knot. Only then did Sui learn that Jessica was also a student at Midtown High before the accident. After all, the two were barely classmates. Because Jessica was classmates with Peter Parker and others before, Sui did not confess that she and Peter were classmates. After a few days, Peter could bring someone to the hospital to visit Jessica. Time passed, and it was time to get off work. Christine appeared outside the ward and saw the two talking. It seems that Jessica seems to be better, at least willing to talk to people, which is a good thing. Christine is very happy with her decision. Sure enough, it was a good decision to let Sui persuade Jessica. It seems that you have a good chat. I seem to be disturbing you. Because of Christine's appearance, the conversation between the two was terminated. Jessica knew that Sui and Chris had a close relationship. Now that Christine shows up, she is probably preparing to leave with Sui. Jessica didn't stop her, but after chatting with Christine for a few words, she said goodbye to them. Sui and Christine continued to date, and the two chatted about Jessica while eating. "Kristen, there's something else I want to tell you about Jessica." "What's up?" Sui said solemnly. Jessica's family members have passed away. Even after she is discharged from the hospital, she is probably homeless. Maybe she will go to an orphanage or be adopted. I think you can take care of Jessica like a younger sister. Christine was a little surprised by Sui's suggestion. But this is not an easy task. I'll have to think about it. Out of a responsible attitude, Christine thought about it carefully. Considering myself and Jessica two people. After careful consideration, Christine made her own decision. It's the best case scenario if someone can adopt her. You know, I'm going to be very busy at work. I'm not sure I can take care of myself if I'm busy. I want to help her too, but it's not a good idea for me to take care of her. Seeing that Christine was blaming herself, Sue hurriedly comforted her. I was too reckless. If you are not suitable, I can think about whether there are other suitable candidates. Actually, you can rest assured that the treatment in the orphanage is not bad. Sui really has one candidate, and that is Vanessa. Vanessa is lonely inside, and Sui can't be with her often. Although Vanessa has no complaints, actions do not lie. Vanessa's situation may be much better if someone is with her. What's more, Jessica is alone now. Whether these two lonely people getting along will get better or worse, Sui is not sure. I know a friend. I'll talk it over with her to see if she's willing. Sui did not have any purpose in doing so. After all, Jessica doesn't look pretty at all now. Maybe it will be beautiful after recovery, and that will be a matter of later. Now, Sui is in the spirit of pity and takes away some destiny points. By the way, you can also brush up your favorability with Christine. Otherwise, Sui wouldn't have spent so much time. After the date, Sui sent Christine home. Originally planning to take a day off, Sui had a whim and planned to let Vanessa take care of Jessica. Therefore, it is necessary to find Vanessa. Sui contacted Vanessa in advance, and Vanessa seemed a little happy about Sui's visit. When Sui appeared outside, Vanessa opened the door. The person who caught my eye was wearing a black silk pajamas. With a little lace edge, it looks a little loose. It seems to have a lazy feeling with intellectual and sensual beauty, which makes Sui's eyes shine. When seeing Sui, Vanessa complained slightly, "When you contacted me, I thought you would appear in front of my eyes soon." Sui entered the room, closed the door, and explained, "If I do this, there will be another bizarre car accident on the news tomorrow." Vanessa smiled and greeted her cordially. Sue just tasted it, but Vanessa wanted more. Vanessa, I have something serious I want to talk to you about. Other things can be discussed later, when we have a lot of time. What else can Sue say? Let's talk about another serious matter first. After talking about the business with Vanessa, Sue and Vanessa talked about Jessica. Jessica is homeless, and I want you to take care of her. Vanessa looked at Sue curiously. Is she also your confidant? Sue naturally denied, no, at least not now, and I don't have any ideas. I just think she's a little pitiful, and I just want to help. You are usually alone. It might be a good thing if you have one more person by your side. Vanessa said quietly, I hope that the person who is always by my side is you. Sue directly used unearthed love words, I am always by your side. If you want that, you can move in and live with me. Speaking of this, Vanessa was a little conflicted. She is lonely in her heart, but in fact, Vanessa is not willing to be exposed to too lively scenes. There are too many people and Vanessa is not used to it. I can try what you said. But, as you know, I'm not good at taking care of people. Perhaps she will take care of you. Sue has said so, and Vanessa has no objection. Well, let's go meet this Jessica together tomorrow. The process of applying to take care of Jessica is indeed a bit complicated. In any case, Jessica's consent must be sought. Let Vanessa and Jessica meet tomorrow to get to know each other. Thank you, Vanessa. Vanessa stood up. I made a new painting. Do you want to see it? Seeing that Vanessa was very interested, Sue didn't want to disappoint her. Definitely, as long as it is your painting, I am interested. Vanessa left the bedroom, went to the studio, and brought back a painting. Sue didn't know what kind of painting Vanessa would draw, and she had some expectations in her heart. After a while, Vanessa brought back a painting. The painting has been mounted, and with the frame, it is more than 1 meter long and high. Sue rushed to help and took the painting. When the painting was shown in front of Sue was stunned with a very strange expression. Vanessa looked very happy looking at Sue's expression. How about this painting? Sue looked at herself in the painting and smiled. This painting is so perfect. It's perfect, exactly like me. It's just that there is a lack of beauty, such as you, Vanessa. Vanessa was very happy being coaxed by Sue. I think this is enough. Look here. Sue looked at herself in the painting with Vanessa's exquisitely designed signature in the heart. Perfect painting, exquisite design. Sue and Vanessa went to the hospital the next day to visit Jessica. By the way, I also brought some gifts for Jessica. A cell phone, a laptop, and a few other things. Now that Jessica is alone, she must be bored in the hospital. The mobile phone and computer prepared by Sue can help her pass the time and let her know about the changes in the outside world. When the two came to the hospital, Jessica was talking to someone. Both Sue and Vanessa could tell that these people were not from the hospital. It seems that they're related to solving Jessica's homelessness. Jessica hadn't graduated before the accident. After waking up now, I lost my family and my house and became a completely homeless person. Therefore, the relevant personnel must make arrangements for Jessica. It's nothing more than entering an orphanage, waiting for Jessica to become independent or being adopted. But at this moment, Jessica is not young, and it is estimated that not many people will adopt such a big child. In the comics, Jessica was indeed adopted by the Joneses and renamed Jessica Jones. Jessica would rather be alone, but she couldn't refuse. Now she doesn't have economic ability. The appearance of Sue and Vanessa interrupted the communication between the two parties. Seeing Sue's arrival, Jessica was a little happy. After waking up, all Jessica can see are doctors and patients. Sue can be regarded as half a friend, and yesterday's story also made Jessica feel much better. Although I haven't completely got out of the haze of losing my family, I am a little more positive. Seeing Sue and Vanessa, keen Jessica sensed something was wrong. Vanessa is also very beautiful. In terms of appearance, she is no worse than Dr. Christine. Also, Vanessa and Sue seem very close. Jessica had no evidence and put away her random suspicions. Sorry, my friend is here. The matter of going to the orphanage, wait until I fully recover. During this time, I will think about it carefully. The staff is also very helpless. There is nothing they can do. The parties are very resistant, and they have nothing to do. Sui knew the other party's purpose, and it happened that he brought Vanessa here to solve the problem. Seeing that the two staff members were about to leave, Sui stopped each other with a sound. And many more. All eyes were on Sui. Sui continued, "Jessica is my friend, and I also know that she is homeless now. So, I brought in someone who could help Jessica." Vanessa took the initiative to show her intention. "I've heard about Jessica's story, so I'm going to help her. I plan to take her in and support her to continue her education. It is a good thing that someone can take care of Jessica. However, you look too young to be eligible for adoption." Vanessa explained, "Not to adopt her, but to take care of her temporarily. I'm a painter, and I plan to take her as an apprentice and teach her to paint. This is my name card. I think she's an adult and can make her own decisions. If that's the case, it's not a normal adoption. The conditions must be looser and simpler. If that's the case, it's fine. However, her situation is special. First of all, her own consent is required." Jessica has no hesitation and chooses to trust Sui. "In this way, I don't need to change my name and surname, and there is no sudden addition of a family member." "I agree." The staff can't say anything, and they are very happy. Successfully complete the task. There is no need to run a few more times. "We need to record something and need some of your personal data." Vanessa didn't mind, no problem. Vanessa made an appointment with the staff, and when the time comes, just bring your personal information and go to register. "Thank you very much for your support." "You're welcome." Vanessa dismissed the staff easily, and there were only 3 people left in the ward. Sui spoke first. "I'm sorry I didn't discuss this matter with you in advance. It doesn't matter, anyway. Even without you, I have to go to a strange place. Considering you'll be in the hospital for a few more days and it might be boring, here's a gift from Vanessa for you." Jessica took the bag and opened it to find that it was a mobile phone and a laptop, both of which looked like high-end products. "It's too expensive, I can't take it." Vanessa said, "It's nothing to me. You have been in a coma for so long, you should get in touch with the outside world more." Jessica wasn't a stickler either, thank you. Vanessa looked at Jessica and was very touched. Promised Sui to take care of Jessica last night, not only because of Sui, but also because of Jessica. Jessica is homeless, alone, and psychologically destitute. It made Vanessa think of herself. Vanessa is also a lonely person at heart. 2 people are considered the same. Vanessa is not sure what will happen if she brings Jessica home. It is 2 people who live separately without disturbing each other. In other words, it will make my life change a little bit. Looking at Jessica, Vanessa asked with concern, "How is your physical condition?" "It's not bad. Dr. Casey told me that I can be discharged after a few more days of observation. I'll pick you up then." When Vanessa faced Jessica, she couldn't find a topic. "All I can say is that I have promised Jessica. When you leave the hospital, we will live together for a short time. I will support your study and finish your studies. If you want to go to university, I can continue to support you. I promise not to interfere with your life and future. When you finish your studies, you can consider leaving to be independent, or you can continue to live." Such conditions are naturally very suitable for Jessica's wishes. "I have no opinion." Vanessa hasn't opened up to Jessica yet, and the 2 haven't talked much. Therefore, Sui naturally took on this responsibility. After communicating with Jessica for a while, let Jessica record the contact information. At that time, it will be convenient to communicate. Jessica has only been in a coma for a few months, and these devices can still be used, and Sui doesn't need to spend too much time. When Sui was about to leave, Jessica wanted to stop Sui and ask about the relationship between Sui and the 2 women. However, after some hesitation, Jessica still didn't choose to speak. "In a few days, when you can be discharged from the hospital, inform me and Vanessa. We will come to pick you up. At that time, I will give you a surprise." Jessica didn't know what surprise Sui was talking about, but she also had some expectations. "I am looking forward." Jessica couldn't wait to get out of the hospital. Not for a new life, but to go to the cemetery, meet my parents, and talk about my thoughts. Jessica cannot be discharged from the hospital yet and needs to be observed for a few days. After a few days, Vanessa will be able to pick her up. The surprise that Sue prepared for Jessica was to call a group of old classmates like Peter over to celebrate her discharge from the hospital. Now, there is still a little time left in the holidays, and most people have not started school yet. Only a few people have already set off because the school is far away. Sue told Liz the news and asked Liz to contact everyone. Sue went shopping with Vanessa for a day to relax and go shopping. On this peaceful day, Bruce Banner came to NYU. The purpose of his trip is very simple, to avoid the pursuit of General Ross and get back the information by the way. He wants to continue researching and then find a way to solve his transformation problem. Only by completely solving Hulk can he return to his normal life. Unfortunately, Banner's idea fell through. The sneak in this time was very successful. All research materials were deleted, and Banner's plans fell through. Without these materials, Banner would have a lot of trouble solving Hulk's problems. Banner had no choice but to leave in despair. Fortunately, Banner met his ex-girlfriend Betty Ross. Betty hopes that Banner can reconcile with General Ross, but Banner knows that General Ross studies the Green Titan in order to turn the Green Titan into a weapon. And Banner hopes to completely solve Hulk, not to turn Hulk into a weapon. Betty Ross chose to trust Banner and handed over the copied materials in advance to Banner. With the USB flash drive, Banner decided to go to school again. It's just that Banner didn't know that General Ross knew in advance that an ambush had been prepared. At this moment, Banner was walking on campus, extremely anxious. He found that he had been exposed. "If you don't leave, I'm afraid General Ross will arrive soon." Walking in the corridor, outside the building, suddenly a shell hit. Banner was defenseless and was directly blown away by huge amounts of impact. At this moment, Banner's body began to change uncontrollably. The stature has become burly, and it can even be said to be huge. Green Titan Hulk appeared. Because of being attacked suddenly, Hulk was extremely angry. Before the shock of the explosion dissipated, Hulk jumped directly from the corridor. Such huge amounts of movement caused a sensation in the whole school in an instant. Even during the holidays, there are not many people in the school, but there are still some people. What happened? It seems to be an explosion. How could this happen in school? It may be that there was an accident in a certain laboratory. The sudden explosion caused panic among many people. Most people didn't know it was a weapon and thought it was an accident in the laboratory. There are only a handful of people nearby, and Ben is nearby. Seeing General Ross show up with a lot of weapons and equipment, realizes it's not that simple. These people were all under control, and they couldn't pass on the news for the time being. Hulk was attacked, very angry, jumped down from upstairs and roared at General Ross. Because General Ross is Betty Ross' father, and because General Ross represents a side of power, Banner has been forbearing, hiding for several years. Unexpectedly, General Ross was so crazy. It's fine to keep chasing after him, and now, weapons of mass destruction are actually used on campus. Before the Hulk could move, General Ross ordered the attack. A large group of people fired wildly, and the bullets poured on Hulk and around him, forming a barrage of fire. The shells are not stingy, and they come twice from time to time. Although Hulk can defend against bullets, the bombardment of artillery fire is of no avail. However, the pain is still there. In such pain, Hulk kept moving forward. Grab something nearby, no matter what you catch, throw it there first. Finally, Hulk rushed into the elite of General Ross, like no one in the land. There was simply no one able to stop the Hulk from going on a rampage. Just then, Bronsky stepped out. Alone, walk up to the Hulk and take out his special weapon, the sonic cannon. Bronsky was invited by General Ross to capture Hulk, but it failed. After seeing the power of Hulk, Bronsky found his purpose. However, ordinary people cannot compare with Hulk. So Bronsky asked General Ross for strengthening. After strengthening, Bronsky is already stronger than ordinary people, and he can be regarded as a super soldier. This time, he wants to challenge Hulk and prove his strength. "Bruce, let's have a duel." Hulk dismissed Bronsky, but Bronsky was all about fighting. Soon, the two started fighting. Bronsky's sonic cannon was indeed powerful enough to stop the Hulk. However, Hulk's defense is invincible. with the sonic cannon on it, rushed directly in front of Bronski and destroy the sonic cannon. Bronski was furious and chose. Being slapped directly, the whole person flew upside down for a distance of more than 10 meters. The whole person suffered heavy injuries, as if the body was about to fall apart. Also, Bronski went through strengthening. Hulk didn't use all his strength. Otherwise, this time, Bronski would be crippled. The battered Bronski stood up again and started laughing wildly instead. Hulk's power is really strong. Even after strengthening himself, he is not an opponent. I want to get this power. I am the strongest. Bronski's heart was close to madness, and after getting up, he continued to rush towards Hulk. The result is self-evident, was defeated again. Bronski still doesn't want to give up. After being knocked down one after another, Bronski was already limp on the ground. Looking at Bronski's crazy smile, Hulk was a little puzzled. Betty also rushed over after hearing the movement. Stop Hulk before Hulk hurts more people. Bruce, enough. Hulk calmed down a bit, looked at the devastation nearby, and fell silent. At this moment, a shell hit the helicopter in the sky. The situation was extremely critical, and Hulk knew that the explosion of the folding shell would definitely hurt Betty. He rushed over to protect Betty and fled with Betty. And General Ross has also gone crazy and vowed not to give up if he failed to achieve his goal. The shells fell one after another. Hulk could only flee with Betty and fled here quickly. General Ross could only rage in infinite rage as he watched Hulk flee. His own elite, as well as large-scale weapons, were unable to catch Hulk. General Ross didn't know that his actions had been discovered. After hearing the news, Peter rushed over. After all, he was a step too late. I just saw the traces left behind from a distance, but didn't see the Green Titan Hulk. What kind of monster is it that uses large-scale weapons to deal with it at school? It's not just Peter. Tony is busy with his own business and received a reminder from JRVS. There was a major accident in the school. Tony hurriedly investigated, put on his armor, and was ready to go. During the flight, enough information was collected. General Ross is hunting a green monster. Also failed. What is the origin of this monster? It seems that I have to ask Sue. Both Tony and Peter thought of Sue immediately, and were going to ask to see if there was any news about this monster. Sue was shopping with Vanessa when she received a call from Tony. After listening to what Tony said, Sue was silent. As expected of the City of Freedom, it is too free. This is the location in the city center, and General Ross is really brave. The most important thing is that General Ross was still able to play afterwards, and he didn't seem to have been punished too severely. Sue and Tony spoke a few words briefly, revealing the news about Hulk and Bruce Banner. There is no need for Sue to say too much about the specific information. Tony can investigate it himself. Sue just asked Tony to do one thing, and that was to stop General Ross from pursuing Hulk. Also, prevent Bronski from becoming an abomination. Just after hanging up on Tony's call here, Peter contacted Sue. Sue, do you know? I just saw a monster wreaking havoc at New York University. It's just crazy. Peter couldn't stop once he opened his mouth. Sue couldn't help frowning when he heard Peter's excited voice. Hastily interrupted, enough, Peter. Sue said it twice before interrupting Peter. Sue, do you know what that monster is? I know, let Tony take care of this. Peter was a little puzzled. I know what happened to Max last time. I didn't handle it well. This time, I will definitely be more cautious. Sue explained. This matter was brought up by General Ross. Tony and General Ross knew each other. Let Tony go and talk to General Ross. If it can be dealt with without doing anything, this is the best way. Peter understood Sue's meaning. I see, I understand. Peter relaxed. He also believed in Tony Stark's ability. Moreover, it is indeed the best way to solve the problem without fighting. On the other side, Tony Stark quickly found General Ross. This failure made General Ross even more angry. Seeing the Green Titan escaping from his hands again and again, the strongest fighter Bronski was paralyzed. Although it can recover quickly, it also proves that Bronski is not the opponent of the Green Titan. General Ross is very troubled now, and he is drinking to relieve his sorrow. Then came the question, and his accountability. Such a move in the city center will inevitably be held accountable. If he couldn't capture the Green Titan successfully and didn't come up with a satisfactory result, General Ross would definitely be punished. At this moment, Tony Stark appeared in a slightly flamboyant manner. General Ross. General Ross looked at Tony Stark, who appeared, not surprised. Stark Industries used to produce weapons, and General Ross and Tony also had contacts, and they had a good relationship. Although not as close as Rhodes and Tony, they have met a few times and drank together. Tony came to the side and sat down directly. I heard that you were trying to capture a big green guy. It looks like you have failed. As soon as Tony met, he directly exposed the shortcoming, which made General Ross's face even more ugly. General Ross drank a glass of wine directly. What? Can you help me catch him? I'm afraid your battle armor is not an opponent either. Tony Stark is very confident in his armor, and he has also faced the gunfire attacks of bandits. Apart from S.H.I.E.L.D, Tony didn't think anyone could beat his armor. Ross, you don't understand my armor at all. General Ross was obviously not interested in Tony's armor. Only those idiots in the council will stare at your armor. If I can capture him and succeed in research, I can cultivate an invincible army. Green Titan, fearless of bullets and gunfire. Even, no weapons and equipment are needed. You don't need an army, you only need 100 or even less, and they can destroy a city. Tony Stark didn't believe General Ross' words. I just think General Ross is exaggerating. Can 100 monsters destroy a city? Could this monster be as powerful as S.H.I.E.L.D? Even him, the great Tony Stark. If you use steel robots to destroy a city, you need steel legions, not just 100. At the same time, it also confirmed S.H.I.E.L.D's statement. The monsters researched by General Ross are extremely terrifying. At least, for ordinary people, the destructive power is astonishing. Moreover, General Ross did not intend to give up. If it continues, if the Green Titan loses his mind, it will only cause immeasurable damage. Judging from the degree of madness of General Ross, there might be a big battle in the city. In this way, it will definitely cause damage to the city and hurt innocent people. Tony Stark decided to talk General Ross out. Ross, give up the idea of continuing to capture the Green Titan and leave it to me to handle. Ross didn't trust Tony Stark after all. Tony Stark was a businessman. Tony must have had a purpose in doing this. I can handle it myself. Without speculation, General Ross chose to leave. Tony continued, how to solve it? You have already bombed the school, so the next step is to bomb the city. You must stop your crazy behavior immediately, otherwise, you will be sent to court. General Ross stopped in his tracks, and his eyes became crazier. We have come to this point. If we stop now, the consequences will be disastrous. Without results, no one can protect themselves. If you can come up with research results, then you can get support. So, what if damage is done? Just find an excuse and say that it was an external bandit attack. Then you can take the opportunity to go outside to suppress bandits. Maybe you can make another fortune. Tony Stark, this is an internal matter. As a businessman, you'd better not get involved. Tony Stark was speechless. What else can you do? You have failed more than once. Could it be that you plan to create another monster? You have to know that one monster is dangerous enough. If there is another uncontrolled monster, the consequences will be disastrous. When General Ross heard Tony Stark's words, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That's right, beat magic with magic. No, use titans to beat titans. You are a Green Titan, then I will research a new Titan. It doesn't matter what color it is, as long as it can beat the Green Titan. General Ross left without looking back. Tony Stark spread his arms speechless. This General Ross is simply outrageous, and he doesn't listen to persuasion at all. Worse than yourself is more stubborn. Persuasion failed, and Tony could only find a way to stop General Ross. After much deliberation, Tony decided to contact Rhodes and S.H.I.E.L.D. Let's take off General Ross's hat first. Without manpower and power, General Ross can't continue to capture the Green Titan. Only, Tony didn't know. General Ross is already on the move. Keep hunting the Green Titan. Also, continue strengthening Bronski. This time, the blood of the Green Titan will be used for strengthening to create a new Titan. After talking with Tony, General Ross thought of a way. Since Bruce Banner is out of control, he will cultivate another Titan that can be controlled. Bronski is a good choice. Originally, the combat power is strong enough. If it becomes the same as the Green Titan, it will definitely be stronger than the Green Titan. At that time, even if there is no Green Titan, there will be Bronski. With the Titan Bronski, his own boss will not have any opinions. Thinking of this, General Ross couldn't wait to take action. On the way back, General Ross began to deploy. This time, the goal is not to capture Bruce Banner, but to find a way to get Bruce Banner's blood. Only in this way can a new Titan be made. Bronski fought the Green Titan. Even if the Green Titan controlled the power, Bronski was seriously injured. A normal person would probably be dead. However, Bronski has been strengthened. It has only been half a day, and he has recovered a lot at this moment. Although it is still unable to act normally, it will not be long before it will be able to act. After learning of General Ross's order, Bronski was very happy. Sure enough, General Ross is going to make a new Titan, so he can get the same power as the Green Titan. Thinking of this, Bronski laughed wildly. Bruce Banner, a nerd, has no idea how to use this power. If I can gain such power, I am invincible. Bronski has begun to looking forward to gaining such power. General Ross gave the order to continue the pursuit of Bruce Banner. In the U-Disc, there is location information. As long as Bruce Banner uses the USB drive again, General Ross will be able to locate Bruce Banner. It's just that Bruce Banner hasn't used a USB flash drive during this time. General Ross ordered people to pay close attention to the movement of the USB drive and wait for the opportunity. Finally, Tony's method worked. Because General Ross acted recklessly and wreaked havoc in the school, which aroused the dissatisfaction of the congressman. General Ross was under enormous pressure. However, General Ross also has a way to deal with it. In a few words, after fooling his boss, he got a deadline. Within 3 days, you must see the results, General Ross said. If a satisfactory answer cannot be given, General Ross will definitely be sanctioned. With limited time, General Ross frantically followed the trail of Bruce Banner. And Bruce Banner didn't know it. After the school was attacked by General Ross, Bruce rescued Betty, stayed with Betty for a while, and chose to leave alone. Without solving Hulk's problems, Bruce has to keep an eye out. After hiding for 2 days, Bruce contacted Mr. Blue. After making thorough preparations, Bruce quietly came to the laboratory of Mr. Lawn and prepared to solve his own problems thoroughly with the help of Mr. Lawn. Mr. Lawn has also been studying Bruce Banner's problem, but he is troubled. Now, with the key information in the USB flash drive, the two quickly developed a serum that could suppress gamma energy. As long as you inject this serum, you can control yourself and no longer change at will. Bruce Banner was extremely excited, finally waiting for the day when he could get rid of Hulk completely. Just as Bruce was about to inject, Mr. Lawn stopped Bruce. Are you sure you want to inject serum? Because this is very likely to make you lose your gamma energy and turn you back into an ordinary person. Bruce thought of his girlfriend and remembered that because of an accident, his life had undergone earth-shaking changes. I just want to be an ordinary person. Bruce injected the serum without any hesitation. At this moment, there was movement downstairs. Mr. Lawn discovered that someone was about to break into his laboratory, and the two immediately realized that it should be someone from General Ross. Bruce, the serum isn't fully working yet. During this time, you have to control yourself, otherwise, once transformed, the effect of the serum will also be purified. You hurry up, I'll stall for time. Bruce Banner chose to trust Mr. Lawn and took the lead in escaping from the secret exit. After 2 days, Bronski has almost recovered. It is now functioning normally. He led his men and broke into the laboratory, but did not see any trace of Bruce. Mr. Lawn was the first to stop Bronski. Who are you? This is my laboratory. Without any hesitation, Bronski asked people to start a search. Mr. Lawn was directly grabbed by Bronski's clothes. Say, what is Bruce doing here? Where is he going now? I won't tell you. Bronski directly pulled out his gun and pointed it at Mr. Lawn. The subordinates discovered the secret passage and immediately reported, there is an exit here. Bronski immediately ordered, "You guys, go after them immediately." Bronski himself did not leave, say, "What is he doing here?" Although Mr. Lon was afraid, he still didn't speak. He didn't believe that Bronski really dared to kill himself. At the moment, however, Bronski is too crazy to care. All he cares about is power and defeating the Green Titan. A shot hit Mr. Land's side directly. "You only have 3 seconds. If you don't say it, go to hell." Mr. Lon was very scared, I said. Bruce intends to purify the gamma energy in his body so that he can become an ordinary person. Hearing this answer, Bronski was extremely angry. With such a powerful force, Bruce Banner actually wanted to give up. Bronski couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, he's a nerd who doesn't understand what this power means. After the sneer, Bronski was still a little angry. If he becomes an ordinary person, then I won't be able to defeat the Green Titan. No, I have to become a Titan like him. I want to defeat him. Bronski looked at Mr. Lon, who was extremely panicked. The person in front of him is crazy, completely crazy. You have a way to help him become an ordinary person, so you should be able to make me like him too? If you can't do it, go to hell. Mr. Lon didn't have any room to refuse. He could only agree tremblingly. I have studied his blood and copied the blood, which also has gamma energy. If you take this blood, Bronski didn't care that much at all, so you can do it, right? Mr. Lon wanted to say a few more words, but looking at Bronski's terrifying eyes, he could only utter one word, yes. Then, let's begin. On the street, Bruce is on the run and has been caught. In the laboratory, Bronski was lying on the bench, and Mr. Lon began to inject blood-containing gamma energy into Bronski. As soon as the blood entered Bronski's body, the powerful gamma energy began to infect and spread throughout the body. A sharp pain came. Bronski wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he was very excited. Because Bronski felt that this powerful force was turning himself into a Titan like the Green Titan. Hate, born at this moment. In the laboratory, Bronski was injected with blood containing gamma energy. The powerful gamma energy began to transform Bronski's body, and the powerful force seemed to burst the body. Bronski was originally an excellent soldier, with a relatively normal height and build. He is about 180 tall and weighs more than 80 kilograms. But at this moment, Bronski's body has grown stronger in a short time. The height seems to be developing again, and it actually started to grow taller in a short period of time. The changes in the muscles are even more obvious. Bronski, who was originally lean, began to swell his muscles at this moment. In just a few minutes, it becomes almost like those exaggerated muscles of those bodybuilders. It seems that all this is not over yet. Bronski's body is getting farther and farther down the road of becoming big. It has gradually surpassed normal people and turned into a Titan like the Green Titan. Half an hour passed, and Bronski finally ended the change. At this moment, Bronski has completely transformed into an abomination. Feeling the huge amounts of power, Bronski couldn't be more excited. With a height of 2.2 meters, he has an extremely strong body and weighs at least 400 kilograms. The most important thing is strength. The increase in strength can be more than the change of the body. It didn't simply increase several times, but reached tens of tons. This level of strength can even continue to grow. Bronski just felt like he could destroy everything now, destroy everything, and nothing could stop him. Hate, go wherever you want. Looking at Mr. Lon again, it seems that he was accidentally touched by himself when he changed just now. Then, the whole person knocked down on the experimental equipment beside him. Bronski was in no mood to care whether Mr. Blue was dead or alive. Now Bronski has only one idea: go to Bruce Banner, turn him into a Green Titan, and fight himself again. Thinking of this, Bronski didn't stop at all. Take the stairs, non-existent? Bronski sprinted straight for the window before leaping upstairs and onto the street. On the street, passing vehicles and pedestrians were startled by the sudden change. Especially the passing vehicles, seeing the suddenly jumping Titan, hurriedly braked to dodge. Bronski didn't intend to dodge at all, but wanted to test his own strength. He directly reached out to stop a small car and easily overturned it without any effort. Great power, that's what it feels like. I am the strongest. Bronski is out of control, and all he wants to do now is to find Bruce Banner and turn him into a Green Titan. Bronski remembered that when he transformed, his subordinates reported that Bruce had been captured. Next, Bruce will be taken to General Ross. Thinking of this, Bronski didn't stop and went on a rampage on the street, ready to find Bruce Banner. After running, you can push the vehicle away with an easy push. This speed, Bronski is not satisfied. Jump up casually and jump out of a height of 4 or 5 meters. When it landed, it was already more than 20 meters away. With a full score landing posture, the ground trembled. Then he jumped again, leaving only a crack on the ground. This is still the case of jumping up casually. If you jump with all your strength, it will be really hard to say. Bronski, incarnate as the Abomination, scoured the city for Bruce Banner. Everywhere it went was devastation and chaos. Pedestrians in the city ran away in panic, afraid of being hurt by the monster. Run, run. What kind of monster is this? It's terrible. What happened to this world? There are more and more monsters. The end of the world is coming. Where's Spider-Man? Where's Iron Man? Come and catch this monster. Can someone help me? I'm stuck in the car. Mazefac, my new car. Bronski left, leaving only a mess. Such movement, pedestrians reported one after another. On George's side, the phone was about to explode. After receiving the news, immediately lead people out. Besides, it naturally caught the attention of Iron Man Tony Stark. Tony thought that the matter was resolved, but unexpectedly, the monster appeared again. How is this possible? General Ross has been restricted, and there is no one to catch that monster. Could it be that Bruce Banner is out of control? Tony Stark thought it was Bruce Banner turning into a Green Titan. According to S.H.I.E.L.D, Bruce Banner is a good guy. Try to control yourself. Don't let yourself transform into a Green Titan to cause damage. Even in the future, he will join Avengers and become his teammate. It turns out that Sue also made mistakes sometimes. Tony didn't intend to inform S.H.I.E.L.D, but decided to come forward himself. General Ross said that his armor is not as good as the Green Titan, which makes Tony very unhappy. Just in time, the Green Titan came out to make trouble, so I can take care of this guy. Tony couldn't wait to put on his armor. JRVS. Where is the target? 8th Street in Manhattan. After putting on the battle armor with dynamic music in his ears, Tony Stark took off directly from the mansion and set off towards the goal. On the other side, Bruce Banner was captured and was about to be taken to General Ross. Although General Ross was temporarily suspended, he can return as long as he catches the Green Titan. General Ross was so excited that he finally caught Bruce Banner. Strangely, Bruce didn't transform this time. And Bruce wanted to dissuade Rose immediately. General Ross, you should stop. It's not a good thing to study this energy. It cannot be controlled, and it will devour people's minds. Once it gets out of control, it will be extremely terrifying. General Ross is ambitious. No, power has no consciousness, so it should be controlled. Your will is too weak, so you can't control this power. I will give this power to strong-willed fighters and make them invincible. Bruce was very angry. Cultivate warriors to conquer the world? If you do this, it will only lead to war and death, and in the end, it will destroy the entire world and mankind. General Ross dismissed Bruce's words. The war will come sooner or later. We must have enough strength to protect the people. Bruce was used to hearing these words, and he also saw through the actions of General Ross and the congressman. These people are just pretending, but in fact, they are all for their own benefit. Take him away. Just as General Ross was about to take Bruce away, a report came. General Ross, another Titan, has appeared not far away, wreaking havoc in the city. General Ross looked at Bruce Banner in front of him, making sure that he had not arrested the wrong person. So, where did the other Titan come from? Suddenly, both General Ross and Bruce thought of someone, Bronski. At this moment, Bruce was caught in a dilemma. Bruce knows that the Titan is powerful and unstoppable. If you don't transform yourself into a Green Titan, no one can stop that Titan. But once he gets angry and transforms, the serum he just injected will be invalid, and his efforts will be in vain. With repeated hesitation, Bruce Banner remembered his idol, Captain Steve. Finally decided to come forward. I have to stop him. Only I can stop him. Bruce Banner made a lot of painstaking efforts to make the serum, just to purify the gamma energy in the body. At this moment, in order to stop the hatred, he has to take the initiative to transform into a Green Titan. General Ross managed to catch Bruce, but he would not let Bruce go. At this moment, only by taking Bruce back can he return to his original position. As for the Titan outside, it's probably Bronski. There is no need to worry at all. As long as I show up, I can control the situation. Bruce, you have to come with me now. That Titan will take care of it. Bruce is well aware of the power of the Titan. General Ross can't catch himself and can't deal with this Titan. What's more, now, this Titan has wreaked havoc in the city. If I don't stop it myself, I'm afraid it will hurt many innocent people. Bruce didn't have the slightest hesitation and no longer continued to suppress his emotions. A wave of anger rushed into his mind, and Bruce felt overwhelmed by anger. The gamma energy became agitated again and began to flow through the body. The serum injected just now is vulnerable to the restless gamma energy at this moment. In just a split second, Bruce's body underwent huge amounts of changes. The originally loose clothes were now supported by strong muscles. Even it exploded directly. Fortunately, the pants were made of special materials by Bruce, otherwise the pants would be gone. Turning into a Hulk, Bruce easily broke free and rushed towards the chaotic direction. General Ross will not let the Green Titan run away like this, Chase. General Ross's men were a little embarrassed. After all, this was a Green Titan, not Bruce Banner. If the Green Titan gets red-eyed, their lives will be lost. They have not undergone strengthening, they are just ordinary people. However, General Ross gave orders, and they had no choice but to follow. On the street, Bronski, who turned into hatred, was extremely angry at the moment. No trace of Bruce was found, and the abomination could only vent its anger on the objects on the side of the road and pedestrians. Pull out the streetlights. Kick the vehicle. Coward, come out. With a roar of hatred, the Green Titan appeared at the corner of the street. Seeing the abomination running amok and vandalizing the streets, the Green Titan was also extremely angry. Not only that, the abomination even called himself a coward. Who can bear this? Hulk, not a coward. The Green Titan is also very violent. He rushed out immediately, jumped up towards the abomination, and rushed over. Abomination spotted the Green Titan and finally smiled. Especially the Green Titan jumping towards him foolishly, isn't this courting death? Abomination made a brief estimate, then jumped up and bumped into it. An elbow directly on Hulk's body, knocking Hulk back. Two behemoths collided in the air. One of them was knocked into the air and fell hard on the street. The hatred landed steadily, and then walked towards the Green Titan. What a powerful force! Unfortunately, you don't know how to use it at all. I am the strongest. Hulk's defense is still very strong, and at this moment, he has recovered. After raising his head and glaring at the hatred, he stood up again and rushed up again. Unfortunately, not the opponent. The abomination and the Green Titan are at the same level in power, not much different. The key is combat experience. Bronski is a good soldier, and Bruce Banner is just a scientist with no knowledge of combat techniques. When dealing with miscellaneous fish, pure power crushing is okay. But facing opponents of the same strength level, there is still a certain improvement in combat skills and experience. Abomination immediately gave Hulk a set of military punches. Hulk can only swing his fists randomly, commonly known as beating the old master to death with random punches. In the face of the abomination's combat skills, Hulk obviously received more attacks and suffered more damage. Hulk was very angry at being beaten, so he could only keep roaring to vent his anger. Hulk grew angrier and stronger, and finally, it was a punch that knocked down the abomination. The power of this punch has increased so much. Let the abomination be treasured and more delighted. Before he came back to his senses, Hulk had already rushed over, ready to face output. Abomination is not vegetarian either, kicking the Hulk away with both feet. After kicking Hulk over, prepare to rub Hulk on the ground. The two also changed from a normal fight to a ground battle and immediately scuffled on the street. Tony Stark finally arrived at the scene. Seeing the scene in front of him, couldn't help complaining. The world is going down. People's hearts are not old. In front of the crowd, two huge amounts of monsters didn't care about the influence of the outside world and wrestled into a ball. Aren't they afraid of teaching children badly? Tony was in battle armor, suspended in the air. Enough, you two beast hunks. You've wreaked havoc on the city, now it's time to stop. The appearance of Tony immediately attracted the attention of some people nearby. It's Iron Man. Great, we're saved. Catch these two monsters quickly. Iron Man, you're the best. Is there only one Iron Man? What about the other superheroes? Where's the Spider Group? Audiences are excited, ready to watch Iron Man save the world. But the Abomination doesn't care about Tony Stark at all. It's just a steel armor, it's useless. Now the Abomination, with an iron chain out of nowhere, was about to strangle Hulk from behind. Being so ignored by the Abomination made Tony lose his temper. Immediately, a palm cannon hit the past, and it hit Abomination firmly. However, it does not break the defense at all. Tony Stark was amazed. What kind of monster is this? It wasn't injured. While Tony was shocked, the loathing continued to strangle Hulk. Seeing that Hulk lost his combat power, he loosened the chain. Kicking Hulk away, he flicked the chain abruptly and slammed it towards Tony. This iron chain is different from the whip of the whip, mainly because it is strong and fast. Tony broke out in a cold sweat and immediately flew away to avoid the chain. Damn it. Before Tony could finish complaining, a car smashed towards him. No, not just one, several cars. Tony could only dodge left and right, not noticing that the Abomination had jumped up. By the time Tony noticed, the Abomination had jumped up, grabbing himself with one hand. Tony tried his best to get rid of the hatred, but the power of hatred was extremely powerful. Tony was wearing normal armor now, not anti-Hulk armor at all. Shaking left and right, Tony crashed into a nearby building. Damn, Ross actually created such a terrible monster. The strength of my armor is not strong enough. When I go back, I must study a super powerful armor. In a certain block not far away, S.H.I.E.L.D, Peter and others are celebrating Jessica's discharge from the hospital. While eating, I heard the news. Peter couldn't sit still first. I have to go to the bathroom. S.H.I.E.L.D thought that Tony could stop General Ross and avoid the birth of the Abomination. It seems that it still failed. That being the case, then I can't be idle anymore, it's time to make a move. S.H.I.E.L.D's trio found a reason and set off secretly. Send Peter and Gwen there first, let them stabilize the situation first, and don't cause too many casualties. Afterwards, a teleport left the scene and went to find Ancient One Magician as foreign aid. There is only one purpose for S.H.I.E.L.D to do this, and that is for the spell of mirror space. The Abomination and the Hulk had done enough damage in battle. If he exerted too much power, he might really destroy a few blocks. As for compensation, it's better not to find S.H.I.E.L.D on his head. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D intends to throw them into the mirror space and then torture Abomination and Hulk. S.H.I.E.L.D teleported to Camartage and went to find Ancient One Magician. Before finding the Ancient One Magician, I encountered Kaecilius first. Kaecilius noticed S.H.I.E.L.D who appeared suddenly, and his attitude was very unfriendly. This is Camartage, you can't just wander around like this. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't pay attention to it at all. She was just a 25-year-old boy. If you want to clean him up, you can do it anytime. I'm friends with the Ancient One Magician, and you can't stop me at all. S.H.I.E.L.D has already sensed the location of the Ancient One Magician, and is about to find the Ancient One Magician. Kaecilius cast a spell. His hands bloomed with magic patterns, ready to attack. The Ancient One Magician also appeared immediately and stopped him. Kaecilius, stop. Seeing the appearance of the Ancient One Magician, S.H.I.E.L.D directly stated his intention of coming. Ancient One Magician, I need your help. To be precise, I need the spell of mirror space. The Ancient One Magician did not refuse. If you also follow me to learn spells, you don't need to come to me specially. It's a good idea, let's talk about it later. On the surface, S.H.I.E.L.D agreed, but in fact, she declined. The Ancient One magician didn't force it either. Let's go. Let's stop the battle between Hulk and the Abomination. Once the Ancient One magician hood is worn, a portal can be drawn with one hand. Then, S.H.I.E.L.D and Ancient One magician appeared on the street. Not far away, Hulk performed his own trick. Hulk, Sash. Open your hands, and then clap hard. The powerful collision and shock of both hands actually formed a shockwave. Shockwave is extremely fast, leaving traces on the ground. All the objects in front of it were blown away. As for the most central Abomination, he didn't react at all. He was hit firmly by the shockwave, and he fell to the ground directly. This impact force is so powerful that even the Hatred can't stand it. Seeing this, little Spider-Man Peter stepped forward immediately and shot out the cobweb to restrain the Abomination. Hey, big guy, lie down quietly. Gwen also immediately helped, and the symbiote battlesuit transformed into tentacles to control and bind the Abomination. Under the double control, the Hatred can only struggle. Only then did Peter and Gwen realize that the power of Hatred is too strong. The cobwebs were all broken, and although the tentacles of the symbiote battlesuit were tough, they were still a bit unsightly in front of the Abomination. There is no way. The power of Hatred is too strong. Moreover, it continues to strengthen at this moment. Water? The power of this monster is too terrifying, right? Peter could only think of ways to control and delay the time. Seeing that the Abomination was about to break free, Hulk rushed over. The Abomination also broke free at this moment and rushed towards Hulk. Seeing this situation, Ancient One magician immediately cast a spell. The buildings near the street began to collapse, and the world has undergone earth-shaking changes. The two titans crashed into the mirror space together and stumbled in the mirror space. Not only Abomination and Hulk, Peter, Gwen, Tony, and others were all brought into the mirror space by the Ancient One magician. As for those irrelevant passers-by, they looked confused. The Hatred and the others all of a sudden disappeared. What happened? They all disappeared. Could it be that the mysterious spider took them all away? It's possible. I read the Hero Daily Analysis. Mysterious spiders have the ability to teleport. Great, anyway, we're saved. It's a pity that I didn't get to see the battle between the mysterious spider and the Titan. General Ross looked at the group of people who suddenly disappeared. His face was gloomy and ugly. The battle between the Hulk and the Abomination has spread across several blocks. Not only that, the video of the scene was also uploaded to the internet by passers-by. Such a movement caused heated discussions across the internet. Passers-by don't know that he caused all this, but some people know that this will make him in a bad situation. It's the same sentence, unless you can produce results and make others shut up. Damn it. Bronski. Rose could only complain a few words and then continued to wait. Waiting for Hulk and others to appear again. Waiting for a good result. As long as you can take Bronski or Bruce away, there is a way to make a deal. Keep waiting, and if they show up, take people away immediately. Rose's subordinates were also very helpless. None of these people was easy to mess with. The two titans are amazingly destructive and ignore weapons. They have all heard of the name of Iron Man Tony Stark, and they can't afford to offend them. The remaining Spider Trio, Spider-Man and Ghost Spider-Man, are doing just fine. But the most powerful mysterious spider, because it can teleport, comes and goes elusively. In addition, it does not appear at ordinary times, which seems very mysterious. Therefore, it is called Mysterious Spider by netizens. Every time the mysterious spider makes a move, it means that something big has happened. This time, it seems that it intends to solve the battle between the two titans. If the mysterious spider can do it, it means that he is stronger than Titan. Thinking about it, I feel a little headache. In the mirrored space, Peter and Gwen cling to the wall of the building, looking at the scene of the world spinning, extremely shocked. Tony Stark looked at everything in front of him and couldn't explain it. After a while, it finally stabilized. Although it is still extremely miraculous, at least there is ground to stand on. Before the Abomination could stand firm, S.H.I.E.L.D had already flown in front of the Abomination, floating down from the air and then kicked out fiercely. "You are the only one who is called Hate?" Still angry, S.H.I.E.L.D quickly followed up and started the explosive hammer. You like fighting, don't you? Come on, fight me. You fought back. With just a few words, S.H.I.E.L.D has already knocked down the hatred. Vronsky was furious. Why did he inject Hulk's blood and become an abomination, or is someone stronger than himself? This person looks like an ordinary person. How can he be so strong? Strength and speed crush themselves in all aspects. A casual punch can have thousands of tons of power. Although the abomination has rough skin and thick flesh, its defense is super strong. However, in the face of S.H.I.E.L.D's absolute strength, this defense is still not enough. S.H.I.E.L.D pressed the abomination to the ground and beat it, just like Superman beat Steppenwolf. The hatred was extremely angry, and the power increased again. Sensing the struggle of the hatred, S.H.I.E.L.D increased his strength again. Direct 10,000 tons of power, crazy output. Every time a fist hits the body of the abomination, the mirror image space will tremble accordingly. After enduring S.H.I.E.L.D's 8 punches, Hate finally couldn't take it anymore and was knocked out by S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone present has seen the power of hatred. In just a few minutes, it caused very serious damage to the city, which can be called a monster version of a husky. Hulk has been fighting the abomination for a while, but he hasn't fought yet. Relying on skills to gain the upper hand, the abomination has not been completely defeated. Fearless of bullets and gunfire, Iron Man's palm cannon can't hurt the abomination. Neither Spider-Man's cobweb nor the symbiote battlesuit can restrain each other. However, after entering the mirror space, within a minute, S.H.I.E.L.D directly knocked him out. There was a little more fear in Hulk's eyes. This guy is too powerful to be messed with. Seeing that the battle was over, Tony and others rushed over. That's it. S.H.I.E.L.D shrugged. What do you think? Tony looked at Vronsky, who had become an ordinary person, and couldn't help sighing. This guy is a monster, and you're more of a monster than a monster. Tony Stark's complaints are not without reason. If you say, to deal with the abomination, you can also design a set of armor. Boost your defenses, boost your motivation, maybe try to split it 50-50 with the abomination. But facing S.H.I.E.L.D, it was really difficult for him to come up with a set of armor that could deal with it. S.H.I.E.L.D is simply too strong to build an accurate model. Peter and others also came over, only Hulk, who didn't know what to do. It's just crazy. This world is simply magical. And that big monster was actually defeated by S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D's focus was on Hulk. Hulk, relax, we're not here to catch you. Can you get Bruce Banner out? We want to talk to him. Hulk was unavoidably a little wary. After all, this was someone who knocked out the abomination with just a few punches. For this request, Hulk can't do it either. Hulk, no. Seeing Hulk, S.H.I.E.L.D had no choice but to ask Ancient One Magician for help. Ancient One Magician, can you help get Bruce Banner out? It's really not possible. Let him appear in the form of a soul. After the Ancient One Magician heard S.H.I.E.L.D's request, he raised his hand and slapped it. The power of this palm is not strong, but the effect is still very powerful. I saw the soul of Bruce Banner emerged from Hulk's body, while the body fell asleep and turned into an ordinary person. Bruce Banner becomes a Hulk and can also have memories. Seeing his body fell to the ground, his appearance at this moment also terrified Bruce Banner. Bruce is a scientist after all. This kind of thing is a bit difficult to explain. Peter's acceptance of ability was still slightly stronger, but he was extremely shocked. Oh, who is she? She can knock out the Green Titan in one fell swoop. She seems to be stronger than Sue. What was that flying out? Look, the Green Titan has shrunk and turned into an ordinary person. It turned into... Tony couldn't stand listening to Peter's nagging. That's enough, boy, you'd better keep your mouth shut. Peter was quiet for a moment. Okay, Mr. Stark. All eyes were on Bruce Banner's soul to see what would happen next. Bruce Banner was also puzzled. Dr. Banner, don't get excited. Just temporarily let your soul leave your body. After the soul returns, you will be able to wake up. Bruce calmed down and had already recognized S.H.I.E.L.D and others. Although he has been avoiding the pursuit of General Ross in a backward place, Bruce is not a completely isolated person. What's more, it's been a while since I came back. The news that Tony Stark became Iron Man has already been spread all over the streets. Superhero is also active, and there will naturally be no shortage of news. If you have anything to say it as soon as possible. Sui smiled and said, I want to invite you to be a superhero. Bruce didn't have such an idea. I just want to be an ordinary person, and I just want to live an ordinary life. Sui didn't refute, but your idol is Captain Steve. When the abomination was destroying the city, you also chose to stop him. Bruce had to admit that what Sui said was true. However, after I transformed, I couldn't control my body at all. Sui also knew the other party's problems and had a solution in mind. While not guaranteed to be a complete fix, it should at least be helpful. Bruce Banner also tackled the Hulk after the Avengers Alliance 3 ended. His solution was to permanently transform himself into a Hulk and gain control over his body. However, it cannot become a normal person. Your problem, maybe I have a solution. Bruce Banner is very happy if this problem can be solved. Then, he can also become a normal person and he can reunite with Betty Ross. Can you really solve this problem? This problem involves gamma energy. Sui wasn't sure about Bruce Banner's status, so he planned to ask the Ancient One Magician first. Ancient One Magician, what is the difference between a soul and a personality? There should only be one soul in his body, right? In the comics, Hulk is an alternate personality of Bruce Banner. There is also a classic character, Grey Hulk, Joey Fawcett. Grey Hulk is very cunning, clever, and selfish and will use any evil scheme to gain his own desires. Under normal circumstances, there is only one soul in each person's body. Dr. Banner's body also has only this one soul. Personality is the expression of the soul. Usually, there is only one personality. But under special circumstances, the soul becomes distorted and another personality is formed. Bruce Banner was a little disbelieving. You mean, Hulk is just a personality of mine? I have mental problems. But I never have. No, you must have made a mistake. This must be caused by gamma energy. Sui sighed and said, it should be your childhood experience, or your father, that left you with a little psychological shadow. It wasn't a big problem at first, but under the gamma energy, something changed and Hulk personality was born. Banner couldn't believe it, but it's impossible. Sui continued, other people won't transform like you. Like Bronski, who turned into an abomination and was able to maintain his own consciousness. Besides, people in other Hulk families can maintain consciousness. Bruce Banner was even more puzzled. The other Hulk family? Is there anyone else who controls this power? It's not important. What's important is, Dr. Banner, you are mentally ill and you need treatment. Ancient One Magician, can you let him communicate with Hulk's personality and then find a way to solve Hulk's problem? Or at least enable them to communicate. This way, Dr. Banner can teach Hulk personality and keep Hulk from endangering the world. Ancient One Magician felt helpless. First came a Scarlet Witch, and now there is a Green Titan. How did you become the nanny of the superhero? No, it should be the teacher of the problem students' training class. In the future, there will be Strange, who is also a troublesome problem student. Dr. Banner's problem, if you find the reason, it will be easy to solve. We'll see how it develops in time. Even without a Hulk, it should be able to deal with the next crisis. Sui handed over Dr. Banner to the Ancient One Magician very kindly. Let the Ancient One Magician continue to shine before leaving this world. He is also an Ancient One Magician who has cultivated himself for many years and has a good temper. Otherwise, he has to say a few words. The Ancient One Magician just guided Dr. Banner's soul back into his body, allowing Dr. Banner to wake up. It's settled, it's time to leave. Sui was about to leave. Tony looked at Bronski lying on the ground. What about this guy? Leave it to S.H.I.E.L.D, don't let Ross take people away. Sui dare not leave Bronski to Rose, otherwise a lot of Titans will definitely appear next. Leaving it to S.H.I.E.L.D is not a good choice either. However, there is no other room. Aside from S.H.I.E.L.D, it's also hard to trap abominations. Unless, Bronski can't turn into an abomination. Thinking of this, Sui suddenly had a bold idea. And many more. Ancient One Magician, don't remove the mirror space yet. Sui walked up to Bronski, stretched out his hand and sensed it. Gamma energy, I really sensed it. The corner of Sui's mouth raised, and he started to act. Swallow. S.H.I.E.L.D casted the Infinite Devour ability and began to devour the gamma energy stored in Bronski's body. Bruce saw that S.H.I.E.L.D was devouring gamma energy and hurriedly stopped him. Stop it, you can't. Can't what? S.H.I.E.L.D devoured gamma energy frantically, improving himself. S.H.I.E.L.D's LV7 energy is actually slowly increasing. Within a few minutes, the gamma energy in Bronski's body was almost consumed by S.H.I.E.L.D. This energy is really huge. It is equivalent to the energy absorbed by the sun for 6 or 7 days. However, it is still extremely far away from breaking through LV8. Bruce looked at S.H.I.E.L.D, only shocked. Are you okay? Definitely nothing, just gamma energy. The quality is not bad, but a little too little. Bruce's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Is this person in front of him really human? He turned into a Hulk because of gamma energy. Bronski turned into Abomination even more. But S.H.I.E.L.D absorbed the gamma energy, but there was no change at all. This is simply unbelievable. Bruce was stunned and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I can become a Hulk because of gamma energy. If the gamma energy disappears, I don't have to worry about the trouble of transforming, and I can return to the life of ordinary people. Hulk personality? Mental illness? Nothing to do with oneself. Dr. Banner was a little moved. Become a hero like Captain Steve, or rather, return to normal life. This is a dilemma. Banner didn't hesitate for too long before making a decision. And many more. S.H.I.E.L.D and the others stopped again, looking at Dr. Banner curiously. Banner seems to have made a difficult decision. May I ask you to help me? What's busy? I want you to absorb the gamma energy in my body so that I can return to the life of an ordinary person. It was also a whim that S.H.I.E.L.D devoured the gamma energy in Bronski's body just now. I never thought of using this method to solve Dr. Banner's problem. Are you sure you want to do this? In this way, you will lose your super ability, and you can only be an ordinary person. I am sure. Bruce continued, Captain Steve is indeed my idol, and I also want to use this power to help others. However, I now prefer to return to a normal life. Because of this power, I hid for several years. I couldn't live like a normal person, and I couldn't stay with the people I liked. I'm tired of hiding. Dr. Banner had already made his decision, and S.H.I.E.L.D had nothing to persuade. The world line has long since changed. Dr. Banner can't change the Hulk, and the Avengers Alliance has one less person, so it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Since you have decided, then I will try. S.H.I.E.L.D chose to devour the gamma energy on Banner. The gamma energy in Dr. Banner is stronger and purer. After all, it is because of the energy gained from exposure to gamma rays, and the Abomination only gained power after being injected with blood. The devouring process was still extremely simple, and Dr. Banner didn't feel anything unusual. It lasted like this for less than 10 minutes, and the gamma energy in his body has been completely absorbed by S.H.I.E.L.D. I have absorbed all the gamma energy in your body. Bruce was a little excited. Moreover, with such mood swings, there is no feeling of transforming at all. The more Bruce thought about it, the more excited he became, and couldn't help laughing out loud. For so many years, hiding in Tibet, I didn't even dare to get too emotional. Once the heart beats fast, it is possible to transform. But now he can laugh wantonly, get excited at will, and don't have to worry about the danger of transforming. Thank you. I guess I don't have to worry about Hulk's personality. Bruce is relaxed, has begun to fantasize about returning to normal, and started dating Betty. Now, the matter of the Abomination and the Green Titan is settled, and it's time to go back. It seems that there is no need to trouble the Ancient One Magician. Ancient One Magician didn't care. Since this is the case, I think I can leave. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded. It's time to go out, but besides them, there is another person who must be dealt with. Tony was a little puzzled. Who else? General Ross. It's not him, but Mr. Lawn who helped Dr. Banner. He may also be affected by the blood containing gamma energy, and it is very likely that he will become a dangerous person. Bruce didn't quite believe it. Impossible. He is a good man and helped me purify the gamma energy. I'm not sure either. Let's go and have a look first. S.H.I.E.L.D handed Bronski to Peter and Tony and asked them to leave Bronski to S.H.I.E.L.D. Then he and Gwen took Dr. Banner to find Mr. Lawn. Under the leadership of Bruce, they came to Mr. Land's laboratory. Mr. Lawn was still in a coma. After Bruce noticed Mr. Lawn, he immediately ran over to check. It's still alive, it's just his head. When the hatred transformed, he accidentally pushed down Mr. Lawn. Mr. Lawn bumped his head against the experimental equipment and injured his forehead. Just in time, the blood containing gamma energy dripped on the wound. Mr. Land's brain hasn't started to expand yet, but it should have been corroded by gamma energy. He was corrupted by gamma energy. S.H.I.E.L.D. hastily absorbed the gamma energy, but the impact has already been produced and cannot be reversed. Whether this Mr. Lawn will transform into a leader in the future is still hard to say. As for the blood containing gamma energy, it cannot be kept and must be completely destroyed. Banner has become an ordinary person, and the abomination has lost its gamma energy. The head has been affected by gamma energy and must be disposed of. S.H.I.E.L.D. chose to borrow the horse charm again to help Mr. Lawn eliminate the influence of gamma energy. Cut the weeds and eradicate the roots, and never suffer from future troubles. This time, Hulk's problem should be completely solved. The four main characters of Bruce Banner, Green Titan Hulk, Bronski, Abomination, General Ross, Red Titan, and Mr. Blue, Headmaster, have all been resolved. Without gamma power, neither the Abomination nor the Hulk can transform. It is estimated that General Ross's life will not be easy, and he must pay a price. Finally, there is Mr. Blue. This guy needs to get S.H.I.E.L.D. to keep a close eye on it before anything else happens. In the comics, this is the guy who turned General Ross into a Red Titan. Even Dr. Banner's girlfriend Betty Rose was turned into a female Red Hulk. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Gwen went back to the hotel where the dinner was held first. As for little Spider-Man Peter, he was abandoned by S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. made an excuse casually, saying that Peter went out to get some fresh air. Everyone has no doubts. Who would have thought that his classmate would be a superhero? What's more, there are still 3 people. Only Jessica, a little skeptical. First of all, she knows that S.H.I.E.L.D. has a special ability. Secondly, she was in a coma for several months and found that her classmates were a lot strangers and had changed a lot. Flash doesn't seem to be the school bully anymore. Peter, too, has become more confident than the puny Parker Flash had been talking about. There is also S.H.I.E.L.D., who feels that several of her beautiful classmates have inexplicable and unclear relationships with S.H.I.E.L.D. Thinking of this, Jessica thought carefully. S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed charming. Great looks and great figure. He looks like a good guy and has a good personality. Looking at it this way, it doesn't seem difficult to understand why S.H.I.E.L.D.'s popularity with women is so good. Then, it seems possible that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a superhero. Jessica is just guessing, and there is no evidence. Whether S.H.I.E.L.D. is a superhero has nothing to do with her. She wasn't very interested and didn't really care about it. S.H.I.E.L.D. took the opportunity to send a message to Peter, telling him that there is no need to rush back. Peter and Tony wait until the S.H.I.E.L.D. guys watch as Phil Coulson takes Bronski. General Ross wants to stop, take Bronski away. In the end, it was stopped by Tony. General Ross, do you wish to make this public? Let everyone see that the monster you created destroyed several blocks? If you don't want to be put in jail, better let it go. General Ross repeatedly hesitated and could only choose to let the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. take Bronski away. Now, this matter has nothing to do with him. When the time comes, the congressmen who support him will also help him cover up and pass the matter off to hostile forces. But if General Ross continues to make trouble, then what he did will be exposed. Even if someone wants to protect him, they can't do it. General Ross was forced by the situation and could only admit defeat temporarily. Dr. Banner and Mr. Lawn were also temporarily taken away for inspection, and they were allowed to leave only after it was confirmed that nothing happened. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After a while of busy work, Bronski, Dr. Banner, and Mr. Lawn Stern are checking one by one. Bronski, who regained consciousness, was extremely angry because all his powers had disappeared. Bruce, what have you done? Where is my strength? Tell me, Bruce. The test results also came out, and there was no gamma energy in the body. Nick Fury watched the result from the sidelines, a little unbelievable. This time, in addition to confirming the safety of these people, I also came to invite Dr. Banner to join the Avengers. Hulk has great strength and amazing destructive power. There is also a defense that can withstand artillery fire regardless of bullets. Dr. Banner, I've come to invite you to join the Avengers. Nick Fury briefly explained a few sentences before being interrupted by Dr. Banner. I'm just an ordinary person now, I don't have super abilities anymore. Nick Fury was shocked, the information was not quite right. Just now you fought the abomination in the street and destroyed several blocks. Now, tell me, you don't have super abilities anymore? Who believes this? Dr. Banner did not hide. Our ability comes from the energy produced by gamma rays, called gamma energy. After Mr. Sue absorbs the gamma energy in my body, we will no longer become titans. Also, I don't want to be a superhero myself, I just want to be an ordinary person. Nick couldn't help but spit out Macevac. Then have they all become ordinary people? Dr. Banner explained, they are indeed ordinary people now. As long as they are not exposed to gamma rays and cannot obtain gamma energy, they will not transform again. Nick also accepted the fact that there is only one less superhero, and there are other options anyway. Thank you for your cooperation, Dr. Banner. Bruce breathed a sigh of relief. His problem was finally solved. In the end, Dr. Banner and Mr. Blue were released. Bronski had caused havoc after all, and, at the moment, was too unstable to be locked up. Nick listened to Phil Coulson's report and learned more information. This information was also obtained by Phil Coulson from Spider-Man Peter. Magician, mirror space. There are still unknown superpowers in this world, so the potential danger is even greater. Nick Fury took out a folder with the word Avon written on it. Avengers Plan. The first, of course, is Iron Man Tony Stark. S.H.I.E.L.D had approached Tony Stark and Tony hadn't said no. Then came the Spider Trio. S.H.I.E.L.D seems to have no desire to join the Avengers because of HYDRA. However, once something big happened, these three people would definitely not stand on the sidelines. Lawyer Matt, the Daredevil, decisively rejected S.H.I.E.L.D's invitation. Hawkeye Clint and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff were also planned. Hawkeye Clint is sure to be fine. It's just that Natasha Romanoff has been sent out and can't show up for the time being. So, Nick Fury picked 1,000 choices and chose a substitute, Peggy Carter's niece Sharon Carter. After this period of training, Sharon Carter is indeed an excellent agent. There is still a lack of a character who can lead the revenge team. Captain Steve, can you really find it? Nick felt a little headache. Hydra's handling here is just waiting for an opportunity. The Avengers have always lacked a character to lead the team. S.H.I.E.L.D is a good choice. As the core of the Spider Trio, he has a good relationship with Tony. It may be an option for him to lead the Avengers. Just when Nick Fury was in trouble, Hill Agent appeared at the door. Director. Agent Hill, is there something wrong? News came back, found it. Nick Fury suddenly couldn't sit still and stood up abruptly. You mean Captain Steve? Yes. Nick Fury knows that the most critical part of the Avengers is there. Because of S.H.I.E.L.D's news, S.H.I.E.L.D fixed the approximate location. So, intensified efforts to find the whereabouts of Captain Steve. Finding someone is looking for a needle in a haystack. Finding a fighter plane will not be so easy. However, with Tony Stark's technical support, finding a fighter plane is indeed much more reliable than finding someone. After a long time of searching, finally, Captain Steve was found. Nick Fury finally heard good news. Let Clint go get Captain Steve back himself, and you go gather the scientists and prepare to help Captain Steve unfreeze. Hill Agent has some hesitation. Is he really still alive? He has been frozen for nearly 70 years. He's definitely alive. S.H.I.E.L.D was on the move, sending Clint himself to escort Captain Steve back. Within 2 days, the frozen Captain Steve was transported back by a Quinjet fighter jet. In order to ensure the safety of Captain Steve, it was also specially frozen. It's because I'm afraid that something unexpected will happen after it is thawed. In the operating room, professional doctors and scientists in S.H.I.E.L.D began to examine Steve in a frozen state. It's a miracle he's still alive. It must be the super serum that kept him alive while being frozen. The doctor and the academy messed up and started discussing how to wake up Captain Steve. Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce are also watching closely. Nick Fury's Avengers plan cannot be hidden from the other party at all. Therefore, Nick Fury did not hide. Only the plan for Hydra must be cautious and cannot be discovered by Alexander. Nick, super ability users have become more and more active recently. Yeah, fortunately, we found Captain Steve. I think the Avengers plan should also start. With Captain leading the Avengers team, we can definitely handle these things. Alexander was not very satisfied with this answer. Nick, we can't wait for something to happen before we solve it. We should prevent such things from happening. This is what we should do. I think the insight plan should be implemented. Insight into the plan, monitor the world. Keep an eye on those who are threatening, and if they change, you can quickly deal with them. If it was the former Nick Fury, maybe he really agreed. But now, Nick Fury knows that S.H.I.E.L.D has been infiltrated by HYDRA, and even Alexander is a member of HYDRA. This insight plan is definitely not that simple. Think about it. What can Hydra do with this insight plan? Eliminate all potential threats and even take control of the entire world with Project Insight. At that time, even if he formed the Avengers Alliance himself, he might not be able to resist. After all, these Avengers Alliance members will definitely be closely watched. Even after the Insight Plan started, these people would be killed by the Insight Plan. Unless bullets can be ignored. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Even if he was still alive, Alexander Pierce would have other plans or ways to deal with these people. The Insight Plan must be blocked. Moreover, Nick Fury is also keenly aware that insight into the plan is his own opportunity. The Insight Project exposes Hydra's ambitions. If I stop it, Alexander and Hydra will definitely do it to me. If they are left to implement their Insight programs, they will also let their guard down. What's more, the Insight Plan can also be an opportunity for oneself to eliminate HYDRA. Hydra implements the Insight program, and its ambitions are clearly evident. At that time, thwarting this plan can take advantage of the trend to eliminate HYDRA. Thinking of this, Nick Fury immediately expressed his opinion. Is the Insight Plan? It's a good plan. I think it can be implemented together with the Avengers plan. After all, Project Insight can only eliminate threats from this planet. In the universe, there are more potential threats. Alexander was also relieved to hear that Nick Fury had agreed to the Insight project. Recently, Nick Fury seems to have noticed something behind the scenes. However, apart from contacting these superpowers, the people of HYDRA didn't find anything unusual. Alexander felt that he was just thinking too much. As long as the Insight Plan is implemented, no matter who it is, there will be no troubles. Nick, you're right. The Avengers plan can deal with threats in the universe, and I support your Avengers plan. Two old foxes test each other. Nick endorsed Alexander's Insight plan. Alexander also publicly supported the Avengers. The two take what they need. Nick earns a little more by knowing more information. Alexander continued to chat with Nick, saying it was small talk, but in fact, he continued to explore. Nick is also an old fox, extremely shrewd and easy to deal with. The two chatted one after another, and in the operating room, the professionals had already given the resuscitation Captain Steve a solution. After Nick and Alexander listened to the report, Nick immediately ordered, "Let's start resuscitating Captain. We need him. The world needs him." Got permission. A team of doctors and scientists started planning. While thawing, inject medicine and use medical equipment. Then, waiting until the thawing process was complete, the rescue began. The process was extremely complicated and took more than 2 hours. It is also the Captain Steve's physical fitness is strong enough that he survived years of freezing and was rescued back. The treatment process ended, and Steve's vital signs gradually returned to normal. However, due to years of freezing, he is still in a coma. Send Steve back to his room to rest and let the nurse do the work. I think it won't be long before he wakes up. After Steve was treated, he was sent to a special house for recuperation. The house, deliberately decorated to look like Steve's time. Nick Fury did this, hoping to give Steve a buffer time. Days passed, and Steve felt as if he had had a dream, a very long dream. In the dream, the dispute was over, and he returned home and danced with Peggy Carter. In a daze, Steve found that the music, which was obviously dance music, turned into a noisy sound. Following the sound, Steve came to the window. The sunlight outside the window was a bit dazzling. Steve was shaken a little bit blindly and opened them again. Steve stared at the ceiling in front of him, listening to the sound of the radio in his ear. Steve realized in a daze that he seemed to have slept for a long time. The scene just now was all his dream. Everything in front of him, peaceful and beautiful, immediately aroused Steve's suspicion. At this moment, a female nurse pushed the door open with medicine in hand. Team leader. Steve was immediately alert that he might be in danger. Everything in front of you is an illusion. Regardless of all this, Steve decided to escape from here. Steve looked at the woman who came in and asked tentatively, "Where am I?" "A postoperative recovery room in Liberty City." Steve sat on the edge of the bed, wary. The radio continued to play baseball league information, but Steve noticed. This game is a game he has seen. And the radio was broadcasting the game, obviously on purpose. Not only that, but everything around him feels very wrong. Steve stood up and asked sternly, "I'll ask again, where the hell am I?" "Captain Rogers." Steve walked up to the other person and pressed further, "Who are you?" "I watched this game live in May 1941. The woman seemed stumped by Steve's question and didn't know how to answer it. In his hand, he quietly pressed a pager. Within a few seconds, 2 heavily armed agents entered the door. Steve realized that something was wrong. These people who came here were not kind. Without the slightest hesitation, Steve rushed up, pushing the 2 of them against the wall in an instant. However, the wall seemed to be very weak, and a big hole was directly knocked out. Steve didn't have time to think, and rushed out of the hole immediately. Looking at the unfamiliar environment outside, Steve chose a road at random and rushed out without any time to think. On the way, Steve also met some passers-by. But none of these people stopped him or attacked him, which surprised Steve a little. Without time to think carefully, Steve continued to run away. Behind him, the woman spread the news. "Attention all agents, urgent alert." The sound spread throughout S.H.I.E.L.D, and people on the road noticed Steve running out. They all stepped forward to stop them. It's just that most of them are ordinary people, not Steve's opponents at all. Steve pushed away one agent after another and actually ran out of S.H.I.E.L.D. Pushing the door out of the building, Steve saw the outside world. Pedestrians on the road are in a hurry, and vehicles are constantly coming and going. Steve noticed that everything had changed. Without time to think about it, Steve just wanted to escape from here first. Weaving through the crowd, Steve ran wildly, as fast as a cheetah. After running a few blocks, Steve turns up in Times Square. Watching the surrounding scene, Steve found it hard to believe. After sleeping, it seems that the world has changed drastically. There are many tall buildings and advertisements are everywhere. Vehicles on the road look more high-level and well-made. And the pedestrians are also busy in their own way, full of laughter. There is no oppressive atmosphere brought about by disputes. There is only one guess in Steve's mind: the dispute is over. For everything in front of him, Steve felt extremely confused and uneasy. Before stopping for a few seconds, a car approached from all directions and surrounded Steve. Steve knew that these people should be in the same group as those just now and immediately got ready to fight. "Take it easy, soldier." Steve turned his head to see a one-eyed bald man stepping out. This person should be the leader of this group of people, and he doesn't seem to have any malicious intentions. Moreover, this place is indeed on the street, and there are many people watching. The other party has no plans to do anything, so you can learn the information yourself. Before Steve could ask, Nick Fury had stepped forward and started apologizing. "Listen, I'm sorry about the arrangement in the room. We think it's time for you to get used to it." Steve was puzzled, except what? Nick finally told Steve the truth. "You've been sleeping, Captain. Sleeping for nearly 70 years. Steve heard the truth and looked at all the new things in front of him. He already knew that the other party should not have deceived himself. "It's just that I have been asleep for 70 years. Familiar people and things around me all leave me. The dance I missed, the woman. There was a huge wave in my heart, and it was a bit difficult to accept for a while. It's also because of Steve's determination. Otherwise, ordinary people would really collapse. Steve looked at what was in front of him and knew the feud was over and he was still alive. However, Steve wasn't happy at all. Nick Fury saw that Steve was in a bad state and asked, "Are you okay?" Steve calmed down a bit. "Yeah." Steve remembered the date with Peggy Carter, missed by almost 70 years. The other party may have died. Even if he didn't die, he was still an old man who was nearly 100 years old. Steve was so sad. Only, I have a date. Nick Fury naturally knew what Steve meant. Peggy Carter is still alive, but not in a good condition. When you calm down, I can arrange for you to go to the hospital to see her. Steve was a little excited to hear that Peggy was still alive. At the same time, there is also some sadness. I came back, but it was nearly 70 years late. Sharon, you come to help Captain Rogers understand the world. Sharon Carter came out from behind and appeared in front of Steve. "Captain, my name is Sharon Carter. Nice to meet you. I often hear your stories from Aunt Peggy." Steve finds it hard to believe that Peggy's niece is so old. Thinking about it, 70 years have passed. Peggy should be in her 90s, and she is almost 100 years old, so she is relieved. "Will you go back with us first, or go to see your aunt first?" Steve just wants to find a little connection with the world right now. As for understanding the world, let's talk about it later. "Yeah, let's go see Peggy first." Nick Fury didn't refuse, Sharon. Captain Rogers gave it to you. "Yes, Director." Steve got into Sharon's car and sat in the passenger seat. The vehicle looks pretty much the same as before. The shape is indeed similar, but the performance has been improved a lot. "What do you want to hear?" Sharon started the car and set off steadily. Steve also calmed down a bit. "So the feud is over? It ended shortly after you fell asleep." Steve nodded. After all, when he crashed, the situation was clearer. "How has Peggy been these years?" "Aunt Peggy started S.H.I.E.L.D with Stark and others, which is what we have now. She's been busy all these years, and she's always been alone." Steve knew that Peggy was waiting for him, so he couldn't help feeling a little more guilty. Because of her own agreement, Peggy's life was delayed. "Other than Peggy, who else is alive that I know?" "Bucky, is he still alive? Did you find him?" Sharon also told the truth. "We failed to find Lieutenant Colonel Barnes. Howard Stark is dead. His son Tony Stark is very famous. You should meet and cooperate in the future." The more Steve knew, the stranger he felt. "This world is beautiful, but it is not my own world. The only connection between myself and this world may be Peggy." Along the way, Sharon educates Steve about the changing times. Steve wanted to find a small notebook to record, but found that he had nothing on him. "Some are not used to it, so I can only prepare a small book in the future. Meet Peggy first, then talk about other things." Following Sharon to the hospital, Steve was a little apprehensive at the door. "When I saw Peggy again, what did she look like? What kind of mood will it be? What should I say?" Steve entered the ward with excitement and apprehension. In the ward, Peggy Carter was sleeping. However, at this age, I actually sleep very lightly. Peggy had already been woken up when Steve and Sharon showed up in the ward. Sharon came to the hospital bed first, Aunt Peggy. Although Peggy was getting old, her memory was beginning to fade. Most of the time, people can still be recognized. When seeing Sharon, "Why are you here?" Sharon introduced, "I brought someone to see you." Steve looked at Peggy, who was old and frail, and it was clear that she was going to come to an end. Even after 70 years, the appearance has changed a lot due to aging. However, Steve still recognized Peggy at a glance. "This is the woman I have been thinking about. It's just that I was nearly 70 years late, and the other party was no longer the same person as before." Steve moved closer. "I'm back, Peggy." Peggy sees Steve's face and memories come flooding back. She never thought that when she was getting old and dying, she would see Steve again. Peggy got a little excited. "Steve, it's you." Steve was so excited that he squatted on the edge of the bed. "It's me. I once promised to date you and dance with you. Now, I'm here to fulfill my promise." Peggy was emotional. "Why so late?" Steve felt guilty too. After all, he didn't want to. Peggy's emotional agitation caused her to be in poor physical condition. Sharon hurriedly comforted Peggy and calmed Peggy down. When Peggy calmed down, Sharon took the initiative to leave, allowing Steve and Peggy to spend some time alone. Steve didn't talk much. After all, as far as Steve was concerned, he was just sleeping. The memory stays at the moment of the crash. And Peggy was old and out of shape. After chatting for a while, we had to take a break. Steve also chose to leave temporarily, and he will visit Peggy again when he has time. After leaving the ward, Sharon was outside the door. She rested. Sharon said, "Leave first, I will take you to the place I arranged for you." Steve didn't refuse, okay? Sitting in the co-pilot's seat, Steve was very emotional. If you are still alive, then you must look forward. Steve adjusted his mentality and looked at the scenery outside the car window, a little lost in thought. S.H.I.E.L.D arranged for Steve to live next door to Sharon. This arrangement is also because of the relationship between the two. Sharon steps in to take care of Steve and help him understand the new era. However, as soon as he arrived at the door, he found Nick Fury's figure. Director. Steve also knew Nick Fury's identity through Sharon, Director Fury. Captain Rogers, I'm more used to being called Nick. You can call me Steve too. Steve also knew that Nick Fury's arrival must have other purposes. The three entered the room together, and Nick Fury made it clear what he was here for. Nick Fury didn't hide it. "Steve, I'm here to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D's secret project." Steve is very confused now. He doesn't know how to live, what to do. Now, with Nick Fury's invitation, Steve doesn't actually have much hesitation. S.H.I.E.L.D was created by Peggy Carter and others. It is normal for Steve to stay in S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, he is also a soldier, and he has no special skills other than fighting. I joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury took out a proposal. No, not S.H.I.E.L.D, but a secret project, the Avengers Project. Steve was a little puzzled and took out the information. Sharon Carter. Hawkeye Clint. Iron Man Tony Stark. Steve looked at the materials while Nick Fury explained. In this world, the strife is over. However, the potential threat has not completely disappeared. This is the message of the superpowers that appeared in this world. Moreover, there may be more enemies in the universe outside the world. Nick showed some scenes of superpowers fighting and destroying. Steve looked a little surprised. Are all human beings this powerful? I always thought I was a monster. Compared to these people, I was so normal. Is this the enemy I will face next? Nick Fury added, it could be an enemy, it could be a friend. In any case, this type of superpower is the main target we will deal with next. Steve knew it was a difficult task. Although I have undergone strengthening, I am only a human being. S.H.I.E.L.D fought against the Destroyer with amazing power, destroying the world. The battle between Hulk and the Abomination also destroyed several streets. Peggy used to deal with this monster? No, these superpowers only appeared recently. Steve has no hesitation. What do you want me to do? I hope to gather the best people in the world, form Avengers, and let them deal with the dangers that are coming. I want you to be the one to lead this team of Avengers. Steve finds it a bit difficult. These people are all superpowers, and none of them are weaker than himself. It is indeed difficult to allow myself to lead these people. This task is very difficult, and I will try my best to do it well. Nick Fury still temporarily concealed the Hydra matter. After all, Steve worked so hard to kill Hydra back then. Now that he just woke up, it would be hard to accept that Hydra was reborn and even infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, Nick intends to let Steve know about this era and get in touch with these Avengers Alliance members before starting the mission. It would be even better if there are other tasks to practice your hands on. When do I start the mission? Don't worry, you should adapt to this era now. We will notify you when a crisis arises and the world needs you. Steve didn't have the slightest hesitation. I'm fine. After Nick Fury explained the task, he left first. Nick Fury has made a plan to destroy HYDRA. The opportunity has come. One is the Insight Plan, and the other key person is Captain Steve. The famous Captain Steve Rogers detects Hydra's conspiracy and destroys Hydra in one fell swoop. And S.H.I.E.L.D took the opportunity to reincarnate in the dirt and set up the Heavenly Sword Bureau. This arrangement is simply perfect. Sui is still living a leisurely life, moving between various beauties. In a blink of an eye, school is about to start. Gwen finishes her internship at Osborne Corporation. Peter and Ned's food truck also came to an end and made a lot of money. Sui, Peter, and Gwen are all at State University, and Liz and Hannah are at NYU. Both schools are in the Manhattan area, not far away. In order to be closer to the school, they must move to Sui's newly bought villa in Manhattan. After moving in, Gwen can naturally move in openly. Gwen wants to live with Sui, and Gwen's father, George, definitely doesn't agree. Finally, after Gwen's persuasion, he agreed. It was much easier on Mary Jane's side, and the consent was obtained without much fuss. Liz and Hannah are a little more troublesome. In the end, it was Gwen and Mary Jane who moved out before the family's consent was obtained. With the addition of Sui and Qilin, the villa became lively in an instant. For this reason, Sui also specially celebrated. It was a lively night, and everyone was very happy. Finally, when the school day came, Sui and Gwen went to report to school together. Sui picked up Peter by car, and they came to school together. Because of the start of the school year, the school is quite lively with people coming and going. Sui first stopped the car to let Peter and Gwen get off, and then found a place to park by himself. Gwen didn't get out of the car, but chose to be with Sui. After finding a place to park the car, the two set off together and entered the school. Sui couldn't help feeling the wonderful college life has begun. Gwen immediately reminded Sue, "You'd better restrain yourself." Sui naturally knew what Gwen meant. After all, there are many beauties in college. If Sui doesn't hold back, I'm afraid the villa will be full soon. No way, who made me so attractive? Gwen gave Sui a blank look, but said nothing. Sui is indeed very attractive, otherwise she would not be attracted to her. Come on, let's find Peter first. Peter was looking forward to it at the school gate. Just when Peter was in a daze, he heard someone calling his name. Peter Parker. Peter thought it was Sui, but when he turned around, he saw a young boy. Peter recognized him immediately, Harry Osborn. The two were originally classmates, but for some reason, Harry went abroad. Peter didn't expect to meet Harry here. And next to Harry, a lean middle-aged man, was naturally Norman Osborn. Peter was very surprised. "Harry, when did you come back?" Harry explained, "Just came back not long ago." Norman was quite interested in Peter. "Harry, who is this?" Peter hurriedly introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Osborn, I'm Peter Parker, and I was originally a classmate with Harry." "Mr. Parker." Norman gave Peter a meaningful look, and the keen Peter also noticed Norman's strange eyes. However, Peter didn't think much, just immersed in the joy of reuniting with his good friend. The relationship between Harry and Norman didn't seem to be very good, and he was a little impatient. "Father, I think you can leave. I can handle these things myself." Norman didn't stay for long, but after saying goodbye, he left. Seeing Norman leave, Harry and Peter felt a lot more relaxed. Immediately, they hooked their shoulders together and chatted. "Harry, how are you doing abroad?" "Not bad, how about you?" Looking back on his experience, Peter can only describe it as miraculous. "I'm pretty good too." Harry was about to enter the school. "Come on, let's talk as we walk." Peter immediately refused. "Actually, I'm still waiting for someone." Hearing this, Harry immediately became interested and asked tentatively, "Oh, could it be your girlfriend?" "I didn't expect, Peter, you actually have a girlfriend." Peter hastily denied, "It's not a girlfriend, but two friends. They and I are classmates, and both were admitted to this school." Harry patted Peter on the shoulder. "Ian. Peter, don't tell me you haven't been in a relationship yet." Peter recalled that he had a crush on Mary Jane and was cut off by Sui. Wanting to confess to Liz, Liz also likes Sui. "I just haven't met anyone I like. I think I should meet a girl I like in college." Harry joked, "Could it be that you dare not confess?" "Peter, you should be bolder." "Perhaps." The two were chatting. Sui and Gwen came over together and saw Peter and Harry talking happily. Sui heard the conversation and immediately guessed the identity of the other party. Harry Osborn, son of Norman Osborn, second-generation Green Goblin. "It seems that Peter has a new friend. Let's go to meet him too." The two came nearby and greeted Peter. "Hi, Peter." Sui greeted, interrupting Peter and Harry. The two saw Sui and Gwen appear, and Peter hurriedly introduced, "This is my friend, Harry Osborn. He has been studying abroad and just came back recently." "Harry, they are my friends too. Gwen Stacy and Sui, you can call him Sue." Sui also took the initiative to say hello, Harry. Harry didn't pay much attention to Sui, but just set his eyes on Gwen. He was surprised that a beauty like Gwen Stacy would be in a relationship with an Oriental Sui. "Hello, we don't know each other well, so please call me Mr. Osborn." Sui smiled slightly, but was not angry. "Mr. Osborn, you don't seem very gentleman when you look at my girlfriend like that." Harry said contemptuously, "I'm just curious, how can a beauty like Gwen fall in love with you?" Sui counterattacked unceremoniously, "Maybe I am more attractive." "Peter, I don't think Mr. Osborn is welcoming me. So, Gwen and I are going to report first, you guys come together." Both sides are his friends. Peter is caught in the middle, very embarrassed. "Harry, if you do this, it will make me very difficult." Harry dismissed it at all. "Take it easy, Peter." Peter was a little helpless, and Harry was also a typical character of the rich second generation. Some are arrogant and domineering, bohemian. Suyi's first impression of Harry was not good, and she decided to take care of him when she had a chance. In the old version of Spider-Man, the second-generation Green Goblin just happened to meet Blacken's bully version of Spider-Man. Then, he was beaten and ridiculed by bullies. "Little Green Goblin, are you about to cry?" Sui decided that if she had a chance in the future, she would also say this line and make fun of the other party. Putting this idea on hold for now, Sui and Gwen reported for duty smoothly. "Get books and class schedules." Sui glanced over and could only say that it was very relaxed. Yes, the course is still very easy. Sui and Gwen were not in a hurry to go back and were going to take a stroll around the school. Sui and Gwen both wandered around the school, taking a tour of the campus. While leaving, Sui noticed a beautiful woman. The height should be above 175, with silver gray hair and emerald eyes. Wearing a short shirt, tied a knot in front of the body, revealing the lower abdomen. A pair of slim-fit jeans that exposed the ankles. It seems that the legs are extremely slender, and it is estimated that the length of the legs is more than 1 meter. Looking at the face again, it is also pure and charming. A charming, hot, and unrestrained girl. Compared with Suyi's confidant, she is not inferior. Such a beauty is definitely at the top level. Sui also looked admiringly and took a second look. And at this moment, a muscular man appeared beside the beautiful woman. This man should be a suitor, not a lover. Sui didn't have too many thoughts, but was just preparing to leave with Gwen. "Felicia, let's go." Sui overheard the man addressing the girl by accident and couldn't help but pay more attention. "Felicia, could it be that she is the future Black Cat?" In the film and television works, this character only appeared in Extraordinary 2 as Harry Osborn's secretary. However, in comics, Black Cat is definitely a popular character. The main reason is because it is hot and beautiful. Also, Black Cat had a love affair with little Spider-Man Peter. Sui just paid attention and then left with Gwen. It is still uncertain whether Felicia is the Black Cat, and even if it is confirmed, Sui will not take too many actions. Felicia is beautiful, but Sui's backyard is already bustling enough. The fate points that Black Cats can provide are also limited. Therefore, Sui is more inclined to let nature take its course. If not, leave it to Peter. Right now, Sui still has 2 goals for Christine and Wanda. Sui decided to win the 2 goals in front of him first. Especially wife Wanda, you can't miss it. Back home, Liz and Hannah had already returned. A few girls were basking in the sun by the swimming pool while chatting. After Sui came back, he also came to join in the fun. "Liz, why did you come back so early?" Liz smiled and said, "When Hannah and I went to register, there were very few people, and we came back after the registration was over." "Are you starting classes next week too?" "No, we have a school building that needs to be refurbished, which may be delayed by 2 weeks." Sui remembered that it should be the damage caused by Ross' capture of Hulk. According to Peter, the damage at the scene was serious. Even if it is repaired quickly, it has only been a few days, and there is definitely no way to completely repair it. A delay of 2 weeks is also normal. No wonder Liz and Hannah are so laid back, basking in the sun here. Sui looked around and found that Qilin was not there. Qilin doesn't have the habit of basking in the sun, so she is probably in the process of exercising at the moment. When she came to this world, Qilin had nothing to do. In addition to exercising, I usually stay at home and watch dramas and the like. Sui also thought about it and was going to find something for Qilin to do. After much deliberation, Sui felt that it was most suitable for Qilin and Betty to work in the newspaper office together. Newspaper reporters need to obtain news clues and the truth by themselves. Qilin's original occupation, coupled with her physical fitness, is completely qualified for this position. She will work as a private detective with Betty to investigate the truth. Sui came to the gym and found that Qilin was exercising. It looks very soft and beautiful, but in fact, its strength is not weak. After all, it is a generation of gods, and its physical fitness has far exceeded that of ordinary people. Kiran. Qilin put down the heavy object in her hands and took a short rest. Is there something wrong? Aren't you more relaxed recently? So, I found a job for you. Qilin didn't mind going to work. What job? Betty works for a newspaper, you know that? She needs to go out frequently to find news and find out the truth behind things. I think it's quite suitable for you. Why don't you form a team with Betty? What do you think? Qilin thought for a while. This job seems to be really good. I have things to do instead of staying at home all day. Moreover, his skills are not weak, and he can protect himself and Betty. You don't mean to let me protect Betty, do you? It's okay. After all, her job may offend some gangsters and be in danger. Qilin readily agreed. I think you can try. Then I'll make an appointment with Betty and ask her to come tonight. Tomorrow, you two will go to work together. But Qilin couldn't wait. Definitely yes. Sui first contacted Bella and talked about the plan to let Qilin join the newspaper and practice with Betty. After all, Sui is the big boss and she just arranged for an intern. Bella didn't refuse. Sui also invited Bella and Betty over and was going to tell them in detail about getting Qilin to join. In the evening, dinner time. Betty and Bella are seen together at Sui's new villa. In fact, Bella and Betty are also preparing to move nearby. After all, the newspaper is also in Manhattan. If you continue to live in Queen Street, it will be a bit inconvenient to commute to get off work. Before dinner, Sui called Qilin and talked about it. Bella, this is Qilin, my friend. I plan to let her join the newspaper as an intern with Betty. They can become partners and act together. It's safer to find news and find out the truth. Although Qilin is not good at writing reports, she has a certain ability to protect herself and is also good at finding clues and evidence. After all, Qilin is only here for an internship, so the requirements don't need to be too high. I have considered this matter and there is no problem. Betty has already met Qilin, and the relationship between the two is okay. After learning that she has a partner, Betty is also very happy. Great. Qilin was also very happy. After staying at home for so long, she finally found something to do. Although she doesn't know what the specific job is, Qilin is full of expectations and believes that she will be able to do it well. I'll do my best. Bella also felt that there shouldn't be any problems. After all, Betty was by her side. Betty can teach Qilin some basic things and help Qilin grow slowly. The internship period is naturally used for practice and growth. Thank you, Bella. You're welcome. Why don't you stay and have dinner? After chatting about the business, Sui invited the two to stay and have dinner together. Betty readily agreed, and Bella had no reason to refuse. After dinner, Betty didn't want to leave at all and found Sui secretly. Sue, it's too troublesome to go back now. Why don't I just rest here tonight? Sui understood Betty's thoughts. Then I'll go and tell Bella that there is still a room here for Bella to rest. Betty was extremely excited. Thank you, Sue. Qilin successfully joined the job on the second day and started working with Betty. Although the two are in the internship period, there are not many staff members in the newspaper office. Betty has also been able to find suitable content by herself and write articles. However, the article still needs to be reviewed by the editor-in-chief, Bella. Recently, Betty discovered a strange thing and was going to investigate it in depth. It happened to have Chi-Lin as a partner, and it was safer for the two of them to act together. S.H.I.E.L.D. also took the opportunity to go to Pepper to set up a date, and then went to find Tony Stark. This time, S.H.I.E.L.D. went to Tony, not for research, but for Wanda. After all this time with Wanda, there should be a result. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s initiative is also to find a reason to contact Wanda. As the saying goes, for the sake of a brother, for the sake of a woman, for the sake of a brother, for the sake of a brother. For Wanda, S.H.I.E.L.D. also decisively betrayed Tony. S.H.I.E.L.D. came to the laboratory, but Tony was not there. Heroine was a little excited when she saw S.H.I.E.L.D. coming. S.H.I.E.L.D., I thought you forgot about me. Seeing that Heroine's tone was a bit resentful, S.H.I.E.L.D. had no choice but to resort to 36 tactics to coax her sister. Get started directly, first pull the other person into your arms, and then start to explain. Definitely no, this is not to see you. Because of the start of school, I need to move recently, so I will be a little busy. Heroine also chose to accept this reason. So now, do you have time? S.H.I.E.L.D. asked suspiciously. Now, I have some time, but I also have some important matters to ask Tony. Heroine said coquettishly on purpose. He didn't come today. I'm the only one here. If you think Stark is more important, go find him. Is this still an option? Definitely is more important to you. Helen Zhao received S.H.I.E.L.D.'s affirmative answer and chose to push S.H.I.E.L.D. on the chair. S.H.I.E.L.D. had some hesitation. Helen, wait. Tony will definitely be watching here, and besides, he has the artificial intelligence JRVS. I think we should find a better place. Helen Zhao smiled. I have a solution. Not long after, the laboratory that Tony Stark invested heavily in was cut off. Seeing that the laboratory was plunged into darkness, there was no light at all. S.H.I.E.L.D. is sure, in this way, it will definitely not be discovered. Originally looking for Tony Stark was a serious matter, but in the end, he was distracted. Fortunately, it didn't take too much time. S.H.I.E.L.D. is busy with the side missions and chooses to teleport to Tony's house, which can save a little time. Came to the door of Tony's house. Tony, I'm coming in. Tony Stark was busy when he learned that S.H.I.E.L.D. was at the door. JRVS, let Sue come in. The door opened, but S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared in the underground studio in a teleport. Tony was very speechless. Hey, I already opened the door for you. Why do you need to teleport? You have allowed it. It will be faster. Or, do you want me to rush into your villa at supersonic speed? Tony didn't want to argue anymore. If S.H.I.E.L.D. really rushed in, it would be as powerful as an explosion. The destructive power will definitely be more terrifying than monsters like Hulk and Abomination. S.H.I.E.L.D. also found out that there is another person in the underground research room, Ethan. After Ethan came to this city, he also had his own work and life. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Ethan rarely meet each other. The main reason is that Ethan has a relatively high emotional intelligence, and he didn't force himself to climb higher branches. He only came to visit Tony occasionally. Ethan, long time no see. Hello, Mr. Sue. S.H.I.E.L.D. saw that Tony was busy with his masterpiece, which was the latest giant armor developed under the influence of Abomination and Hulk. Because the body is too huge, taller than the Iron Overlord, it will be more complicated. In particular, Tony also intends to wear this giant armor when he can wear the Mark armor. So, it's not quite finished yet. This is the giant armor you are developing recently? Tony talks about his work with confidence and complacency. Yeah, I want this armor to be able to deal with huge monsters like the Hulk and the Abomination. So, I enhanced the power and size of the armor. At the same time, I hope that it can be disassembled and assembled, so the structure will be more complicated. It's going well so far, but it will take some time to complete. S.H.I.E.L.D. glanced at it. It wasn't finished yet, but this appearance is indeed anti-Hulk armor. It looks fine. Tony was also very excited. Sue, when the armor is finished, can you test the strength of the armor for me? Are you sure you want me to test the armor for you? Are you afraid that I will tear the armor to pieces? Tony stopped immediately. I just want to test the strength of the armor, to see if I can compete with such a monster, not for you to test the strength of the battle. S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded, so that's what he meant. I thought it was Tony who made this set of armor, and then drifted away, ready to try his own combat power. Definitely can. Sui looked at this set of anti-Hulk armor and couldn't help but said, "Have you ever considered making it into a car?" Tony was confused by Sui's jumping words. Water. Sui continued, "It is to make it into a car, and then at the critical moment, can shape-shifting? Ordinary cars might be cumbersome, but you have the arc reactor, which can replace the traditional powertrain. Also, flight can also be suspended without wheels. From a car to a set of battle armor, it is completely feasible." Tony was shocked by Sui's idea. This idea seems to be really good. Tony has always been a car lover and a person who likes to modify vehicles. The Batmobile that Sui gave to Tony has to study repeatedly and then build a steel chariot. Now, the idea provided by Sui caught Tony's eyes. Further upgrade the steel chariot to turn the chariot into armor. Your idea is simply too genius. JRVS, create a new project, Steel Tank 2. Sui believes in Tony's ability, and he can definitely succeed in research. At that time, you can also mix one yourself. Autobots, shape-shifting. Sui was also a little excited when he thought about it, and so was Tony. He was about to start researching immediately, but was stopped by Sui. "Tony, don't worry." Tony didn't stop at all. JRVS, project the model of Iron Chariot number 1. I have to think about how to shapeshift. Sue, help me think about it too. Sui. Tony, I came to you for something else. Tony has already started to get started, ready to make vehicle shapeshifting into a battle frame. What's up? It's for the Wanda brothers and sisters. How is your information preparation? Tony came back to his senses, thinking of the Wanda brothers and sisters. Time flies, and Tony is already ready. This matter really has nothing to do with Tony. After all, Tony at the time was doing research and being a playboy. The affairs of the company have always been decided by Obadiah. Obadiah secretly sold a lot of weapons to some gangsters. After Tony's investigation, these have all come to fruition. I'm ready. Although I didn't sell the weapon, nor did I launch it, but it was indeed made by me, and my name is written on the weapon. Tony has been reforming since the kidnapping incident. In addition to researching armor and some daily activities, Tony has indeed done a lot of charity work. If we say that we did charity before, it was for messy purposes. Now Tony really wants to help more people and change the world. Sui also comforted, when you made weapons, your purpose was not to hurt others. Now, if you continue to do the right thing, you will help more people. Tony's mood improved a lot. Ethan also agreed very much. Sue is right. Tony is ready, and Sui is going to bring Wanda and Pietro over first to solve this matter thoroughly. A teleport, appearing in Camartage. Sui sensed Wanda's trace and was studying spells in the square. Because of the origin magic power in Wanda's body, there is no shortage of energy. What is missing is spiritual power, which is the control of energy. There is also the magic method. When Sui met Wanda, Wanda was learning a new spell. Sui didn't know what to do with this new spell. However, when Wanda is cast, it is indeed very beautiful. Sui was admiring Wanda, but saw someone very hostile to him. The 25 apprentice of Ancient One magician, Caecilius. Sui didn't understand why she offended him and was so hostile to him. Feeling a little upset, do you want Ancient One magician to clean up this 25-year-old as soon as possible? After all, it was this boy who lured Dormammu here. Facing Dormammu, Strange just used the time gem to trap Dormammu. My stats and abilities probably can't beat Dormammu. Infinite Devour should be able to devour Dormammu's energy. I just don't know if I can withstand Dormammu's damage. For this unstable factor, Sui thinks it should be dealt with as soon as possible. The Ancient One magician didn't show up either, and Sui didn't intend to wait any longer. My goal is Wanda, so let's take Wanda away first. Sui met Kalija's gaze and came to the square. Wanda. Wanda stopped the spell in her hand and looked at Sui approaching. Why are you here? Do you have anything to do with me? Sui said with a smile, it seems that you have been immersed in the world of magic. Wanda didn't answer, just looked at Sui quietly, expecting Sui to say something serious. Sui stopped beating around the bush. Tony has prepared the information and is going to give you an explanation. Then Wanda remembered about Tony Stark. Through this period of time, Wanda is also getting to know Tony Stark. After understanding, Wanda's hatred has faded by more than half. The remaining small part is actually obsession. Stark should give us an account. S.H.I.E.L.D. invited, let's go, I'll take you to pick up your brother. Wanda put away the weapon in her hand and walked in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. Let's go. S.H.I.E.L.D. definitely won't miss this opportunity, wrapping her arms around Wanda's waist, closing the distance between them. Wanda was a little unnatural, I remember, when you teleported with the Ancient One magician. You didn't need to be so intimate. S.H.I.E.L.D. decisively used the quotes of a scumbag, you are so attractive, I can't help it. Wanda was also not polite, and directly cast a spell, preparing to interfere with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s heart. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mental power is strong enough to sense Wanda's magic, but it has no effect. Wanda was also a little surprised. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't seem to be affected at all. Are you messing with my mind? No, I just want you to show some respect. It seems that your magic is not strong enough to affect me. When you are stronger, you may be able to succeed. Wanda knows how powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. is, so she doesn't intend to entangle her too much. To continue, I must continue to maintain a hugging posture with S.H.I.E.L.D. It's better to leave early. After the teleportation is over, we can separate. Can we go now? Happy to serve you at will. Wanda complained, then can you loosen me up? Yi's face didn't blush, his heart didn't beat, and he moved closer. Not for now, this is your punishment for attacking me. Facing the rascal S.H.I.E.L.D., Wanda seemed helpless. Okay, let's go. S.H.I.E.L.D. chose enough is enough. It can be said to be flirting now, but if it continues, it will become harassment. S.H.I.E.L.D. teleported with Wanda to pick up Pietro, and then went to Tony's house together. The three of them appeared in the living room, and Tony was getting ready. When the two saw Tony again, Wanda calmed down a lot, and Pietro still had some resentment. S.H.I.E.L.D. stepped forward. Today, under my witness, mediate the issues between you. This is the information and evidence prepared by Tony. You can take a look first. Wanda and Pietro looked at the information. Pietro belongs to the kind of scumbag who doesn't understand at all. Wanda looked at the information and understood everything. Tony Stark is only in charge of researching and manufacturing weapons, and selling weapons is indeed not decided by Tony. In addition, Tony sells weapons, and the main partners are represented by General Rhodes and Ross. I have to apologize because I was irresponsible and let the weapons I made be used where they shouldn't be used, causing innocent casualties. That was not my intention. Pietro was very annoyed and interrupted Tony. Tony Stark, you're really evasive. I don't believe that. Wanda, what about you? During this period of time, apart from learning magic, Wanda often meditated. And meditation makes Wanda calm, so that Wanda can think calmly. Get to know who Stark is by following Tony Stark. Wanda realized that she might be blinded by hatred. I also communicated with wise men like Ancient One Magician and got advice from Ancient One Magician. Finally, most of the hatred was resolved. I think it's over. Pietro was shocked. Walter. Wanda said calmly, we lost our parents because of that dispute. It was those who bought the missile and decided to launch the missile. They launched the missile into our house and caused such consequences. We hate Tony Stark not because he provided the weapons, but because his name is there. We've lost loved ones, we're in pain, so turn the pain into hatred. Pietro was very puzzled. Wanda, you have changed. Why don't you talk slowly first, and then talk about your decision? S.H.I.E.L.D. decides to take the two of them to the beach and let the siblings have a good chat. No doubt Pietro was persuaded. Said to be siblings, in fact, Wanda has always been more assertive. The two reached an agreement and were ready to forgive Tony Stark. Tony Stark, we accept your apology, let's call it a day. Wanda chose to reconcile and was a little confused for a while. The two chose to resolve their hatred, and at the same time, they also lost their goals and directions. I guess you must have a lot of time. Why don't you go have a drink together? For so many years, you have lived in hatred and never really lived. From now on, you should live your own life. Live better for yourself and for each other. Wanda lost her parents since she was a child, and hatred was born. Ever since then, I've always wanted revenge on Tony Stark. Now, when the hatred in my heart is resolved, it seems that I have lost my purpose, lost the meaning of life, and felt very confused. At this time, It is also a good choice to have a drink or two and give up thinking about this issue for the time being. Wanda resolutely agreed to Su-Yi's invitation, yes. Pietro knew that Su-Yi's purpose was not pure, so he wanted to refuse. But Wanda has already agreed, and Pietro can only be forced to agree. As a big brother, he must be vigilant against Su-Yi, a big pervert, attacking his little white sheep sister. Don't think about having any chance, I will keep an eye on you. Su-Yi smiled slightly, not paying attention at all. Don't worry, I won't do anything while Wanda is drunk. I hope that Wanda can like me. When Su-Yi said this, Pietro became even more worried. Su-Yi didn't care about this. Where are you going to drink? To my house or to a bar? Wanda didn't answer yet, but immediately replied, the bar. Su-Yi didn't care about Pietro's opinion at all, just waiting for Wanda to answer. Wanda also gave her own answer, bar. Su-Yi nodded. Wait for a while, I'll ask Tony to borrow a car. Su-Yi went back to Tony's studio. Hey, Tony, lend me a car, I'll take them to drink. Tony still cherishes his car very much, you can choose one at will. Su-Yi picked out a nice convertible sports car. This one is nice, I like it. One more thing, Tony, do you know of a quieter, higher-end bar? Norway Bar is not bad, I often go there. After you go, report my name. Thank you, Tony. Su-Yi was sitting in the driver's seat and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. Tony, do you know Hellfire Club? Hellfire Club is a well-known supervillain organization in comics. On the surface, it is a social club and Rose, Tony, and Osborn are all members of the club. However, they can only be regarded as members, not the core. The true inner circle, the members of the inner circle, are named after chess pieces, black or white king, queen, bishop, rook. In the end, the most powerful person becomes the supreme king. Among them, in many cases, mutant controls the core group. Su-Yi doesn't know much about this organization. He only knows that in First Station, Black King Sebastian Shaw and White Queen Emma lead them, and there are several mutants under their command. In Extraordinary Ability, it seems to have also appeared. Tony was a little unfamiliar with the name, Hellfire Club? I haven't heard of it. Su-Yi didn't leave. JRVIS. Search for me, New York City, Hellfire Club. JRVIS searched and got the result. Su-Yi glanced over, but did not see the search results for Hellfire Club. What? Is there a problem with this Hellfire Club? Su-Yi didn't hide it. Hellfire Club is a high-end social club on the surface, but in fact, it is controlled by mutant, and the purpose may be to stir up riots. Tony looked disdainful. A high-end social club? You don't even invite me. What kind of high-end club? Either it's a rubbish club or there is no such club. Su-Yi also thinks that maybe there is no such club. If there is such a club, it doesn't make sense that Tony Stark has no news at all. It should be this world, without this club. Speaking of mutant, Su-Yi has never seen any mutant. It stands to reason that there are not many mutants. In such a big city, it is impossible not to encounter any of them. Su-Yi couldn't figure it out either, so she just didn't bother to think about it. Let's talk about the mutant later. Now, it is most appropriate to chat with Wanda about life and ideals. Su-Yi drove Tony's luxury car and left the research room. At the door, Wanda and Pietro are waiting for Su-Yi. Su-Yi vaguely heard that Pietro spoke ill of himself behind his back and asked Wanda to stay away from him. Su-Yi couldn't help showing a sneer. This brother-in-law can't get along, and he does everything possible to hinder himself. It seems that after sending him back, Kelly has to strengthen Pietro's training intensity again. Thinking of this, Su-Yi showed a kind smile. The car stopped steadily in front of the two of them. When Pietro saw this luxury car, he was a little envious, jealous, and even more hated. What a nice car. Tony Stark made a lot of money by selling weapons and ruining other people's homes. Su-Yi got out of the car, opened the door, and invited Wanda to get on the co-pilot. Please. Seeing this posture, Pietro immediately stopped Wanda from sitting in the co-pilot seat. Wanda and I sit in the back. Su-Yi didn't force it, you make your own decision. Wanda hesitated for a while, but still sat in the back row. Su-Yi felt slightly regretful. There are beautiful women in Xiangxia, but it's a pity that there is an extra light bulb. In addition, that is, the beauty is not sitting in the co-pilot. Do I know a bar that's a little quieter, or should I go to a bar that's livelier? Pietro and Wanda hang out on the ground floor, preferring a lively bar. At this moment, Wanda just wants to drink quietly. Pietro, I like excitement. Wanda, be quiet. I just want to drink now. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't give Pietro a chance either, then go to a quieter bar. Pietro, don't you forget that your mission is to keep an eye on me? Or do you want to join in the fun by yourself? Pietro definitely respected Wanda's choice, and at this moment, he also remembered his main mission. Then go to a quiet bar. S.H.I.E.L.D set off with the two of them in a car, and Pietro looked very excited, like a husky. Wanda was blowing in the wind, looking at the scenery on the side of the road, very silent. After galloping all the way, S.H.I.E.L.D came to Norwich Bar according to the navigation. S.H.I.E.L.D parked the car and was about to enter with someone, but was stopped by someone. Hello, we have a membership system here. Without members, you cannot enter. Excuse me. S.H.I.E.L.D was just about to announce Tony Stark's name when a man in a suit and leather shoes greeted him with a smile on his face. Hello, may I ask, are you a friend of Mr. Stark, Mr. Sue? I'm. The man immediately introduced himself. I'm Almond Dunn. Just now, Mr. Stark has helped you apply for membership. However, your information has not yet been stored in the system. So, I'm sorry to stop you at the door. Tony is really considerate. He should have contacted this bar. Only then will someone be waiting for him at the door. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't care. It's okay now. Can I go in? Definitely okay. Please follow me. Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Led by the middle-aged man dressed as a butler, S.H.I.E.L.D entered the bar. The decoration of this bar is indeed very stylish. The music is also in an elegant style, not noisy at all. Sure enough, it is a relatively high-end bar, but the feeling is different. In the bar, Pietro looked at the prices of these wines and couldn't help complaining. Really expensive. S.H.I.E.L.D took the initiative and said, "Relax, I'm treating you today." Pietro was also polite and directly ordered several bottles of good wine. Wanda doesn't care, she just wants to drink and pursue the atmosphere. S.H.I.E.L.D could tell that Wanda was in a bad mood. This time is the best time to attack. The three started drinking directly, and S.H.I.E.L.D also took the opportunity to comfort Wanda. Now, the hatred between you and Stark is in the past. What are you going to do next? Pietro has been training recently and has not thought about this issue at all. Moreover, he can't decide this matter. It still depends on Wanda. Wanda actually didn't think about it. I don't know. Drink first, get through today, and then think about tomorrow. S.H.I.E.L.D also found out that now is not the best time to persuade. Now Wanda probably just wants to get drunk. So, drink first. After a day off, persuade her again, and help her plan for the future by the way. Wanda drank alone, and was not in the mood to talk to S.H.I.E.L.D. Pietro felt too bored, and happened to find that S.H.I.E.L.D was going to strike up a conversation with Wanda, and immediately interrupted. Hey, don't you try to get Wanda drunk, let's fight a drink? Pietro, you seem to be very confident in your drinking capacity. Then definitely, don't you dare? Who said I dare not? The two fought hard to drink, and the result can be imagined. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s physical fitness is like drinking wine like water. Alcohol doesn't affect anything at all, let alone getting drunk. S.H.I.E.L.D. has controlled the speed and didn't fight too hard. Even so, after a few rounds, Pietro became a little confused. How is it possible? Are you cheating? S.H.I.E.L.D. said with a smile, cheating, there is no need for that at all. Actually, with my physical fitness, alcohol has no effect at all and will be metabolized very quickly. Only then did Pietro know that S.H.I.E.L.D. was not cheating at all, but cheating. Damn, you cheated. It's not cheating, it's because I'm too physically fit. Pietro was speechless. How can this be compared? I think the game should be cancelled. Whatever. The three of them drank for a while, and when the alcohol started to pick up, Pietro gradually became confused. Wanda was only 60% drunk, and she was a little worried when she saw Pietro was so drunk. I have almost drunk myself, so I don't plan to continue drinking. I think we should go. After S.H.I.E.L.D. called someone to pay the bill, he helped Pietro and was about to leave. S.H.I.E.L.D. casually threw Pietro on the back seat and told him to lie down. Wanda naturally sat in the co-pilot seat. S.H.I.E.L.D. drove off. Wanda gradually became sober with the wind blowing. Only then did I realize that I seemed to be homeless. Where are we going? Go to my villa. I moved recently. The villa is empty. You can rest there. No matter how long you want to stay, it's fine. Wanda was a little moved. Thank you. You're welcome. Along the way, Wanda sat in the co-pilot and enjoyed the scenery. Sue-yi was extremely serious and sent the person to her villa. Finally, arrived at the destination. Sue-yi threw Pietro into an empty room, and Wanda had no plans to rest. It was still broad daylight, and Wanda wasn't sleepy. Moreover, after going through this journey, I became sober a lot. I know, you will be a little confused recently. Life is what it is. It originally has no purpose and no meaning. All we have to do is live well and enjoy every day. I think you can relax for a few days recently, and you can live here for a few days. Facing Sue-yi's kindness, Wanda was obviously overwhelmed. I don't know how to repay you. I don't ask for anything in return. As a friend, I want you to cheer up. Definitely, I hope to gain your favor, not just your friend. Wanda didn't know how to answer. I appreciate all you have done. Only. Sue-yi also found that Wanda was a bit embarrassed, and Sue-yi didn't have to ask Wanda to give the answer now. So, take the initiative to clear the siege. I found that you didn't seem to enjoy yourself at the bar. Would you like to drink more now? Wanda felt a lot relieved when Sue-yi changed the subject. Definitely, I want beer, just regular beer. No problem. Wait for a while, I'll go out and buy some back. After a while, Sue-yi returned to the villa, and Wanda was enjoying the sunshine on the balcony. Sue-yi looked at Wanda under the sun. She was indeed beautiful. It can only be said that Wanda in front of me is more beautiful than Aomei, who plays Wanda. Sue-yi took out a bottle of beer that had already been opened and handed it to Wanda. Sunshine is indeed beautiful. Thanks. The two held up the wine bottle and touched each other, taking a sip. Wanna watch a show together? Wanda was a little surprised by Sue-yi's invitation. Watching a drama? Yes, your favorite sitcom. Wanda's memory goes back to her childhood, when she liked to watch sitcoms the most. On the day when the family broke down, I was originally watching a sitcom. It's just that because of the dispute, my life has turned into a tragedy. Since then, Wanda and Pietro have struggled to survive. For survival, for revenge, there is no such leisure time anymore. As for watching dramas and sitcoms, it seems to be far away from me. How do you know I like watching sitcoms? Don't worry about this, you will know later. Now, do you want to come together? I have always hoped that my parents were still alive and that I could have a life like ordinary people. At this moment, this kind of life seems to be close at hand and within reach. The two returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. Sue-yi picked up a pack of snacks and handed it to Wanda. Don't be too restrained. Just treat it as if you were at home. Wanda was no longer polite, kicked off her shoes, and sat cross-legged on the sofa. Sue-yi has chosen several sitcoms. Which one do you want to watch? Wanda looked at these sitcoms. The second one, the ratings seemed to be better. Okay, play a sitcom, and the two sit on the couch and watch the show together. Wanda chose to put down the bottle and instead took the snack. Watching a movie while eating snacks. When she sees something funny, Wanda will also laugh out loud. Sue-yi also took the opportunity to get closer to Wanda and intentionally started from the bag of snacks in Wanda's hand. Wanda was about to grab some snacks, but she grabbed Sue-yi's hand. Responding immediately, he looked at Sue-yi curiously. The snacks I bought, I will taste them. Wanda didn't say much and acquiesced to Sue-yi's actions. Sue-yi became more courageous, moved closer, and quietly stretched out his evil hand. Let Wanda rest on your shoulders. Wanda also noticed Sue-yi's action, but Wanda didn't choose to stop it. At this moment, Wanda felt relaxed, depended on, and felt the beauty of home and life. Wanda leaned on Sue-yi's shoulder to watch the show and laughed a little at first. But gradually, there was less laughter. Only then did Sue-yi perceive that Wanda had fallen asleep. Sue-yi turned off the projection, slowly picked up Wanda, and sent Wanda to the bedroom. After letting Wanda sleep peacefully, Sue-yi couldn't help but take a second look. Have a good dream. Sue-yi will take advantage of the situation, but to enter Wanda's heart. If you do something else at this moment, you are a wretch. Sue-yi walked out of the bedroom, definitely, and left a note and a card for Wanda. Both Wanda and Pietro have been homeless, without a source of income. Sui chooses to leave and let Wanda rest well. Maybe it's the alcohol, maybe it's letting go of the hatred, or maybe it's the feeling of home that Sui brings. Wanda woke up and only felt that the sleep was very comfortable. Wanda looked around and found a note on the bedside table. Wanda picked up the note and saw Sui's message. Seeing Sui's message, Wanda was a little happy. Walking to the window with bare feet, looking at the sunshine outside, Wanda realized that it was time for her to start a new life. Picking up the phone, Wanda recorded Sui's contact information according to the message, and then sent Sui a thank you message. Wanda decided to start a new life. However, before Wanda could enjoy a moment of peace, she heard the voice of her unreliable big brother Pietro. Wanda, where are you? Damn Oriental, if you dare to touch Wanda, I will definitely beat you to the ground. Wanda was extremely helpless, opened the door, and shouted to the outside, I'm here. Pietro ran over quickly and looked at Wanda. Is that damn Oriental in there? Wanda said impatiently, he's not here. However, Pietro still didn't believe it and rushed into the room to search, but he did not find any trace of Sui. He can teleport. Could it be that he teleported away just now? Wanda was already very impatient. Pietro, that's enough. Send you over again, chat with me for a while, and then leave. Pietro breathed a sigh of relief. That be asterisk. D didn't do anything to you, did he? Wanda remembered that she was leaning on Sui's shoulder and fell asleep slowly. No. What do you think he will do to me? Pietro said hurriedly. That guy is a playboy, and there are many women around him. You have to be careful. Don't be fooled by him. Wanda couldn't help but rolled her eyes. Could that be called cheating? Sui is not cheating, but exudes charm to attract the opposite S***X. This method is obviously more high level. It is also Pietro in front of me, who has no such thing as charm at all. I'm planning to stay here for a few days. You go and buy some food first. That's when Pietro realized, I don't have any money. Wanda picked up the bank card and handed it to Pietro. Pietro took the bank card and realized that this bank card was given by Sui. Pietro couldn't help but doubt the relationship between the two. Just about to continue asking, Wanda noticed and interrupted, Pietro, hurry up. Why don't you come with me? Go. Pietro left in a hurry, and Wanda chose to wash and take a shower. Sui wakes up and sees Wanda's message. It was a little short, and Sui couldn't see Wanda's attitude either. Sui is not in a hurry and believes that she can slowly attack Wanda while getting along. Wanda fell asleep on his shoulder yesterday, which is also a big improvement. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to strike while the iron was hot and take further action today. During the 2 days of rest, Sui decided to seize the opportunity. After breakfast, Sui drove to the villa to look for Wanda. Wanda and Pietro were having breakfast when Sui appeared. Pietro was very surprised and angry when he saw Sui appearing suddenly. Morning, Wanda. Good morning. Pietro just wanted to get angry, but considering that he lived in Sui's house and spent Sui's money, Pietro held back. Cannibals have short mouths and short hands. At the end, Pietro couldn't help asking, why are you here again? This is my home. Is it strange for me to come? Besides, I'm not here to look for you. You don't have such charm. I'm here for Wanda. Sure enough, Pietro immediately exploded. Don't think that you can do whatever you want if you have money. Sorry, you can do whatever you want with money. Wanda and Pietro looked at Sui warily, and Sui smiled and said, well, I was just joking. I came to you to provide you with a new choice. Wanda asked curiously, what choice? Let you return to normal life. Not magic, agents, but going to school like ordinary young people. Pietro is not a person who calms down and studies seriously. In contrast, Pietro is more interested in being an agent and going through adventures. I'm not a study material, but Wanda can go back to school. Pietro is actually very worried that Wanda has too much contact with Sui, and also worried that Wanda has too much contact with super abilities. In Pietro's eyes, Wanda is first and foremost a sister, an object to be protected. He prefers that Wanda can be normal and safe. Magic or something is too dangerous. Wanda naturally looks forward to being able to return to the life of an ordinary person, go to school, and fall in love like an ordinary girl. In the future, be able to have your own family and career. However, facing Pietro's self-assertive behavior, Wanda was a little angry. "Pietro, I can make my own decisions." Pietro immediately retorted, "I'm your big brother. I hope you stay out of danger." Wanda understands Pietro's thoughts, but does not accept Pietro's kindness. "You know, I'm better than you now." There was a disagreement between the two, and S.H.I.E.L.D was on Wanda's side. "Pietro, we should respect Wanda's choice." S.H.I.E.L.D continued, "Wanda, you can follow your heart." Wanda couldn't help feeling more fond of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is indeed a good idea to return to the life of ordinary people. Wanda was caught in a brief hesitation and finally made her own decision. "I want to know, how strong can I be?" "Very strong. You may become one of the most powerful people in the world. You can protect the whole world, and you can also change the whole world." Wanda understood, "So, if another missile falls, can I still protect the people around me?" S.H.I.E.L.D already knew Wanda's choice, yes. Wanda didn't have the slightest hesitation. "I want to continue learning magic." Pietro wanted to continue to say a few words, but meeting Wanda's eyes, Pietro stopped persuading. "Okay, this is your choice." Wanda knew that she couldn't really become an ordinary person. The one who has no money or power, the only advantage is origin magic power. If you can master this power, you can protect the people around you and do many things. Therefore, Wanda did not choose to return to school, but prepared to continue learning magic. Pietro was not too happy, but had no choice but to support Wanda. Because Pietro knew that no matter what he said, Wanda would not change his mind. After all, Wanda is the one who makes the decisions. Wanda made such a decision, which is also expected. However, if Wanda wants to continue learning magic, then she must live in Camartage. S.H.I.E.L.D wants to increase Wanda's favorability, so he has to hurry up today. S.H.I.E.L.D already had an idea, I guess. "You must have time today, so why don't you go shopping together?" Pietro was staring at S.H.I.E.L.D, not giving the slightest chance. "We don't need to shop, and if we do, we are enough." S.H.I.E.L.D asked rhetorically, "Are you sure? Is your money enough to pay?" S.H.I.E.L.D directly completed the lore. "The two brothers and sisters are alone. Where did they get the money? Even if you buy a few cheaper clothes, you will need hundreds of USD or even more. For them, this is not a small sum." However, Pietro was still stubborn. "Just treat it as if we borrowed it from you, and I will pay you back." "Okay, I made a note of it." "Wanda, what do you mean? Do you want me to come with you?" Wanda seldom does shopping, so it would be good to have S.H.I.E.L.D as a guide. "It would be great if you could go with me." S.H.I.E.L.D got Wanda's permission and smiled triumphantly. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D smile, Pietro was furious. The two seemed to be competing, which made Wanda a little helpless. After breakfast, under the leadership of S.H.I.E.L.D, the three of them went shopping together. The place S.H.I.E.L.D took Wanda to was also recommended by Gwen and others. Not particularly high-end, it can only be regarded as a shopping mall with a medium consumption level. Even so, the brothers and sisters looked at the price of the clothes and felt withdrawn. For such a price, they can live for a long time. "I think it's too expensive here. We can't afford it in the future. Let's find a cheaper place." "S.H.I.E.L.D has no intention of leaving. I think it's pretty good here. This dress suits you very well. If you wear it, it will definitely look beautiful." Wanda also knows that this dress is very beautiful. It's just that the price is here. The brothers and sisters have been homeless for many years, have no skills at all, and their ability to make money is average. If you buy several sets of clothes, it may take several years to get them back. Thinking about it, since I met S.H.I.E.L.D, I seem to have owed S.H.I.E.L.D a lot of favors. S.H.I.E.L.D comforted, "Take it as a gift from me. If you want to pay back the money, you can. Or, in the future, you can do me a little favor." Wanda is still in the middle of the hesitation. S.H.I.E.L.D has already picked up the clothes next to her. "Trust me, this dress suits you very well. Go try it on first." Wanda held the clothes in her hands. "I will pay you back. Go ahead and try on the clothes first." Pietro is also trying on clothes, ready to choose two more handsome clothes. "The clothes I chose are also more fashionable." S.H.I.E.L.D didn't pay much attention, but was just going to choose a few more clothes for Wanda. After a while, Wanda changed into the clothes that S.H.I.E.L.D had just chosen and came out. Wanda was obviously not used to it. What do you think? Extremely beautiful. Wanda stood in front of the mirror, looking at herself. It's hard to imagine that I'm actually dressed so beautifully. Wanda also has to agree with S.H.I.E.L.D's vision. This dress really suits her very well. Wanda looked away, looked at S.H.I.E.L.D curiously, and asked a fatal question. How many times have you told women that you're beautiful? S.H.I.E.L.D said firmly, about a dozen or so. However, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can feel my thoughts. I know, your ability can do it. Wanda shook her head. Actually, I can't sense it. At least, I don't have such an ability right now. S.H.I.E.L.D was a little surprised. Doesn't Wanda have the telepathy ability? Is it because she doesn't use the power of psychic scepter awakening, so she doesn't have the ability? Unfortunately, the psychic scepter is in the hands of Thanos. In the Avengers Alliance, Loki got a psychic scepter from Thanos and came to Earth. In the end, Loki was defeated and the psychic scepter was taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. When S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra were destroyed, Hydra stole the scepter. If you have a chance to get a psychic scepter, you must study it carefully. There should be such abilities in the future. Wanda asked curiously, so, you confessed to me because you thought I could perceive it? No, I'm just sincere to them, including you. Staring into S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes, Wanda replied seriously, I feel it. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere felt a little heated. At this moment, an untimely voice sounded. Wanda, you look so pretty in this dress. Hey, you be asterisk, 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 D. Don't stare at Wanda. S.H.I.E.L.D felt that Wanda's favorability towards her increased dramatically. Just now, maybe there was a chance to kiss Fangza, but she was turned yellow by the light bulb. Thinking of this, S.H.I.E.L.D wished to kick Pietro away. Wanda also pulled away from the atmosphere just now, feeling unhappy, just in time to see Pietro change into a very Zhongyang outfit. Pietro quickly changed this suit. This suit is simply too childish, like a rebellious boy. Pietro didn't care, I like this style. Wanda was a little helpless, but S.H.I.E.L.D persuaded, it's just a set of clothes, and they can't all be suits or sportswear. It can only be said that it is very personal. After hearing what S.H.I.E.L.D said, Wanda didn't intend to pursue further. That's all. You should choose something more normal. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't intend to pay any attention to Pietro. I helped you choose some clothes and skirts. You can try them on. Pietro immediately rushed to stop it. Hey, did you use Wanda as your model? The two almost got into an argument, but luckily Wanda stopped them. In the end, it took a lot of time to buy a lot of clothes. Pietro had only a few, and Wanda, unknowingly, picked out a dozen or so. Seeing so many clothes and price lists, Wanda immediately thought of returning them. It was S.H.I.E.L.D who succeeded in checking out first, and Wanda dismissed the idea. Wanda put on a long beige dress directly in the dressing room, looking youthful and dignified, very beautiful. S.H.I.E.L.D felt that Wanda's favorability increased and originally wanted to continue working hard in the afternoon. As a result, a beautiful woman appeared in front of S.H.I.E.L.D, interrupting S.H.I.E.L.D's plan. Hello, Agent Sharon, you better have something important. Sharon smiled and said, sorry to bother you, Mr. Sue. We need your help. What's up? A congressman is missing, suspected to be related to mutant. Sue got into Sharon's car and asked curiously, tell me specifically, what's the situation? This morning, Senator Robert's wife discovered that Senator Robert was missing. After investigation, MP Robert should have disappeared out of thin air at home. Based on the remarks made by Congressman Robert just yesterday, it is speculated that he should have been kidnapped by a super ability user. S.H.I.E.L.D was a little puzzled. What did you say, old man? Sharon suggested, perhaps, you can read the report of Hero Daily. S.H.I.E.L.D took out her phone and searched. Entering the official website of Hero Daily, I immediately saw this report. Written by Bella herself. Just looking at the title, S.H.I.E.L.D understood why this old guy was kidnapped. Because of this old guy, declaring that mutants should be completely wiped out. S.H.I.E.L.D sneered. This old thing is not only aimed at mutants, but also sums up S.H.I.E.L.D, superheroes and villains and other superpowers, into the ranks of mutants. And he said that all mutants should be cleared. This kind of behavior is tantamount to committing death. Sui reckoned that this old guy should have been taken away by Magneto. There is also a mutant that can teleport beside Magneto, and it is easy to capture this old thing. If Magneto had captured him, with Magneto's means, he would have been completely chilled. Wait, if Magneto is going to kill him, there's no need to take people away. With the character of the scene man Magneto, why not show off a wave of operations and create a famous scene? There must be some other purpose in taking people away. Sui suddenly thought of the plot of the X-Men, as if a congressman was captured by Magneto and then transformed into a mutant with some kind of machine. In the end, the congressman turned into a puddle of water. That special effect is still fresh in Sui's memory. So, it's really possible. It seems that this old guy is going to be a tragedy. Seeing that Sui smiled inexplicably, Sharon knew that Sui must have a clue. Mr. Su, if you have any clues, please let us know, so that we can arrange a rescue operation as soon as possible. Sui said casually, I can probably guess who caught him, but I don't know exactly where. However, even if you act now, you probably won't be able to save him. Sharon's task is to learn more clues from Sui. So, a little bit is a little bit. Also ask Mr. Su for help. Well, I can only guess that the one who captured this old guy should be Magneto from the Mutant Brotherhood. As for his purpose, it should be to transform this old guy into a mutant. Sharon was speechless. Robert just said yesterday that all mutants should be removed, and then he was transformed into a mutant. So, here comes the problem. At that time, will Mr. Robert also want to clear himself? Magneto's method is indeed brilliant. Now that one night has passed, maybe all the raw rice has been cooked. However, people are still saved. Other than that, doesn't Mr. Su know any other information? Sui thought for a while. There is another important message, that is, this transformation method is not mature. After undergoing the transformation, it is estimated that there will be only a few days to live. Let his family prepare early. Sharon could tell that Sui was still a little gloating, but also normal. Sui is also a superhero. Being assigned to the ranks of mutant by Mr. Robert, Robert also intends to clear Sui. It's normal for Sui to dislike this person a bit. Mr. Su, don't you really know how to rescue Mr. Robert? I have no choice, but we can meet someone first. Sui is planning to go to the Xavier Ability Academy. Sui knew the location of the Xavier Ability Academy from the information provided by Nick Fury. It's just that Sui has no time to go. The Thor event took quite some time. What's more, Sui has to manage time every day. Although there are many beautiful girls in Mutant, Sui's body can handle it, but there is not enough time. More importantly, this place is not in the city, but in other places in this state. In other words, it is another city in the province. The distance is not close. It takes a lot of time to drive. Sui reported the name of the place, and Sharon said after hearing the words, could it be, you can't teleport there? I need to know the exact location before I can teleport there. Don't be dazed, I know you have planes. Sharon reported the news and got an affirmative answer. Sui rested leisurely, had nothing to do, looked at the beautiful women, and was in a happy mood. Speaking of which, Natasha Romanoff's agent outfit still has a special flavor. The only problem is that it is not very convenient. Sharon seems to be pretty good too. She should also look good in an agent outfit. How's your work lately? Sharon didn't answer. Mr. Su should know that I'm an agent. I won't disclose anything about my work. Sui nodded slightly. Okay then, let's talk about some things in life. Don't tell me that you have no normal life other than work. Sharon replied casually, almost, I'm busy. Why do you want to be an agent? Is it because of Peggy Carter? Aunt Peggy is the person I admire the most. I have longed to be like her since I was a child. Sui suddenly thought of the ending of Avengers Alliance 4. The captain seems to have traveled back in time and stayed with Peggy Carter for life. So, he asked curiously, is your aunt married? Are there any strange people around? Sharon was a little strange. She has never been married, and there are no strange people around her. Why do you ask? Sui couldn't figure out the situation in this world. Maybe there really was an old captain nearby. Maybe there wasn't such an old captain. Whether you have it or not has nothing to do with you, and it doesn't matter at all. Just chatting. Sharon didn't believe it, but she didn't ask too much. She kept a careful eye on her heart and planned to pay more attention when she went to visit next time. So Sharon, do you have a boyfriend now? No. Before joining S.H.I.E.L.D? Have you ever been in a relationship? Sharon was a little impatient when asked. This is a very personal question, and besides, you are not my type. You don't like Peggy like Captain Steve, do you? I think he's better than you, playboy. Sui didn't intend to argue. Sui still has self-knowledge. She is an Aquaman, a scumbag. Hey, it's a pity. I thought I had a chance. By the way, have you seen Hill Agent? She should be pretty too, right? Sui remembers the Hill Agent in the movie. It was still pretty. Sui chatted with Sharon one after another. The two chatted and soon reached their destination. Definitely not the Xavier Ability Academy, but the plain front. Sui and Sharon stood in front of this ancient and mysterious manor, with the name Xavier Ability College written on the sign beside it. Is this our destination? It doesn't look like a school. Sui looked at the door. It seems that there is no communication equipment. Could it be that you want to fly in directly? At this moment, a woman in a beautiful dress drove to the door and greeted the two of them. Red hair, green eyes. Wearing a fitted red suspenders and a black silk dress. Looks intelligent and charming. Without thinking too much, Sui guessed the other party's identity. Phoenix Jean Grey. Not only is she outstanding in appearance, but also the huge energy in her body cannot be hidden. It seems that because it has been suppressed for too long, there is a vague tendency to explode out of control. Welcome both of you. Please get in the car. The professor is waiting for you in the castle. Sui readily agreed. Thank you, Jean. Jean Grey was a little surprised. You know my name? Definitely. You are so unique, different, and fascinating. Jean Grey was slightly puzzled. Sorry, I don't think I know you. Treasure to get acquainted. My name is Sui. You can call me Sue. Sharon watched Sui sit directly in the co-pilot and silently sat in the back row. However, when Sui saw Jean Grey, she started chatting immediately and seemed to forget about the business. Sharon couldn't stand it anymore. Hi, I'm Sharon Carter from S.H.I.E.L.D. We're here, we have business to do. Sui said slightly apologetically, don't worry, she is just like that. Could you please take us to meet Professor Xavier? Definitely yes. The professor asked me to pick you up. Jean set off with the two of them and slowly moved forward in the huge manor. Sui couldn't help sighing. As expected of being a rich man in his family, this manor is a rich man. My own villa is just a villa, this is a manor. Professor X can adopt so many mutant students in his own castle and can hide fighters under the playground. Sui also had an idea in his mind that he would also buy a manor in the future. Jean is still very interested in Sui. Is there something important for you to come here? Sui didn't hide it. A member who claimed to clear mutant disappeared, and we suspect that Magneto did it. It's just that we have no clues and can't find Magneto, so we want to ask Professor Xavier for help. Jean also knew that congressman and didn't have a good impression of that congressman. I even doubted the real purpose of Sui and others. If Sui and others also have a hostile attitude towards mutant, then this place may not be safe either. At that time, mutant will no longer have a place to stand. Are you also in favor of eliminating mutant? Mutants are human beings. As long as they don't do anything out of line and don't affect my normal life, they can do whatever they like. Jean has met some people who are very afraid of mutant. Even consider mutants as monsters, not humans. Unexpectedly, Sui thinks so. She is not worried at all, but treats them fairly as adults. This is something Jean rarely sees. Aren't you afraid? Sui added, why should you be afraid? I'm only afraid that your beauty will take away my heart. Is your ability an irresistible charm? Jean seemed to be pulled by Sui's heartstrings, and at the moment she denied it a little bit awkwardly. No. Really? It's hard to imagine that this is not your ability. That's right, you don't need those abilities to already have infinite charm. Sharon had to accept that Sui's love words were indeed very effective. Jean Grey can't resist Sui's offensive at all. If it goes on like this, it won't take long, and it is estimated that it will be one. Sharon couldn't help sighing. Jean is obviously the style of Yujia. Her thoughts and emotional experiences are a bit too simple. Facing a veteran in love like Sui, it's hard to resist. Gradually, the vehicle came near the manor. S.H.I.E.L.D and Sharon met mutants with different abilities. Some people, S.H.I.E.L.D can't feel the energy fluctuations in them. Only those mutants with energy can perceive their energy. No wonder, S.H.I.E.L.D was in that city and had no perception of mutants' existence. First, the number of mutants is indeed not as many as imagined. Secondly, S.H.I.E.L.D can't perceive most of the mutants. S.H.I.E.L.D wanted to understand the reason. His infinite devourer can perceive energy, and it is still not very accurate to use it to perceive mutant. Coming to the castle, S.H.I.E.L.D brought S.H.I.E.L.D and Sharon to the office. In the office, Professor X is waiting for the arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D and Sharon. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D and Sharon, they showed kind smiles. Professor Xavier. Hello, Mr. Sue, Agent Carter. We already know why you are here. S.H.I.E.L.D sat down naturally, and Sharon couldn't wait to ask. Since Professor Xavier already knows our reason for coming, can you help us to rescue Senator Robert? Professor Xavier sat in the wheelchair very calmly and poured 2 cups of tea in front of them. S.H.I.E.L.D also took the opportunity to pull Sharon to sit down. Sharon, don't worry. Xavier continued, I will try my best, but Eric is very familiar with my ability and has ways to deal with it. I can't guarantee that I can find Eric and Mr. Robert. Professor X's method is naturally a brainwave amplifier. As a result, I only saw the picture of Robert being transformed and did not find the specific location of the two. Under the leadership of Professor X, I came to the basement. Sharon looked at the basement in amazement. It seemed that a lot of thought had been put into the decoration of the basement. After getting ready, Jean Grey, S.H.I.E.L.D and others waited quietly outside the door. S.H.I.E.L.D took the opportunity and continued to flirt with girls. Jean, do you have a boyfriend? No. S.H.I.E.L.D noticed early on that there was no ring on Jean's finger. From the looks of it, Cyclops doesn't seem to be there yet. Just right, it's cheap for yourself. Could it be that the peers here are all blind and cannot see your charm? Jean declined. I'm not as attractive as you say. S.H.I.E.L.D moved closer. How is it possible? I can't take my eyes off you. Jean doesn't know how to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s offensive, and S.H.I.E.L.D pursues the victory. A light kiss made Jean's heart beat faster and excited. The Jean began to respond, and at the moment, S.H.I.E.L.D felt the phoenix force inside the Jean began to stir. Jean seemed to have noticed this too, and immediately stopped, pushed S.H.I.E.L.D away, and calmed down. I can't. It's too sudden. S.H.I.E.L.D also hastily apologized. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I know, our progress is a little too fast. Jean stood aside alone, trying to calm down. S.H.I.E.L.D is also thinking about how to solve the Phoenix Force on the piano. If you use Infinite Devour, it should be able to swallow part of the Phoenix Force. In this way, Jean can control this force. However, regarding Phoenix Force, S.H.I.E.L.D is also a little uncertain. This power is extremely powerful in the comics. The devouring of oneself will definitely cause a counterattack of strength. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D must be cautious. After a while, Professor X came out in a wheelchair. The induction this time didn't yield much, and it wasn't even as good as last time. Earlier, when the news of Robert's disappearance came out, Professor X realized that the situation was wrong, and it should be Magneto who started the action. Not only captured Mr. Robert, but even transformed Mr. Robert. Not only that, Professor X thought Magneto was going to catch Wolverine, and even sent Storm and Cyclops to protect Wolverine. This time, Professor X didn't sense any useful information. Magneto seems to have a bigger plan, and Wolverine may be a part of it. Seeing Professor X appearing, Jean immediately went to push the wheelchair. Sharon asked, Professor Xavier, do you have any clues? Professor X is very calm. There are not many new clues at present. According to my guess, he should have a new plan. In this plan, there is a key person. I have sent someone to bring him back. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't plan to watch the movie anymore and broke the news directly. Magneto does have an evil plan. His plan is to use that machine to transform all ordinary people into mutants. At least, the people of this city. However, manipulating the machine requires his ability, which makes him very weak. So, he needs to find a substitute. The girl next to Wolverine can absorb other people's abilities. This is his plan, but his machine is not successful. If ordinary people are transformed into mutants, they may not survive for a few days. Professor X felt amazing after listening to Su-Yi's spoiler. According to my own understanding of Magneto, this really looks like Magneto's style. That Robert Senator, because he suggested to clear all mutants, was transformed into a mutant by Magneto. Even, it is in line with Magneto's intention to transform all ordinary people into mutants. In this way, it is indeed a lot less disputes. Magneto originally stood on mutant's side, and he regarded mutant as more important than ordinary people. Therefore, Magneto's methods will be more radical and ordinary people will not be taken seriously. But if it comes to mutants' future, Magneto is certainly open to suggestions. Professor X was very curious. How do you know? I can see the future. Professor X can perceive that Su-Yi is very powerful. The mental power is so strong that it is difficult for him to control it. Not only that, but his physical fitness is extremely exaggerated, and there is also a powerful energy in his body. The point is, Professor X found that Su-Yi doesn't seem to be a mutant, but he seems to be similar to a mutant. Professor X didn't care about these and decided to stop Magneto first. If Magneto's machines were truly flawed, then Magneto's plan, if successful, would have resulted in mass casualties. After finishing speaking, Professor X returned to the room where the brainwave amplifier was located. Jean was a little worried. After all, she had just used it once. Using it again now is actually quite a burden. In case of mental breakdown, the consequences are still very serious. Professor, you just used it once. You should take a rest first and use the brainwave amplifier tomorrow. Professor X was extremely firm. Don't worry, I can still hold on. This time, it will be much easier. Professor X knew that it would be very troublesome to find the trace of Magneto like just now. Finding Mystique Raven, however, was relatively easy. After driving Jean away, Professor X started to act. Sure enough, Raven was quickly found, and then used telepathy to talk to Raven. Raven. Charles, I think we have nothing to talk about. Professor X didn't intend to talk nonsense, Raven. You have to stop Eric. You plan to use that machine to transform ordinary people into mutants. However, that machine has flaws. The modified mutant will seriously affect the body and even have a short lifespan. This is not the result you want to see. If you insist on planning, I will stop you. Professor X directly saw through Magneto's plan and even revealed the flaws of that machine. This gave Raven some hesitation. Professor X knows a little too much. More than that, based on what I know about Professor X shouldn't lie to me. Then, there is only one possibility, and that is what Professor X said is true. If so, the plan is bound to fail. Raven decided to make a plan with Magneto first. How do you know this? Professor X didn't explain the reason, but planned to take the opportunity to persuade Mystique. Raven, come back. If you do this, it will only intensify the conflict, and it will lead to unbearable consequences. Raven stood firm. I'm not going back, Charles. Because of your weakness, our mutant compatriots suffered heavy casualties. Weakness equals death. I'll pass this on to Eric. After speaking, Raven no longer intends to pay attention to Professor X. Professor X was also very helpless, knowing that he could not persuade the other party in a short time, and the burden of using the brainwave amplifier was too heavy, so he had no choice but to end the conversation. Raven immediately contacted Magneto and told Magneto all the news. After Magneto heard the news, he also realized the seriousness of the matter. There must be a reason for Professor X to say that. With this in mind, Magneto decided to take a closer look at Robert's health. If Robert will really die in a short time by then, it will prove that there is a problem with the machine and the plan must be postponed. What Magneto wants is a prosperous world that belongs to mutant. If the plan continues, this machine will become a weapon, causing a large number of casualties. And when the time comes, what greets him will be an all-out war. Magneto knew that this was not a good time for an all-out confrontation. Mutant currently has a small number and weak strength. Some mutants were secretly captured, arrested for experiments, or imprisoned. Most of the mutants are hidden, careful not to be exposed. Definitely, Professor X also absorbed a large number of mutants. There are very few mutants who are willing to follow themselves and join Brotherhood. If this fights, mutant will definitely suffer heavy damage, and he will not be able to achieve his goal. Moreover, Magneto cannot ignore the flaws that Professor X said. If there are flaws, your own plan will directly fall through. Definitely, it is not ruled out that this is Professor X's way of delaying time. Therefore, the plan must continue. It's just that we have to pay extra attention to this Robert. Once it really does what Professor X said, we can only postpone the plan. After improving the machine, move on to planning. Mystique Raven's mission still has to go on, that is to go to the Xavier Ability Academy and bring back the little rascal, Rakshasa. Sooner or later, the plan must be carried out, and the ability of the little rascal is very important. S.H.I.E.L.D is still staying here and doesn't intend to leave so early. When it came, it took a while. It's much easier to go back. In the blink of an eye, you can go home directly. S.H.I.E.L.D took the opportunity to invite Jean to go for a walk together. After a little hesitation for a while, Jean agreed. The two walked in the dusk, and the scenery of the manor was also extremely beautiful. S.H.I.E.L.D became more and more determined to buy a manor. Jean also took the initiative to chat about S.H.I.E.L.D's ability. Sue, is your ability to predict the future? No, actually, my ability is to attract the opposite S**X. Jean smiled lightly, not believing it. However, faced with this joke, Jean still chose to accept it. I feel your ability. And you, Jean, what's your ability? When it comes to her own ability, Jean has a low self-esteem. At Xavier Ability Academy, every student has their own ability. The school will also help them control their abilities while studying. The teachers in the school include Professor X, Cyclops, Storm, Beast, and Jean Grey. Several other people can control their abilities. Only Jean, who doesn't know much about her abilities, can't control them at all. My ability, nothing special. It's just the ability to control a few items and telepathy, which doesn't really work. S.H.I.E.L.D knew that Jean's ability was completely undeveloped. Professor X is a little afraid of the Phoenix Force inside the piano. Not only Professor X, Jean himself also has some hesitation and fear of this power. This has led to the ability and control of the piano to stay where it is, without much improvement. Professor X is not fully sure about the strength of the Phoenix Force, and neither is S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D took direct action to help Jean solve the problem. S.H.I.E.L.D was also thinking about whether to let the Ancient One Magician take action. Ancient One Magician, together with Professor X, even if the Phoenix Force really goes berserk, it might be able to suppress it. After much deliberation, S.H.I.E.L.D decided to wait. After a year and a half, when my own strength improves, there should be a way to solve the Phoenix Force. I can feel that you are unparalleled and have magical power. If you can develop this power, you will be unstoppable. You need to be more confident in yourself, and I will help you. Jean was encouraged and very happy. You really think so? Definitely. S.H.I.E.L.D can feel that she is only one step away from success. The only problem is that I don't have time. Next, I have to go to class, and there are many people around me, so I need to manage my time well. And here, Jean is considered to be in a long-distance relationship. What's more, there is also a Cyclops, as the official original, probably thinking about the piano. S.H.I.E.L.D and Jean strolled and sat down on the lawn. Sue, when are you leaving? Maybe in a while I'll have to go back. S.H.I.E.L.D comes and goes in a hurry. Jean feels very reluctant to let go. S.H.I.E.L.D also noticed this, so he continued to play the piano. So, before I leave, can you kiss me goodbye? Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D in front of her, Jean has completely fallen, unable to restrain herself. The two approached slowly and kissed goodbye in the setting sun. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't leave immediately, because at this moment, Cyclops and Storm came back. The two not only came back, but also brought back two people. One is a comatose Wolverine Logan, and the other is a mischievous Anna Marie. S.H.I.E.L.D and Jean noticed the movement, and Jean quickly moved over. Storm saw Jean appear and decided to hand Wolverine to Jean to deal with. This guy has fainted and needs you to check. No problem. This guy is a bit heavy, let someone help you carry it to the medical room. S.H.I.E.L.D glanced at Wolverine, who was not as handsome as Wolverine, and immediately lost a lot of interest. He is an old monster close to 200 years old. He has a very strong self-healing ability. He will be fine. The coma is only temporary, and he will be fine after a night of sleep. Cyclops Scott also noticed S.H.I.E.L.D. This person is not from the academy. Just now, it seems that they appeared together with S.H.I.E.L.D, and the relationship between the two seems to be a little close. Scott demanded, full of hostility, "Who are you?" "I'm Professor Xavier's guest, S.H.I.E.L.D's friend, S.H.I.E.L.D. Scott immediately realized that something was wrong. For such a long time, he had never heard of S.H.I.E.L.D having any friends. "I have been pursuing S.H.I.E.L.D Grey, but the progress is slow." The sudden appearance of S.H.I.E.L.D made him feel a lot of pressure. S.H.I.E.L.D also comforted in her heart, "Brother, put on your hat, I will take good care of S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing that there was no movement from the crowd, S.H.I.E.L.D simply directed, "Find an empty room, carry him in, and let him rest for a night." In the end, S.H.I.E.L.D came forward, "Carry it to the medical room first, let me check it briefly." S.H.I.E.L.D has already spoken, so S.H.I.E.L.D has no choice but to believe in S.H.I.E.L.D. Storm found two strong students and asked them to help carry Wolverine Logan inside. S.H.I.E.L.D was about to follow in, when she suddenly came to her senses. "You won't be leaving now, will you?" "I was planning to leave." They came back. "I still have something to do. I need to discuss it with Professor X. Then I wait for you." "It is good." Scott couldn't bear it anymore, and after S.H.I.E.L.D walked away, he walked up to S.H.I.E.L.D. "What's your relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D.?" S.H.I.E.L.D spread his hands together. "Friends, maybe we should be closer." Scott couldn't believe that he had been expressing his favor intentionally or unintentionally, but he couldn't compare to S.H.I.E.L.D. How is this possible? S.H.I.E.L.D was too lazy to talk to the other party, but focused on the little naughty. She also looks like a little beauty with a naughty look. "Mary, let's go, I'll take you to see Professor X." Mary was a little surprised. "You know me?" "I don't know, I just know a little bit of your ability. You can contact others and absorb their abilities, right?" In fact, Little Naughty doesn't know it too well. After awakening ability, Little Naughty avoids contact with others. But there are still some unlucky ones who met Little Mischief. "Then, go straight to the hospital." "I don't know, I just know that if I contact the other party will be miserable." S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Mary, who was still wearing gloves. "Take off the gloves, and try to absorb my ability." "What?" "No, in this way, you will be very dangerous." "It's okay, just give it a try. If there is danger, then just let go." Mary had some hesitation, but S.H.I.E.L.D's attitude was extremely firm. Scott couldn't stand it anymore. "I don't think you should make your own claims. We will take her to see the professor first before making a decision." Mary also hesitated and stopped taking off the gloves. S.H.I.E.L.D encouraged, "Trust me, it's fine." Mary finally took off her gloves and held out her hand. Without any hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D gently grabbed Mary's hand. The moment the two hands touched, Mary's ability was triggered. Uncontrollably began to absorb S.H.I.E.L.D's ability, as well as energy. It can only be said that there is something about the naughty ability. In the comics, Little Rascal can steal the abilities and energy of many people at the same time. He has also absorbed Captain Marvel Carol's ability, which can fly, emit energy, and enhance his own quality. In the movie, the performance is much worse. It just almost took away Wolverine's self-healing factor and became a tool for Magneto. After that, there was the emotional entanglement with Iceman. S.H.I.E.L.D tried to use Infinite Devour to avoid the loss of energy and found that it was really feasible. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D wants to devour the energy of the opponent, he can also plunder it. This Infinite Devour skill is indeed very powerful. S.H.I.E.L.D prevents the energy from being swallowed by the Little Rascal, which surprises the Little Rascal. His own ability didn't hurt S.H.I.E.L.D. This excited Little Rascal. S.H.I.E.L.D is that special existence. One cannot be afraid of her ability. "Are you okay?" "I feel it, you are not afraid of my ability." Indeed so. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't stop anymore. She wanted to let the Little Rascal continue to seize her energy, to see what the result would be. Little Naughty felt that he was stealing S.H.I.E.L.D's energy again, and suddenly became nervous. S.H.I.E.L.D comforted, "It's okay, I just want to see how much you can absorb. If you feel any abnormal changes in your body, just tell me, and I will stop immediately." Little Naughty doesn't understand S.H.I.E.L.D's purpose for doing this, but he can only choose to believe S.H.I.E.L.D. Storm and Cyclops saw this, and didn't know whether to interrupt or not. Finally, Scott couldn't stay any longer. I'll go to the professor first. Okay. Scott entered the castle alone and immediately went to find Professor X. Not only to report the situation this time, but also to inquire about Su-Yi's news. Su-Yi's sudden appearance and being so close to Qin made Scott feel like an enemy. Enter Professor X's office, Professor. Scott, you guys did a great job on this mission. Scott also expressed his suspicions. Magneto's people must have ulterior motives in arresting Wolverine. We must be careful. Professor X nodded. I already know. Magneto intends to use machines to transform ordinary people into mutants. However, the burden of the machine has too much side effect on him. So, he grabbed the girl and made the girl start the machine instead of him. Scott immediately understood. If we stop him this time, Magneto will definitely not give up. I know. You should pay more attention and take good care of her. I see. After finishing his business, Scott had no intention of leaving. With a look of hesitation, Professor X could tell at a glance that there was a problem in Scott's heart. You want to ask about the relationship between Su-Yi and Qin, right? Yes, Professor. Who the hell is he? Will Jean be hurt by him? He is the mysterious Spider-Man, and he came here this time for this purpose. Although it was the first time he and Qin met, Qin seemed to have a good impression of him. Scott knew Su-Yi's identity, and knowing this, he felt unwilling. Professor X has always regarded Scott as his successor, even as his own son, so he naturally knows Scott's feelings for Jean Grey. At this moment, Su-Yi, who suddenly appeared, was the first to capture her heart. It's normal for Scott to be unable to accept it for a while. I don't believe it. I'm going to ask Qin to find out. Professor X was also very helpless. Scott, you have to learn to accept it. Still unwilling to give up, Scott chose to leave and went to find Qin. Soon, Qin was found in the medical room. Jean had already checked Wolverine Logan's condition initially, and it seemed that she was fine. Just about to let the students carry Logan to the bedroom to rest. Just after leaving the medical room, Jean ran into Scott head-on. Jean, what is your relationship with that Oriental man? Scott's almost questioning tone made Qin feel dissatisfied. Scott, what do you mean? Are you questioning me? Scott calmed down a bit. I'm just worried about you. I've always liked you, can't you feel it? Faced with Scott's confession, Qin was also a little confused. Sorry, Scott, I don't like you. With Sue, I am very relaxed and happy. You can't give me this feeling. Although I have only known him for a short time, I am sure that he is the more suitable person for me. Scott was speechless and wanted to continue to stay, but Qin had already turned and left. Scott looked at Qin's leaving back and could only accept this fact. And in front of the castle, Mary has been absorbing Su-Yi's energy and even gained Su-Yi's ability. The reason why Su-Yi dared to let Mary absorb it was also because of the existence of the system. After about 10 minutes, Mary felt that her body seemed to be unable to bear the force. There's a little too much energy, and I'm feeling a little sick. After hearing this, Su-Yi decisively absorbed some more, and then let go of Mary's hand. Mary felt much better now. Feeling her powerful energy, Mary couldn't believe it. Su-Yi is not afraid of her ability at all. Even with so much energy absorbed, she is still fine. How do you feel now? Do you have any special abilities? Such as flight, wind blade, teleportation? Mary was also a little skeptical. I'll try. Mary felt the energy in her body, felt her newfound ability, and was amazed. It seems that I can really fly. Slowly float up, and then start a free flight in the air. However, Mary was not used to it because it was her first flight, so she almost had an accident. Finally, Su-Yi flew up, put her arms around Mary, and landed slowly. The two landed safely, and Mary was still in Su-Yi's arms, feeling extremely at ease. I can fly. You can take other people's abilities, I guess. You should only temporarily share some of my abilities. Can you use other abilities? Mary felt for a while as if she didn't have any other abilities. It seems that there are no other abilities. However, I feel that my strength and speed are much stronger. It's okay, but it doesn't seem to be as powerful as expected. It may be that Mary's physical fitness is relatively average, and she cannot bear such huge amounts of energy. Sui is also looking forward to the fact that Mary can take all of her energy and replicate many of her abilities. At that time, Mary will also be extremely powerful, and she should be able to obtain a lot of destiny points. Not bad, but your ability has not been developed to the extreme. If you develop it to the extreme, you should be able to retain the ability forever. Mary left the family because of ability awakening. He has been wandering outside, lonely, hungry, and without a fixed place to live. Today, however, Mary feels at home. Storm told her that there are all mutants here, no one will discriminate against her, and she can live and study here. So Mary looked forward to it. As soon as she arrived here, Mary met Sui. Sui is not afraid of her abilities people at all, moreover, she is very handsome. This made Mary look forward to living here even more, but she didn't know at the moment that Sui was not from here at all.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.